Morena, good morning. Welcome to the University of Otago Oval here in Dunedin. And we have the Hallyburton Johnston Women's One-Day Shield, Hallyburton Johnston Shield Final, rather, the one-day women's competition. Willie Nichols here in the commentary box. I've got next to me former New Zealand player, former New Zealand coach, former Sparks coach. He's done everything in the game and still here to help us call it and talk through. It's Warren Lees. Warren, good morning and welcome to Final Day.
And good morning to you. I'm pleased to be here. Driven down from Clyde this morning. Had to leave at 6 o'clock, which is a little bit early for an old retired gentleman, but good to be here, and also very good to watch these two teams. I've already seen them this year. We hope that this is going to be a really good game of cricket, and we just hope that the cloud will lift at some stage. But I just think it's great to have this televised, and good to see that there is an interest in the final of this competition.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about the Sparks first, because they have made a real run to the final, winning all 4 of their last games with a bonus point. They finished top qualifier, and that has given them a home final right here. If you look through the team, obviously one name stands out, a player you know really well, Susie Bates, but right across the board they've performed well. They do deserve to be the top qualifier.
Yeah, they certainly do. I think Craig Cummings, the coach, has done a great job with them this year. When they started, they were a team that looked like they were going to be relying very heavily on 4 or 5 senior players, and the other girls were just going to learn as they went along. Getting to the final has been the result of some of those players who were lesser thought of at the start of the season, but they've performed so well. So now they've got a more consistent level of play across the whole team, and they've, as you say, those last 4 games, they've really deserved their place in today's final.
Absolutely. Well, these two teams, they met twice in pool play, taking a game each in the round robin, rather. And the secret to the Sparks' success this year, well, you have to say it's been with the ball up top, and Emma Black, 21 wickets. She leads the Hallyburton Johnston Shield, a player who swings the ball, and obviously that is what the captain, Felicity Robinson, has seen today, because they've won the toss and they've had a bowl, Wally, so she's going to have a go early.
Yeah, she really can swing the ball. If you look at her from behind, and quite often on TV you see it better probably from TV cameras than you do live on the ground. But she really can swing the ball. When it works for her, she has really big in-swing, and she's performed pretty well. I mean, already people are talking about her being lined up for higher honours, and I'm sure sometime that will come. We can't say it's going to happen next week or anything like that, but she's performed consistently well, and really has led the bowling attack.
And a great opportunity for her here today, winning the toss and choosing to bowl. Is that decision conditions-wise final? What do you think behind that?
Well, I suppose the cloud cover early on, you might as well get all the encouragement for the opening and the swing bowlers as you can, and I think that will certainly help them today. There doesn't seem to be a lot of breeze out there.
Oh, they're ready to go. She's in, and that is tailing back into Rebecca Burns, who gets the scoring underway. She is opening up with Jess McFadgen, who's also been in the runs this season. She's in the top 3 or 4 batters. In fact, she's right at the number 1, Steve Davey, next to me. And of course, I should run through our commentary roster alongside Warren Lees. We've got a fantastic group joining us down here today. The great Steve Davey, who will be the lead caller alongside myself. Former Otago Vaults players Bradley Scott and Mark Craig, and former New Zealand international Rachel Puller is in here. So we've got all 5 of us going to help work our way through the day as this exciting Hallyburton Johnston Shield match unfolds. Who will be the champion? We will find out at the end of this day. Struck well, and they're going to run. This could be out if it hits. Oh, chaos early, Warren.
Well, went into the covers. They took a single on the shot, really. They didn't even look at the covers. They looked at each other and just took off, and that was well picked up in the covers. A shot at the non-striker's end probably would have been out by a good 2 metres. Interesting, just the second ball of the afternoon, of the morning at least.
Absolutely, it's a final. Hit and ran with the shot. I think, is that Susie Bates that covered there, diving away to her left potentially. Couldn't hit them. A little bit low there. Rebecca Burns is a poor player. The ball does look quite low. What has the wicket been, the block been like down here? Usually pretty consistent.
Yeah, it is really. A lot of work goes into it these days. A lot more work than has been done in the past, and I think we've got a much better base. Sometimes you say you come to the University Oval and it doesn't give you enough pace for the opening bowlers, but I think this year it's performed pretty well.
Black right on the money there, bringing it back into the right-hander. How does she get most of her dismissals? Well, I imagine she looks to attack the stumps, LBW, but she does tail the ball a long way, which can make it quite hard to get there, LB.
Yeah, if she bowls wider of the off stump, quite often she'll bring the ball back and she'll go in between bat and pad. Occasionally the one that just bounces and goes through to the keeper gives her the opportunity of caught behind.
Defended straight back. In terms of totals down here in the Hallyburton Johnston, we've seen a real mixed bag of totals, don't we? I think we saw the Sparks bowl the Blaze out earlier in the season for under 100. So, I mean, what are the kind of parameters that you see here for this final?
Well, it is indicative of the way the teams are made up. Most teams are made up of 4 batsmen at the batters at the top, who you rely very heavily on.
She's in again, and she's on the money. Yep.
If those 4 players, if 3 of those 4 players come off, you're looking at reasonably big scores. But of course, because the people in these games who bat perhaps 6, 7, 8, 9 aren't as experienced, if you lose 2 or 3 early on, the batting side all of a sudden says, let's just survive, let's get to the end of the innings, let's make sure we use up the overs, and you don't get big scores. So I guess Wellington will be relying very heavily on their opening 2 players and a couple more who bat at 3 and 4. Lee Kasperik's a very experienced player, and yeah, she's been around for a long time, very, very cunning player, and they'll rely heavily today on her as well. But I think both teams go into these games and hopefully they think they're going to score somewhere around 160, 180 runs.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be Hayley Jensen with the ball, the Whitefern international, of course. Great to have her back here. She can push it through. And while Lee's mentioning the top order for Wellington, well, they go down to about number 7, you'd say. Jess Kerr down there looks pretty strong. Caitlin King at 3, Georgia Plymmer, Lee Kasperik, the captain, she's at 5. Kate Chandler's at 6, and then we're into the bowlers. It's Hayley Jensen who will come into Jess McFadden, the top run scorer in the competition to date. Want a bit of swing there, a lot of swing, just sneaks inside the wide line, but they'll be encouraged by those early signs, won't they, Warren? Early swing for both bowlers.
Yeah, swing from both ends, in swing from the grandstand end, and Hayley Jensen has had a few injury problems. One knee is still not absolutely 100%, but when she's fit, the players tell me that she's probably the quickest bowler in the country. She's strong in shoulders and in action. But as I say, she's suffered from injuries for the last couple of seasons and hasn't really got back to absolutely full fitness. But when she can perform, I mean, she's a very useful player. She hits the ball very hard when she bats. She's got a strong arm for throwing from the outfield, and if she gets into her action properly and hits the deck, yeah, she's about as quick as you'll get in the whole country.
She's pushing in off the circle as well. One slip, a gully in place. McFadden slashes that, but can't beat Bates at cover. It's a shot she does like.
Hayley's one of those girls who's come to Otago from not getting quite enough cricket elsewhere. They're a very, very strong Canterbury team about 5 or 6 years ago, and it was very difficult for all their players to get equal opportunity. Hayley saw the opportunity, obviously, in Otago and moved down here and gets a full round of batting, bowling, fielding. Has a great attitude. She, if ever you see someone playing sport who just loves competing, the win and the loss, whether she gets none for 30 or 4 for 20, she's exactly the same girl at the end of the game. She has this wonderful smile on her face, even when the ball's gone across the boundary and has been hit for 4. She'll still go back and give it 100% next ball. It's good to see players who you know just enjoy the competition and enjoy being out there and giving their best. And Hayley's one of those for sure.
And she's played all around the world as well, hasn't she? She plays in the Big Bash. She's played up in the UK and quite a lot of experience now as well with all the Whitefern games she's played.
Yeah, and nothing against people moving around different provincial teams, because they need to get the experience and need to be given the opportunity. And if you're in a very, very strong team and you're a new player, you're not going to get your 10 overs in a 50-over game. You're going to get 6 perhaps, or you're not going to bat at 5 when you really want to.
Johnson looks like she's in good rhythm today, just niggling and moving that ball away. It's a good over. It's a maiden over. Wellington Blaze 2 for none after 2 overs. And Warren, obviously you coached the Sparks as recently as sort of in the last sort of 10 years. What, if you look at the game now from when you coached, what are the kind of key developments that you've seen in the women's space?
I think the basic skills of the players have just improved so much. And if you went back 15 or 20 years, you'd say the same thing about men's cricket, really. Players from even the era when I played couldn't get close to the team these days. And the same with the women's cricket. I think the basic skills they've learned, the fact that a lot of money and investment's been put into coaching, it has given a lot of girls a great start. The girls are athletes, and it's something that was never acknowledged a long time ago. They're natural athletes. Most of these girls could go and play volleyball or play football or play cricket, and they would be very, very competent at any of those sports. So we're getting kids who want to get into the game. Role models, the fact that Bates and Devine and these sort of players are role models for younger girls who now come to the cricket, will see it on TV. New Zealand cricket have invested an awful lot of money in this, and therefore they're perhaps not quite reaping the rewards with the white ferns at the moment, but they will, and that will happen, I think, in the next couple of seasons.
And I guess it's at this level really, isn't it, where the talent and the depth has to grow to prop up the top level. And Black comes in again. In really good shape. Burns on the drive. Can't penetrate cover. Bit of a ring field going here. They've got the deep backward square, fine leg. No slips in place, and I guess just moving the ball back into the stumps. They're not looking to nick out, just looking to attack the stumps, Warren. Keep it tight with the 2 mid-wickets there and a mid-on. And
it's not the way the Wellington openers often start off their innings. They're looking to bat the full length of time.
That one's short. It's pulled. It's going to be a chase on it, deep backward square. Just the one. Rebecca Burns gets off strike. You're right, Rebecca Burns, she is a stroke maker and she can score at a high clip and likes to as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't be very often in this whole competition that we've faced a maiden over in the second over of the innings. They do tend to get after it. Another thing about the development of the women's game, I think, and I don't mean to be unfair, but I think it used to be a game, it's a team game that was made up of a lot of individuals. And I think now, in most of these provincial sides, you've got people playing as a team, and so even the individual stars in each team are actually offering a lot of advice and a lot of sort of informal coaching. And when you see the team together, even at warm-ups this morning, the Wellington team on one side in front of the grandstand, the Otago team on the other side, there's a lot of communication, a lot of fun. They actually like being part of a team situation.
Well, that one's wide, and it will be wide. Yeah, well, they had the music going this morning. I see Craig Cummings standing next to a big boom box, bouncing it out. He's clearly with the times and with the young music.
Yeah, I don't think his moves were quite the same as some of the younger girls in the team, but he enjoyed it. I can imagine Craig sitting quietly in the dressing room more than enjoying the loud music sometimes. But I just think that we always talk about team sports and individual sports, and once you go into a team situation, everyone's equal. Everyone's absolutely equal in the dressing room. You sit beside anyone in the dressing room, not your favourite person. It doesn't have to be. And I think that's changed the attitude of the whole thing. Has meant that everyone's got a great opportunity to perform and to enjoy being there.
That's what we love to hear. And that is the over from Emma Black. It's another tight one, just the one wide and the single. She's rolled her first 2 and only conceded 3 runs. The Wellington Blaze, they're off to a slow start. They haven't lost a wicket though. 4 for none. As we get ready for maybe one more over with you, Warren, then we might be bringing in another expert comments. And in terms of the wider cricket women's landscape and the coaching and the development, because we've talked about the players, what about the structures around the game? How do you sort of see that progressing and potentially going forward as well?
Yeah, I think there's still an issue about the numbers actually playing. And we don't want to develop into an American style thing where everyone just sits on the couch and watches. We need people to play the game in order to develop the players on the way through. So I think things are improving. Well, I'm living in Clyde in Central Otago. I'm probably a wee bit far away from knowing exactly what happens.
Jensen gets the swing, and Burns stands and delivers. First boundary of the morning, a shot of authority.
Yeah, that's a very, very good shot. It's wide. It just swung away a little bit. It's a half volley length. And from the time that the bat came through and was flowing, it went past the people in the covers and went straight to the boundary. Now, that's the way that the Wellington openers normally start off. Jensen bowled quite well up until then, but I just think that their natural game is to get the runs on the board quickly. And this may just free them up a little bit. Jensen may also bowl just a little bit shorter.
Oh, right back in the zone. Yeah, you almost wondered if it was just a little bit of a tease ball, wasn't it, first up? She's got the first slip and the gully. A tight first 3 overs. Gave her a wide teaser, but this one right back in there. There's enough out there for the bowlers, isn't there, Warren?
Yeah, there is. Interesting that Polly Ingle's wicket keeping had to come forward to take it. I would have expected a little bit more carry, a little bit more bounce. Admittedly, Haley may have held that back a little bit, but really there's not good carry through to the keeper.
There's definitely lateral movement off the surface. I only had a look out there earlier today. A good, nice grass covering, a fresh pitch as well, and I guess that all came into the decision at the toss to have a bowl, and so far with the cloud cover as well, you imagine they're happy enough with their decision, but they want early wickets.
Yeah, they do. They want to just make any team that wins the toss and says we'll field really is looking to get 1 or 2 wickets in the first few overs. You just want to put the batting side just a little bit more on edge, and I guess at the moment things are rather equal. Both teams would be reasonably happy with the way they've started, but I think the Otago bowlers are the ones who really are going to be key in the next 2 or 3 overs.
Slips come out into the point area for Jensen. Oh, and that one came back. Good piece of bowling. Burns picked it just in time. The front pad was down, showing that she can bring that ball back as well.
Yeah, it's funny, but no one's gone to hit over the top yet, and with mid-on and mid-off up on the circle, as they have to be at this stage of the game. Sometimes there are teams, and Wellington is that team, that come out with the approach to say, we'll take you on early on. If you throw it up, we're prepared to hit down the ground.
Full, and it beats cover. She's powerful as well. That'll run away. Rebecca Burns, 2 boundaries in the over. The shackles have been broken.
Yeah, that's damaging for Hayley Jensen and the Otago team to have 2 boundaries in the over. It's really, you're looking to perhaps score 4 or 5 runs maximum in any of these overs at the moment. So 2 boundaries is a lot.
She's getting it up there, trying to get the outside edge, but just slightly over-pitched. And Rebecca Burns, she's got those long levers and the wrists.
Still one in the covers, short at cover. Just hopeful the ball's sitting up a little bit.
That one is wider, but the length is back. Burns leaves it alone. It's the end of the over. Wellington Blaze 12 for none. Warren Lees is going to hop back out. And then comes White Ferns International, Rachel Puller. Rachel, welcome in here today. Great to have you with us. I guess your summation of what you've seen, only 4 overs in to be fair, but yeah, I guess good morning, and what have you seen so far?
Yeah, good morning, Willie. Yeah, look, a great start from Otago here, making the most of the overhead conditions with, you know, a good cloud cover, fresh pitch, getting a bit of swing. So, yeah, good start here from Otago.
Yeah, apart from a couple of boundaries, they have been asking questions. One just sliding down leg, and McFadden drops the bat on it, gets 1. Yeah, obviously they won their 2 games here against the Hearts. I think bowling first as well. It's a tactic they like. We've spoken about Emma Black, Hayley Jensen as their real weapons up front.
Yeah, absolutely. And both obviously swinging the ball. Emma swinging it in, and Hayley both games.
Yep, so they ask both questions, don't they? One coming in, one coming out. 2 right-handers.
of course, both teams will be wanting a good start here. Otago will be searching for a couple of early wickets, and of course Wellington wanting to get away to a good start here with they've got a couple of those boundaries. Just another good ball there from Emma Black. Good couple of boundaries, but probably wanting to make the most of only allow a couple of fielders on the boundary there.
And a decent little crowd just coming in here at the Uni Oval, up on the bank. So a little bit of support here for the Sparks. Emma Black, she really does stump to stump, ask questions. There's no freebies out there, actually.
That's right, and I think it's really important building that sort of scoreboard pressure, so to speak, just keeping it nice and tight and forcing the Wellington batters to create something. That's the key for Otago now, and it seems to be going to plan for them.
They'll sneak through for a single. That's good running. And from what you've watched of the season so far, the Sparks built to this point. They had to win their last 4 games, of course, to make the final, but they've built nicely to get to this occasion.
Well, that's what counts, isn't it? They've got themselves into the final, and if you get into the final, anything can happen. And so they'll be, I'm sure Craig, Cumming, the Otago coach, will have been speaking to the team about the fact that those games have occurred, and that is what it is, and this is a fresh game. So you can take confidence into the game, absolutely, but you've got to go out there and actually create the opportunities for themselves today.
It's the end of the Emma Black over. She's been very tight so far. We've spoken about her as the leading wicket taker in the tournament. With your own bowling knowledge, a fast bowler yourself back in the day, what do you make of Emma? Does she have the skills, you think, to go to that next level? She's obviously having a cracking season here in the one-day competition.
Look, I think the great thing about Emma is she's bowling that in-swing, and in the women's game, that's a lethal weapon, and it has been for 20, 30 years. Good quality in-swing bowling. It's tight, it's tough to play.
She's got a nice combination going here with Haley as well, who Warren mentioned takes it away. But yeah, Emma, she's been around a long time, actually. You sort of forget that she isn't as old as you think just because she's been playing that many seasons. Yeah,
look, that's right. And I think there's a number of players in the Otago team, sort of that cohort, actually, who have been around a number of seasons, sort of around that age of 22. Eden Carson, of course, being the other key player for Otago there. And Emma, learning every season, and that consistency, trying to get that consistency.
Oh, it's a no ball, but that really did look almost a square up. It's taken the outside edge and gone down to third. Nice piece of bowling by Hayley Jensen, but unfortunately it is a no ball. Real game of cat and mouse here early, isn't it? They're trying to keep it tight, but they also know they want wickets. They want to break this partnership. They want to try and get into that middle order.
Yeah, the Wellington batters just trying to get a sense of the day. So assessing the overhead conditions, assessing the swing of both these bowlers. You see there on the replay, they're very, very close. Ball just spurting away onto the offside there.
Looks like there's going to be a change in field. And that's all the slips gone for both the opening bowlers now. So they're going to try and keep it tight, target the stumps. Maybe not thinking there's quite enough zip or carry in it to nick someone out into the slips.
Yeah, interesting move, isn't it, at this stage? Otago 5 overs in.
Oh, she goes short. McFadden rides it round the corner. We'll just get one. First sort of proper bumper of the morning.
Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it? From your strike bowler, you want to... and no reason why not to give it a go. Otago team will be searching for a couple of wickets here, and I think Hayley Jensen has that pace to just hurry the batters up.
The slip comes back into Rebecca Burns. We see that bouncer again, a pretty good one on the helmet, on the badge, as they say. Jensen's got the slip back in. She's trying to nick out Rebecca Burns here. Oh, she hits her on the pad. Probably just a little high or going down, Rachel.
Yeah,
With your neutral stance on.
It looked like a good shout, didn't it? So we look at the replay as it comes through here now.
Mark Craig had his finger up in the box.
No, just perhaps sneaking down the leg there.
Maybe an umpire's call either way.
Hayley Jensen asking questions here though, which is fantastic to see.
That was the one she's walked back. She's been taking it away from Rebecca Burns. It's more good bowling.
Nice and tight, building that pressure, ball after ball. If you think about Wellington batters here, Rebecca Burns, she'll be, this is not her natural game. She'll be wanting to crack on and score some boundaries. So every dot ball here will be building that pressure.
Oh, it's beaten New Orleans up. She's getting swing, and it's late swing as well, Rachel. And at the moment, Rebecca Burns, she's had a couple of cover drives she's been able to get away. But Hayley Jensen, this is a really good spell of bowling.
Really good length here from Hayley. Asking that question, as I said before, Rebecca Burns, she's hit a couple of good drives through that offside there, just searching for the ball there, which is a good natural scoring option for Rebecca, and Hayley's just asking the questions around that. Good spot outside off.
Oh, it's with the gear, and she throws the hands at it. Can't get away. It's not a wide. That's the end of the 6th over. It's 17 for none. There's going to be a change in the caller's position. I'm going to pop myself out. And one of the legends of broadcasting down in this area, Steve Davey, I'm going to pass over the mantle to him.
Thank you, Willie. A good solid start from both sides, really. Otago searching for an early wicket, but the Wellington opening partnership, which has been so prolific this year, still together. Burns and McFadden. Black into her 4th over. Still getting movement. Rachel, it's just a little cooler today. Forecast high of the late teens, but not quite there at the moment, so not quite the movement that we've... Hayley Jensen has moved it away. Emma Black not quite as prolific with the in-swing as we've seen during the season. That's a straighter delivery, and McFadden drives beautifully. It's a lovely shot down to the boundary at long on.
Beautiful shot there, and to your point there, Steve, the Otago team won the toss, chose to bowl. They'll be looking to take every advantage they can from these overhead conditions. As you mentioned, Emma Black there, in-swing bowler. Really difficult to play when she's on the money there.
Just a little wider this time and shorter as well. She's been so good this year. Emma Black, the leading wicket taker in the HBJ tournament, by a handful of wickets. 21 wickets she's taken, and up against the most prolific of the batters as well. So this is a genuine contest, and it's probably a stalemate at the moment.
She'll be think about Emma's performance taking those wickets, certainly making her mark on this season, certainly creating some discussions amongst the cricketing community, certainly with the A series coming up. What are the future opportunities here for someone like Emma, who is leading that wicket taking tally?
Well, when you're in when your team makes the final, you've got more of an opportunity. It's perception as much as you could be the best player in the world, but in the worst team. Now, sometimes that's quite a good thing because you stand out, but if you're not in finals and you're not on television and so on, and forcing McFadden onto the back foot, then you don't perhaps have that opportunity to shine. 7 overs gone, 21 for none. So Emma Black, you would think, is certainly in the pipeline for higher honours.
Well, I think she, as I said, leading wicket taker. I think we're seeing some really good consistency here today. And if I think about Emma's journey over the past 3 years, it really is that consistency, ball after ball, and bowling in the right areas, and not letting that loose ball come in. And that's hopefully what we're going to continue to see today. But it starts to get people in the right places, people picking teams, starting to get players like Emma and others into those discussions.
I want to talk about your journey, Rachel, as this over about to get underway from Hayley Jensen, and what a terrific combination it is between Black and Jensen. One in swing, the other one taking the ball away predominantly. And again, having Burns fiddling at the ball. You played for New Zealand before you played first-class cricket. How did that work?
Yeah, so when I was playing for Otago was part of the second 11 competition then, and so not part of the first-class scene, so to speak. However, I got selected into the New Zealand team in 97, having not played part of that first 11 competition, which is a little bit unusual in the day.
It's quite a step.
It was indeed.
Burns drives and Bates coming across. They think about a single, but there's no run there. So back in those days, how many teams were in the New Zealand first-class competition?
Well, the major associations that you Canterbury, Auckland's, Central Districts, Wellington,
Northern.
Yes, I think Northern was, and then there was a combination team to make up the sixth, and that changed, of course, as the years went on, and Otago moved into that.
Oh, there's the first wicket. Jensen just playing a little loose there was Burns, and she's ripped it back off the seam. And there's nothing more satisfying, as you well know, Rachel Puller, to see the stumps knocked out of the ground.
Just reward there for Hayley Jensen. Consistent this morning, bowling good lines, putting the Wellington bats that is under pressure. And I think Rebecca Burns feeling that, and well done, Hayley, grabbing that wicket there.
Oh, that's a terrific breakthrough. She never went anywhere with her feet, did she? And looked to rather waft it out through the covers somewhere and was beaten on the inside. So 21 for 1 in the 8th over. You'd have to say early on is for Otago. Not so much in terms of taking wickets, Rachel, but the fact that while there have been 3 boundaries hit, the rest of the time Wellington has been kept under wraps.
Yeah, that's right. Looking at sort of threes for Wellington, 3s in each over. Good start here from Otago, just restricting, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen that wicket. Rebecca Burns, a natural hitter of the ball, being put under pressure, not being able to play a natural game, and Hayley Jensen just taking on as there.
So the first wicket to Otago, to Jensen. The Burns bowled for 10. And the new batsman is Caitlin King. They're going at 2.8, which is, as Warren Lees said, is most unlike Wellington. A little bit of blue sky, but quite grey and overcast with a lot of rain in the city on Friday night, right through yesterday, and indeed into the early hours of this morning. So those 3 boundaries, the batters are actually getting full value, because it doesn't look as though the outfield is slowed up at all. So all credit to the ground staff. They've done a terrific job in preparing this. Oh, she's squared up, isn't she? Bowling well is Jensen. Rachel is a former fast bowler. What was your predominant ball, taking it away or bringing it in?
You're just taking away from the batters.
So you'd be very impressed with what Hayley Jensen's doing here so far this morning.
Well, that ball there to Rebecca Burns doesn't get any better than that, does it? Top of off, outswing bowling.
Yeah, that's definitely in the highlights, that one.
Absolutely.
So 1 ball remaining. She's already bowled 1 maiden over. This could be a wicket maiden with the fielding restrictions in, which is very good. And King edges, and that's well stopped at a straightish gully by Olivia Bates. A wicket maiden, and after 8 overs, Wellington just battling a little bit at 21 for 1. Otago winning the toss and inviting Wellington to bat, which is a position that they have enjoyed right through the year. Rachel, before today in the round robin, Wellington batted first, either by design or at the invitation of the opposition, in 8 of their 10 games. And Otago has won its last 4 games chasing, so both teams probably got what they wanted.
It's interesting, isn't it? You know, I was just saying to some of my colleagues here in the box earlier, there's a lot to be said for getting runs on the board in a final. So that's, you know, Wellington, I think, probably pretty comfortable going out there batting. Otago obviously looking to take advantage of the conditions.
The drive from Fadgen, but not able to get past Felicity Robertson at mid-on, and there is no run. 21 for 1. Interestingly, this year, when you look at the scores, most of the scores have been quite moderate, I feel, this year. Maybe 150, 160. Countering that has been Wellington. Twice they've gone deep into the 200s. Their best score, this is slightly down the leg side and called wide by umpire Jagannathan. 316 for 4 against Northern Districts in Hamilton. Otago's highest, 246 against Central Districts in Invercargill. So both teams have been able to post large scores, but in the main, they've found it quite easy, as this is wide again, but not called. In the main, the teams chasing, and Otago have chased more than Wellington, obviously, with Wellington batting 8 times out of 10 prior to today, so now 9 out of 11. The biggest chase for Otago, 191 for 5 against Northern in Dunedin, chasing 188. Black has been edging down towards third man. There's no one down there, and the ball is going to run to the rope. So somewhat fortuitously for McFadgen, but 4 runs all the same. And Wellington's biggest chase, they easily against Auckland, 132 for 1. So I just feel this year that the scores haven't quite matched the expectations. The scores of teams batting first.
And that will be of interest to the Otago team in terms of making sure they restrict these Wellington batters to obviously the lowest score possible, but in the knowledge that there haven't been those really large scores, that's obviously something Wellington will be very cognizant as well, of course.
Absolutely.
But put a good score on.
There'll be the confidence for Otago if they can restrict Wellington even to under 200.
Absolutely.
That they have the ability to chase it down. It's good kick by Polly Engels, but you just get the sense, don't you? There's a little bit of frustration from Jess McFadgen. She's the leading run scorer in the competition by quite some margin, but just not able to get away at all. She's hit a couple of boundaries, one of them streaky, now pulling away. Not sure why, there's no one wandering across in front of the sight screen. Engels crouching down, keeping pressure on. That's a little wider, and she's cut that beautifully out to the boundary at backward point for 4. Just a little loose from Black. She'll be disappointed by that. Expensive over in relative terms, 2 boundaries from it, and after 9 overs, it's 30 for the loss of 1. Wellington batting first. We'll have a change in comments now. We'll say goodbye temporarily to Rachel Puller. Thank you, Rachel. And coming into the comment seat is former Otago and Northern District's opening bowler, Bradley Scott. Morning, Bradley.
Kia ora, Steve. Thanks for having me.
Otago rep 2000 to 2016 with 4 years in between times spent with Northern Districts.
Oh, was it 4?
4 years.
Thought it might have been 6, but
4. Well, it felt like 6, Bradley. But lovely to see you back again, both for Otago and now in the commentary position. Very good start this by the Otago opening pair.
it is. I guess you can feel the tension a wee bit. It's a bit like the start of not that I was ever a boxer, but it's a bit like the start of a heavyweight bout, isn't it? They're sort of feeling each other out, and it has been a tight start, but obviously McFadden is the key here for the Wellington innings, really.
She certainly is, but going at just 3s, or just over 3s, this is the last over of the power play. Otago will feel as though they've made a good start. Nice drive by King. Got past the Otago skipper, Felicity Robertson, at wide mid-off, I should say.
Also a former Northern Districts cricketer, Felicity. Used to train in the winters at times in the gym.
Warren Lees was saying earlier that Otago quite often seen as a place where there might be more opportunities for players, and many do come here. One of them's got the ball in hand at the moment and make a full fist of it. This is down the leg side, will be called wide by umpire Simmons. So we see it in all sports, of course. It's a smaller pool of talent numbers wise, just critical mass basically. So players head south and do very well and go on in many cases to higher honours.
Yeah, we like to think we've got a pretty tight-knit cricketing family here in Dunedin and Otago, don't we, in the wider areas, not to mention the minor associations too, which contribute a lot, as we were talking on here earlier.
Yeah, Manitoto, South Otago, Central Otago, all great hotbeds of talent, both men and women. So I remember the days back when Warren Lees was captain, and in fact the Otago was the last time they won the first class competition, the Plunket Shield, back in the late 80s, 87, 88 I think it was, from memory, when it was just a complete family atmosphere. Everybody was in it together. This is short delivery and going underneath it as King.
Southlanders made up a lot of that side too, wasn't there?
Absolutely. Yeah, Garth Dawson, leg by Burns. As Ryan Waddle used to very unkindly call Kevin Burns. He's kicked another one down to the fine leg. The Wilsons.
Yeah, it was interesting going through the ages of some of these Otago players. Like Emma Black's still only 22, but she feels like she's been here forever.
Well, a lot of these young women started when they were 16 or 17, and some of them have played for 10 years now. Probably Caitlin Blakely's probably in that order there. This is just down the leg side, looking to help it on its way as King, and not able to get in and stop it as Blakely, and they've run through for a leg by. So a wealth of experience there now, and through the coaching of Warren and now Craig Cumming, they're bringing those talents to the fore, and hence they're making finals more often than not. They've got a chance of taking their second title in the space of 3 years.
3 years, yeah.
3 years.
Wellington, wasn't it?
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, I'd probably give a shout out to Neil Rosenberg as well, and the countless hours he gave a lot of them when he was at St Hilda's. They've brought through quite a number of players, so big shout out to Rosie. He's an extremely enthusiastic cricket man. Top man.
They're the lifeblood of a game which just takes so much time. Jensen keeping McFadden quiet. Just one ball remaining. No, in fact, that is the end of the power play. So 10 gone, 32 for 1. Bradley, your summation of the opening stanza of the final?
Oh yeah, as I said, a bit of feeling each other out, but the Sparks haven't given much. 32 for 1. I mean, Wellington would have liked to get through that new ball period without the loss of any wickets. So Yeah, both it could have been worse for them, I guess. Both teams are probably okay with where they're at. Yeah, maybe Wellington would have liked to maybe possibly another 10 runs, but as you've said, it hasn't been a high-scoring competition, and Wellington have backed themselves to defend any total that they've made this year. So I think both teams are doing what they wanted to do, probably. We'll just see how it continues to play out.
Jensen 1 for 12 from 5 overs. Been a very good start by her. 3 maidens. No, 2 maidens. 2 maidens in those 5 overs. Black again to a 6th over. Still getting a little bit of movement. Too much. 2 balls, of course, in 50 over cricket. The shine remains just a little bit longer. Molly Lowe warming up just below us at the 3rd man. We may see a change in the next over or two. Sky's just brightening a little here in Dunedin. This is down the leg side, very neatly taken by Polly Ingalls, who's keeping his really come on in leaps and bounds in the last couple of years.
Yeah, she's excellent. She's extremely positive, very chatty behind the stumps as well, which to put the opposition players off. Still 7 in the ring for the Sparks. They could have chosen to have more out.
I'm just looking to squeeze again down the leg side. Again neatly taken, but at 2 successive wides. Black won't be happy with that. It's free runs and extra deliveries.
It's that balance of trying to make the batsman play, isn't it? King on 0 off 9, just trying to bring the stumps into play early.
Yeah, also perhaps a leading edge if she's looking to play down the leg side. And this is neatly clipped off the toes and well fielded. At a squarish leg, very short square leg by Bella James. Yeah, it's nip and tuck out there at the moment. It's a real game of chess. More and more people starting to drift into the ground. Lucky to get away with that. Chance of a run out. Oh, McFadden dives. Ingalls' throw missed. Might have been closer than we think.
Yeah, I think she might have been safe. We'd have to look at the side on replay to confirm, but sneaky wee single there. Be interesting if Emma Black changes her line here in terms of Jess McFadden's been in for a while. Still choosing to keep the whole ring up though, not drop anyone out for the...
Yeah, it's an interesting tactic there, isn't it?
Over.
Just looking to suffocate. Saying if you're good enough, you'll get it through the field. 3 on the leg side inside the circle, and all tight inside the circle too. And 4 on the offside.
She's backing your skills and saying to her you can take the risk over the top if you want.
Indeed. This is onto the back foot. McFadden, we know that she's a very patient player, so she won't be phased at all, and she knows she's got another 40 overs to bat if she chooses.
Yeah, I mean that'll be her job, isn't it? She'll look to bat the 50 overs and
her wicket, that of Plimmer and Lee Kasparek. Oh, that's a lovely drive. Perhaps not timed quite as well as she wanted, but it's going to get to the rope. It's a long off. Just a little bit of width. Extra width.
Extra width, extra length, and yeah, it's a good shot. Not perfectly timed, but good enough to get it straight enough to beat mid off, and an expensive over in the context of the match so far.
Indeed. Passing her onto the back foot and playing nicely off her toes. McFadden thinks about coming back for 2, and she will. Throws on its way. That's good running. This is an expensive over. 9 runs coming off it. They're just increasing the momentum in the last 2 overs. Wellington 9 off that, and previously 9 off the 9th over. So Black has just gone for, she's gone for 26. She's had 18 taken off her last 2 overs. The change, Bradley, Eden Carson. What a season she's had. Well, last 2 years actually.
She has. She's risen very quickly into the black cap ranks, hasn't she? And yeah, it was nice watching her in the warm up and talking to Mark Craig about some of the keys of off spinning, which I'm sure Mark will get into when he's on here a bit later. But yeah, Eden's a real. She's a bit of an excitement machine, isn't she? Always smiling and running around. And
well, I don't know any of these players at all, other than Susie Bates, I suppose. That's how far Susie goes back. But she along with Polly Ingalls just seem to be firecrackers of the team, if you like, with the smiles and Hayley Jensen, that lovely smile of hers too. The two younger women just look as though they're just enjoying every moment of their time playing cricket. It's nicely played by King. And Eden Carson just looks to have grown as a person with the breakthrough into the White Ferns. Now knows that she's good enough to play at that level, which is the same for any player, isn't it? Moving up a grade, you wonder.
It also provides you with the opportunity, I guess, to work on your game, focus on it a bit more. Just not worried about where your food bill's getting paid and so on by other work and so on and so forth. I think she came from share milking. Sorry, not shearing cows. Share milking, and then into a White Ferns contract. So pretty exciting. Big change.
Bit of a change,
really
all
exciting
right.
for her.
Yeah, and the sheds at 4 in the morning. Not much fun, I wouldn't have thought. Slightly edgy from McFadgen, but another run taken safely. 43 halfway through the 12th over. So Otago keeping a lid on the run scoring rate. 3 3/4.
You'd assume on a fresh deck she's not going to get a whole lot of turn on a fresh pitch. So whether that changes the line she bowls.
In flight.
Try and skid it on. Yep, then changes in flight and pace.
Inviting them to go over the top as well, just getting that above the eyes rear of the field. The two out on the leg side at backward square and mid wicket. There's no one down in front of us. Long on, long off, the deep mid on, mid off. It's nicely played. Partially stopped at point, so they'll come back for 2. Just slightly wide from Carson, and you're right, Bradley, there's no turn there and you wouldn't expect it. You might get a little bit off the seam, I guess, if it's a seam, a little bit of extra bounce rather than turn. Now, there's a fielder coming back to long on and going out to point on the boundary. So there are 4 out now. So they're just changing their tactic slightly. It's wide and it's fielder of Molly Lowe out on the boundary at backward point into the action.
And that was getting the result they really wanted. Last ball of the over. I mean, every over in a 50 over game is a wee competition within itself. We only had 4 out for that one ball. Get the new batsman back on strike for the start of the next over while conceding 1.
The skies, as I said, brightening. A little bit of blue sky above us. Temperature forecast to get to high teens today, 18 or 19.
I think the clouds are a wee bit higher than a bit earlier, but...
yeah, brighter down towards the St Clair Golf Club, which is a great barometer, Bradley. Just tuck that away for your future commentary career.
Looking through the gap there.
If you can see the St Clair Golf Club.
It's not raining.
It's not quite, no, it's not quite like the Mount, Mount Taranaki in New Plymouth.
Yeah, what is it? If you can see it, it's about to rain, isn't it? If you
That's
can't
what they
see
say.
It's raining already.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's a great barometer. If you can't see the St Clair Golf Club up there on the hill, southwest from here, then you know you're in trouble. It hasn't already arrived.
Molly Lowe.
Molly Lowe. Yeah, well, she's enjoyed a good season too. And straight on the money. Right into short cover, nicely fielded by Bates.
Yeah, she did have an injury at the start of the season, didn't she?
Came in later, yes.
Yeah,
She did.
I was actually there. Her first game in Alexandra in the Super Smash, she took 4 for 4 wickets. Yeah, which was pleasing. I think she had family around and so on, being from somewhere through that area, which was quite nice. So it's great to have her back in the Sparks colours.
Yes, well, she's a terrific addition to the seam bowling department. As it's another drive from King, but again Bates in action. You've got Jensen and Black on top of their games. Lowe, Carson, and then you've got other. Well, PJ Watkins is 12th, but you've got Felicity Robertson, of course.
And Susie rolling her fingers over as well from time to time.
Just from time to time, if the mood takes it. Just a little wide this time for the third ball in the over. Bates an action, short cover. No run, so this is a good tight start by Lowe. This is exactly what Otago need in terms of maintaining the momentum they have in the field. I won't say suffocating yet, because they've only taken the one wicket. But I think if you balance things up at the moment, you say it's 60-40 Otago. Wellington through McFadden and Burns earlier haven't been able to get away. A shot from King, but directly to mid-off, no run. 4 dot balls. You'd be pleased with that, Bradley, in the first over of a game?
Always, always. Yep, dots build pressure, no matter who you are, no matter what level. If you're facing dots, you're thinking, where am I getting the next run from?
Well, it's a mental thing, isn't it? Certainly in 2020 in Super Smash, any maiden, as far as the batting side is concerned, is a mortal sin almost. Just drifting slightly straight this time is low, and they've picked off a single. Getting on to 6. That's 47. Even in 50 overs though, especially in the power play, maidens, and there was 2 if not 3 in that first 10 overs, 3 of them. I mean, cricket's such a mental game anyway, isn't it? I don't mean that cruelly, it's just there's so much going on in your head because there's so much time that you think, right, well, we're behind the 8 ball now, we're going to have to do something drastic. The Wellington batters haven't done that yet. There's no sense of panic whatsoever. But they'll be mindful. Last ball of the over, low, and this is McFadden onto the back foot, so that's a good start. Just 1 run from it. 47 for 1 after 13. You take that.
Yeah, great start from Molly Lowe, full and straight. Just once a little too straight that got worked for a single, but yeah, very good. Yeah, I mean, this is where the batsmanship comes into one-day cricket, isn't it? Or batswomanship.
Battership, I think you probably have to say
these
in
days,
these straitened times, Bradley.
Yeah, but in terms of, the field's gone out, it's your ability to manipulate ones and so on and cash in on the bad ball, but if you can manipulate singles, I guess it's the thing that Susie's very good at in the women's game. It's the thing Kane Williamson is one of the best at in the world in the men's game. Just that ability to bat through from overs 10 to 40 and not be too phased really, and just accumulate, and then put the bowlers under pressure if you get a bad ball.
Yes, and then pick it up as the innings moves on. I think that's a learned art. The ability to think in such a clinical, calculated way that we've got plenty of time. There's still 36 overs remaining. 37, 36 and a bit.
There's so many different ways you can structure a run. Setting up a score, isn't there? You could try and go nuts in the first 10, go crazy and get off to a flyer, or keep wickets in hand and then make it a bit of a 20-20 after the 30th over.
Yes,
that's teams tend to do these days.
Indeed. That's certainly what you see now, the 2020 attitude in 50 over cricket, as well as it's freed up Test cricket as well, there's no doubt about that. And Wellington they'll be happy in the knowledge. There's a bit of frustration there, I think, from King, just pulling across the line. He's got to pick up a single. But Wellington will be happy in the knowledge of a score that they believe that they can be confident in defending. So they'll be working towards that as well. They'll have their stats from the season and maybe last year and possibly the season before. Where do we need to be? What are our targets? What will be the task we set Otago later in the day? Always a chance. No. It's a bit messy from everybody, really.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be pleased that they haven't lost 2 or 3 in this first to the new ball. Because obviously wickets in hand, they can help make that up at the back end of the innings.
Carson just 1 run off. The first 5 balls are over. That's flat batted, but again, just you sense some slight frustration.
Yeah, it was a good change of pace from Eden Carson there. Just slowed up that last one, and McFadden wanted to hit it hard.
Yeah. We talk about Mark Craig will be joining Willie Nichols very shortly. Bradley, you've got 1 more over. Rhyme yourself. King, vastly less experienced than McFadden, but when you're in that position, when you see the leading run scorer in the competition at the other end, yes, perhaps not quite as clear-headed, that sends a few vibes down the other end of the pitch as well. So Carson started well, 6 off her first 2 overs. Lowe had just 1 off her opening over, and here she is again. And no pace on that ball whatsoever.
No.
Did you had a quick look at the pitch?
I had a wee look. It felt dry enough. I mean, it was quite a wet day in Dunedin yesterday, so it would have been under covers. But Jaden and his team here do a fantastic job.
They wouldn't have been able to put the last 2% of preparation in, but I'm sure everything was probably right by Friday night anyway.
Yeah, they had some good preparation time.
Just a little wider from Lowe, and Winston adding the boundary sweeping.
The men's preliminary final was quite a hot day, wasn't it? So
yes,
would have had that day to sit in the sun and bake.
Yes, indeed it was. It was a lovely day.
It was Wednesday. So.
Wednesday, and congratulations to Canterbury getting up and winning the Ford Trophy final. Some terrific performances from both teams, but Tom Latham especially steering them home, both in the field and with his batting. It's a nicely played shot from McFadden. 3 fielders converging, and in the end the throw coming back in from Saffron Wilson.
Just waited on it long enough to beat point.
Well, we're seeing her class, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I mean, they've only been able to, I guess the pace of the wicket, they've only really cashed in when it's been short and wide or very full. We saw that cover drive, that beautiful cover drive early on, but I don't think maybe there's not a whole lot of pace in it to be able to time it with a real confidence.
It does look slightly slower. It's a nice shot too, but well fielded by Carson. Yep, the backward point on the edge of the circle.
Susie Bates goes over to congratulate her. That sort of fielding save makes a difference.
That snuck into the game. When you were playing, did someone give you a high five after every ball?
Oh, I probably tried to go and do that, Steve. No, not every ball, but that's actually a key stop there, because it changes the momentum of the over.
Indeed. But the question remains, it's a lovely drive from McFadden and well fielded at mid-off coming across.
In the black.
So
that's 2 bits of fielding in a row where...
Possibly saved 8 runs.
8, 7, yeah. Once again, the timing probably wasn't quite...
Just through the shot.
There.
Yep.
Which suggests maybe the pitch is a wee bit on the touch on the slower side, but it'll probably speed up through the day as it dries out.
The last ball of the 15th over coming up. And King will pick up a single, just waiting for the ball, setting up slightly tennis ball bounce, and they'll have 1 more run. At the end of 15 overs, 53 for 1, and a dual change here, Willie Nichols and Craig. Willie Nichols is on the phone, but I'm going to put him on the spot. He's going to have to come in. Apparently I'm doing 1 more. He's ordering his Sunday night tea or something on the phone. Welcome back.
Thanks, mate. Bloody good to be here.
former New Zealand off-spinner, Mark Craig, New Zealand 2014, 2016, 15 tests. Just recently had his record broken for most wickets on debut for New Zealand, 8, broken by Will O'Rourke in the second test against South Africa, as Carson has King onto the back foot and there's no run. And am I right in saying still the only man to hit the first ball he faced in Test cricket for 6?
Correct. And I think that's one record that won't ever be broken.
Oh,
it'll be people can join it, but
well, that's true. That's very true. Yes, you'll still be the first.
Yep.
Yep.
So it's good. I was pleased for Will the other day, and obviously bowled extremely well, and records are there to be broken, which is great. So
yeah, it was a terrific debut. Sweeping across the line, pulling across the line and out to the boundary for 4. That's a good shot from King. Very good shot indeed, just waiting for the ball, playing with the spin. So Sabina Park in Jamaica will be a ground that lives long in your memory.
Yep, certainly will be. It was a good test, and good fun, Jamaica. Lucky enough to get to Chris Gale's house post that test for I think it was his 100th test. Big old celebration there. So the boys enjoyed themselves.
Was he one of your wickets?
Not in that test, no. Got him at Barbados.
This is down the leg side again, just losing the line a little bit, Carson, but there's cover and they'll run 1. So you've got the universe boss.
He's in the back pocket, mate. Yep.
Unbelievable. Oh, the universe boss. That is high ranking, isn't it? Extraordinary. Great for cricket.
Yes, awesome. Yep.
Carson just getting a line back and 5 runs off the over. So 16 gone, 58 for 1. And Willie, you coming in? You're coming in, mate. So changing commentary. Willie Nichols will join Mark Craig.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Great to have Steve Davey here, the voice of cricket in this part of the world, and former black cap. Mark Craig's with me. Mark, I guess firstly, let's talk about what we've seen so far. The Sparks won the toss. They elected to have the bowl. Would they be pretty happy? They've sort of kept a lid on the Blaze, but just the 1 wicket so far.
Yeah, I think they've, if they're being super critical, there's probably been the odd boundary ball that have left the Blaze off the hook a wee bit there. They've gone through long periods of time building dots and singles and things like that, and I just think in Eden's last over there, King going to the sweep is a bit of a built-up of frustration, being about 9 off 31 balls. So if they can just get back to building those dots and singles and limit the boundaries, then I think they can create a couple of wicket-taking opportunities.
Yeah, well, it has nibbled around. It's a nice shot. Might get 2. They won't. It's a good piece of fielding. I think that's Hayley Jensen out there. She's got a strong arm.
Impressive. Bit of a cannon.
Yeah, bounced it in off the block as well. Yeah, well, it's in a final, isn't it? And they have had success bowling first. You can understand the decision. The Blaze, they're building a bit of a partnership here. Plummer and McFadden, both good players, both Whitefern's experience. So it's a key combination for the Blaze here. So lay that foundation. Although straight back over her head. Won't beat long on coming around. Bit of aggression there, Jess McFadden.
Certainly looking for those boundary options. So I think I was saying before around Sparks, if they just keep it nice and simple and keep building those ones, then as you say, the Blaze are looking to potentially put the foot down a little bit here, and opportunities will come.
It's Caitlin King rather, not Georgia Plymouth. Quite similar from behind, excuse me. 61 for 1 here in the 17th over. And Mark, talk to us about your involvement in the cricket from these days. Still involved in a little bit of work with Eden Carson, I hear?
Yep, been doing a little bit of work with Eden last year, and just helping Craig out with some of the spin bowlers there, and also with Dion and a few of the Volts boys as well. So certainly enjoying being involved, and obviously spin's something I'm pretty passionate about here, and just trying to lend whatever hand that I can, and which is probably a bit of an under-resourced element of our game, I think, support for spinners in New Zealand.
Yeah, you don't see that too many specialist spin coaches. They sort of come and go. Eden Carson, obviously a young spinner, playing a lot for the White Ferns as well. How have you seen her development? Yeah,
I think she's going really good. I think obviously when they went over to the last overseas tour, I believe she messaging potentially to bowl a bit quicker and drive the ball into the wicket, and as a result of that, I think she just lost her action a wee bit, just trying to muscle it down. So it's one thing being able to get more revs on the ball and whatnot, but being mindful at the end of the day, I still want the ball to go up and down and turn it as she's a spinner. So those little tweaks, I think that's coming out nicely for her today, getting the ball going up and down, and as you get on better wickets and against better batters, you got to look to beat batters in the air.
Absolutely. That's the end of the Molly Lowe third over. 5 singles off it, and it's 63 for 1. It's time for a drink here at the University of Otago Oval. The Wellington Blaze, after being put in, have made their way through to 63 for 1. Jess McFadden and Caitlin King at the wicket. Earlier, Rebecca Burns opened up. If you look at, we talked earlier about with Warren Lees around sort of totals in a final. Here, what would the Blaze be looking at? What do you think they would be happy with after being asked to bat here in the Hallyburton Johnston Shield final?
Yeah, really interesting point that, Willie. I think if you look around some of the scores throughout this season or this campaign, they haven't been overly high-scoring games. Finals, I think if they get anywhere over around that 220 mark, I think that'll be super competitive, and finals do funny things with teams chasing. So on the flip side, the Sparks will be trying to build as much pressure as they can, and the best way to do that is taking some wickets and slowing that momentum and run rate.
And a decent little crowd in as well here, mate. The locals starting to get around the Sparks.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive crowd that's turned out today, and as you'll see, Willie, most of them are in shorts. They're pretty hardy people down here, and notice that you've come in your shorts today, stepping off that probably a bit warmer weather up there in Auckland.
Yeah, I must admit, when the plane touched down, I looked outside and I got off the plane. I thought, it's just a little fresher than it was, sort of just 4 or 5 degrees, which is just enough. But no, it is warming up nicely, and there's a few good spots around this ground to watch cricket. It's a lovely place to watch cricket, and the ground in really good nick. They do a good job here, don't they? Yeah, the ground staff do a great job here, and good bunch of young fellas there that they get it always looking tip top. Alright, so they're coming back after the drinks. Wellington Blaze, Jess McFadden, Caitlin King, 27 and 17. They've had to work hard for their runs. It's moving around early, a little bit of nibble, a little bit of a partnership here. If you look at the bowling card, might be Eden Carson continuing. Yeah, so just talk to us a little bit more about her. How long have you been working with Eden now through the Sparks, Mark? Craig pulled us in last year to come and do a bit of work with Eden around. She was getting a bit long in a delivery stride, and was able to... What does that mean for those at home who might not understand that? Yeah, including myself, probably. I think a lot of it comes back to that messaging around wanting to get more on the ball or bowl faster, and as a result, she's probably got a bit quick into the crease and is always overstriding. And as a spinner, if you've got a long delivery stride, it's very hard to have consistency in your action, but more importantly, get up onto that front foot. So I was just messaging around her having the feeling of jumping up as opposed to out towards the front line, and as simple as that was all that she needed. So having to talk to her pre-game here, she was been working on
straightened up her run a little bit, which I think is great. Her alignment looks good, and as you'll see, she's now a shorter delivery stride and getting the ball to go up and down, which is, as I said before, what we want to be doing as a spinner.
It's a nice stroke from Jess McFadden. It was full, it was throwing up. It had the dip, as Mark Craig mentioned, but McFadden was equal to it. A lovely shot, burst off the block and beat the cover sweeper.
I'm Eden, though. I'm still pretty happy with that. I think as an off spinner, that's where you want to be getting hit, is through that cover region, allowing the ball to go back in between bat and pad, just slightly over pitch.
She drops that in a bit fuller. Yeah, it's a big period of the game here for the Sparks. Oh, that's come off the bails. That is unlucky. They'll pick up another run there. Oh, that's almost quite dangerous when it comes off the top like that, isn't it? Nasty.
Not much fun, mate. No. Well, in the eye, I don't think would be too much fun.
This is a crucial period here for the Sparks. Carson, their lead bowler, and probably their lead wicket taker as well, you'd like to think, when they're trying to take them through the middle here.
Yeah, certainly important role for the Sparks through the middle here, and in terms of controlling run rate, and I think she's third maybe on the wicket taking list in the competition, so she's a real asset for the Sparks.
Yep, she's got 15 so far this season. And a little bit of turn out there. Is she looking to try and turn them, or is it more in the flight and the guile?
Oh, I think, like I said, she's a spin at the end of the day, so she always want to be trying to turn the ball. But fresh wicket,
so cut away.
There's not going to be a hell of a lot of turn out there today. So I think it's more around just trying to be really consistent with her line and length, and get the batters hitting in the areas that she wants to be hitting.
Wind to speak of as she's in again. Respect. Oh, they're going to pinch a cheeky single. That's good running. Good backing up from King. There was a little look, a glance, and they ran through. And it's a good over. There's 8 from it. And the Wellington Blaze 71 for 1 after 18. Let's have a look at here on the replay, Mark. Just a little drop.
Yep. Yeah, Haley probably just sitting on her heels a little bit there on the ring. I think through the middle there, the people that we've got in the ring are on that one. So really need to be hunting those singles and building pressure in the field as well, as that's another wicket-taking option.
Looks like Molly Lowe to continue for her 4th.
Really impressed with how she started here. Got a nice length. Doesn't offer too much width.
Shot of the groundies there. Nothing to worry about in terms of weather at the moment. Finally, he comes into the circle. She's got a mid-wicket, mid-off, cover, point. There's a cover sweeper, third, long on the fence, and a deep square leg. Hunting in on the ring here. Well placed from McFadden. She'll get a single. They're just happy to tick it over at the moment, aren't they?
Certainly are. Low with a very economical action. I like her run up, good pace to the wicket, and a very nice repeatable action.
So mid-on comes up for King. And try and squeeze here if they can, the Sparks. Got to get that away. Not as much movement anymore, is it? Sort of.
Yeah, that ball's got a little bit older, and that's why I think it's so important. Maybe they look to go to the cross seams, 3/4 seams, and really work hard on that wicket to wicket. Bring the stumps into play, ask them to hit straight, build pressure that way.
Is there a little tickle? There is. And that's the second wicket. Molly Lowe. Caitlin King has to go for 19. A good piece of bowling. Just a little edge. Mark Craig called it straight away.
Great, another great bit of bowling. Holly, been really impressed with her as well. She's a fine weed keeper and up to the stumps there, which is never easy.
We spoke about the line she was trying to bowl. To just run it. A little feather and well taken by Polly behind the stumps. Well, that's what we spoke about. The Sparks looking to continue to take wickets here. It's a good breakthrough.
Quite timely there for the Sparks. Like I said, they've been building some really good periods there today and through the innings, and I think for them moving forward in the back end of this innings is can they stretch those periods of those dot balls and ones and stuff a little bit longer in between the boundary counts and try and starve the Blaze of those boundaries.
Just a little feather on it, wasn't it? Umpire Karnan Jagannath down there. The finger up. Breaks the 50-run partnership here in the final. That brings in Whitefern, Georgia Plymouth. Classy player. Quite been in the runs this competition as she would have liked, but what a time to do it here in the final if she can. The Sparks are going to squeeze here. Felicity Robinson, the captain, she's brought in the deep cover. Just the deep backward square, fine leg and third. They're going to try and squeeze. It's the 4 bowlers used so far from the Sparks. In the black, Hayley Jensen, Eden Carson, Molly Lowe. What other options have they got up their sleeve? Mark, they might look to kind of use as this game goes on.
Yeah, I think they've probably got Felicity Robinson, obviously Susie Bates. Yeah, bowling some little right arm offies.
Susie Bates bowling off spin these days, fantastic.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to see that, to be honest. Yeah, she gets around the ball nicely and
pitched up and Plymouth's off the mark. Takes one out to the sweeper. Yeah, talk to us about, have you been involved in her bowling off spin, or is this something relatively new for those who haven't seen it?
No, there was, again, I think towards the back end of last season, came in and did a wee bit with Susie, and the one thing you love about Susie is she gets something between her teeth, and yeah, she was into it, boots and all, so yeah, works extremely hard at her game, and I think it's great. An athlete like Susie having another string to her bowl.
McFadden slaps that down there. She really is looking to increase the intent.
Yeah, with Susie, I think it's how you can keep a player like that in the game, and not bowling seamers anymore and turning to off spin. I think is just another good way for her to have an impact on the game.
Absolutely. Well, that's the end of the 19th over. 3 from it. The big wicket of Caitlin King by Molly Lowe. And as we were talking about who might be the 5th bowler, there is a change in the attack, and it's the captain, Felicity Robinson, who's going to bring herself on. Jess McFadden, she's going well. She's the leading run scorer in this competition. She's going well here in the final. She's on 35 off 45. She's already tallied 326 in the comp to this point. She is highly likely to end as the top run scorer, and she'll want a few more here for the Blazers. Robinson comes in for her first ball. Oh, and swung away. Just get the one. It's definitely been... It's been ratcheted up, the level of intent from Jess McFadden.
Yeah, there's certainly no siders there, Willie. She was thought, right, this is a bowler that I'd like to target, and yeah, she threw the kitchen sink at it. For the Sparks here, I think, is around trying to see how many balls they can bowl at Plymouth early on, and get as many squeeze as you see the fielders in the ring coming in a bit tighter. Try and bowl as much as you can at the new batter, and starve McFadden of the strike.
Point comes into the circle here, so there's no easy single on the offside. There's about 3 in that. Well, there's 2 in the point region. A short third cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then 2 back on the leg side. So really is trying to keep this tight here for the Sparks. And right on the money from the captain.
Really good call this. Like the fact that they've created the offside there, that wicket to wicket line of length that the Sparks are looking to bowl here. And as I said, the more you keep McFadden off strike.
It's well played. Nice use of the wrists from Georgia Plymouth. She's good in that area.
I think the more they can get McFadden off strike, it's hard if you're constantly off strike and you lose your rhythm. I think as a batter you want your rhythm, facing as many balls as you can and getting into the flow of your innings. So if the Sparks can limit that, chances are going a long way of taking a wicket.
Well, they've almost read that as well. They've put cover back, or mid-on goes back to long on as well, so they know Jess wants to try and take them on. Hits on the pad, just doing a little too much. Warren Lee's pointing down to the leg side, and he's quite right. Just that long on going back took away the option to go over the top, and she's just looking to work it. Wrapped on the pads. Felicity Robinson just getting a bit of movement back in there.
It's gone off the wicket as well.
Oh, and that's good length again. That one's gone the other way. That is a good first over from the captain, asking questions. Just 2 runs from it.
Yeah, lovely start that from Felicity. Had a really nice line and length, and as we've said earlier around the field settings on the offside there, just really squeezing, and a great little finish to close the over out.
Right, well, it's a double change in the bowling. Emma Black, the opening bowler, is back on. Sparks potentially sensing a little moment here to try and take some more wickets, put some pressure on new batter Georgia Plymouth.
Good positive move this from the Sparks. Emma Black been top wicket taker in the competition so far with 21 wickets, and I think it's a really good sign from the Sparks bringing the strike bowler back to really try and break this this middle order open.
Yeah, they're going to ask Georgia Plymouth to try and get off strike here. And there's a bit of width. Probably missed out, but it's going to be a wide. That's how wide it was. Bit of conjecture in the commentary box as to how wide that was, but it's a wide in the book. Plymouth should be looking to seize on any width here. She's got a ring field to try and break in front of the wicket on both sides. Sparks just sort of content to sit in here, aren't they, Mark? They're going to ask Georgia Plymouth to make the play if she wants.
Yeah, correct. I think they've still got a couple of catches in play with Susie, and I'm not sure that is at mid-wicket there, but you're certainly with Emma Black shaping the ball back in, catches in play. So just dropped short of that fielder there at mid-wicket. But certainly, again, it comes back to squeezing as many dots as you can around the new batter. As Bella James is just taking a couple of steps closer. That short mid-wicket there.
One's full, and she'll beat Bates at cover and then get through for a single. Thought Susie almost got a hand on that. Would have been interesting as they set off, but let's have a look on the replay here. Yeah, just beat her. And good running as well. That's what Georgia Plymouth has to do. She has to keep turning it over. Jess McFadden, the senior player at the crease. And will this field spread here? Long on will go back. Deep backward square. They're all up on the offside. So there's a chance if she wants to go through the covers. And the Black looking to bring the ball back in. That's really good length.
Really good stuff this from the Sparks. Emma McFadden can face 1 or 2 balls and over. It's very hard for her to, as we were saying before, keep that rhythm going or momentum of her innings going, and put some dots on those and limit the boundaries, then she will look to invent something, and that brings the Sparks into play.
There's a big gap at wide long on if that's where she wants to drag it. She's content to knock that one back to the bowler. Well bowled. It's the end of Emma Black's 7th over. She has none for 28. No wickets yet for the leading wicket taker in this competition. They have played her well to this point. And Wellington Blaze, they are 78 for 2 after 21. Welcome back to Dunedin here for the Hallyburton Johnson Shield final. Game in the balance at this stage. 78 for 2, the Blaze. Georgia Plimmer, the new batter to the crease after the wicket of Caitlin King. A 50-run partnership she had with Jess McFadden, but the wicket has brought a little bit of a halt to the momentum here. Sparks captain Felicity Robinson's brought herself on. Field is in, they're asking questions. There's the width, and she leans back, and that's a stylish shot from Georgia Plimmer. That'll run away. A timely boundary to get her innings going, her first, and a classy shot, Mark Craig.
Yeah, it certainly was. Waited on it nicely and picked the gap and 4 runs.
There's too much width there.
It's the only time that the Sparks have actually been hurt today, I think, is when they've offered up width. It looks a wicket that when they have bowled straight and just that back of length, top of the stumps, type length, it's been quite hard to get away.
Now she works it through the leg side. Georgia Plimmer just starting to get going now. They really did try and squeeze her early on with the ring fields, but a boundary and a single, and that gets Jess McFadden on strike, who looks like she wants to up the ante. She's 36 off 50, so she's been there over an hour now. Just on an hour and a half. Just going down leg, you'd imagine. A couple of games of cricket we can see from our viewpoint as well, mate. Not sure. Got the code on what that game is over there to the right.
That's the Otago way boys versus the rest of the district, I think. 3-day game, I believe.
Oh, she's missed out there. Jess McFadden, look for the little paddle. Yeah, it's a great viewpoint we have up here. You see right out across the sporting grounds. Football pitches, rugby over there. Forsyth Bar, of course, the Highlanders. Happy with them last night?
I was. Yep. No, I thought they played and Moana as well. To be fair, they played...
And she does get this one away around the corner for a single.
I thought both teams actually played quite well.
Saw the Moana Pacifica boys at the airport as I arrived into this morning, actually. Plenty of sport going on. That's the end of the Robinson over. There's the Otago A game. 3 days. 3-dayer, I'm told. Where is that match at the moment, Steve? Which day of the 3 days, do you know? Oh, the first day, opening up.
There's ball. Yep. I was actually up top having a look, and I believe Shane O'Connor's young fella ran in and scratched off the lefty first ball, so got a feeling it might have been Jacob Cummings.
It's hard lines, first ball of the 3-dayer. Turn our attention back to the University Oval. Women's one-day final here. It's Molly Lowe, or Emma Black rather, back into the attack, looking for her first wicket, the leading wicket taker in the comp, of course. Gives the width, it's a thick outside edge. It was in the air for quite a bit of time. Eden Carson at point. Actually, rather, that's Molly Lowe, isn't it? It's been a change in the bowling. Apologies. Bit of bounce there, though, for that last delivery.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they start going to the cross seams and sort of cutters and whatnot, as opposed to trying to swing it.
Nice to mix up. No run on Susie Bates there, throwing herself around in the field. The senior player, that's what you expect from her, though. She loves it out there with the girls.
Certainly does. Very good athlete, Susie. Yeah, nearly pulled a hell of a run out off quite early on. Diving save, got up, and just missed the stumps. There seems to be that line and length there, Willie, which she looks quite tough to score off. Still plenty in the surface. How patient the Sparks can be in terms of just hitting that line and length over and over again.
As you say, it really has just been the width which they've pounced on. It's been 9 boundaries today. Apart from that, there's been a lot of dot balls in between. Run rate just sitting below 4 and over. Molly Lowe, she has been really impressive here. This is back for her second spell. 1 for 15 into her 5th over. Really seemed to has got a handle on the conditions and what you need to bowl.
Yeah, she's just kept it nice and simple. Bowling to her field and just not offering too much width and just hitting that top of the stump's length.
Oh, Plymouth attacking, and that will beat the boundary rider up and over point. I'm not sure how much she intended it to go there, but that'll be 4 runs, her second boundary. She's away and moving now, 12 off 16.
The old classic commentator's curse. This time she's really offered up a bit of width and has just thrown the hands at it and as you said, managed to squirt it out over point for 4.
Georgia Plymouth, she's liked that area today. That's her second boundary through the point region. She'll go again through the covers. It's well played. A single after the boundary. Textbook batting. And an end to the 23rd over. The Wellington Blaze are 90 for 2. If I go and have a look at the commentary roster, which is written on the back of a press release, I think it might actually be a double change. I think we might be going in Steve Davey and his old mate Warren Lees. Thank you, Mark Craig. This is Willie Nichols signing off. We'll see you in half an hour.
Thank you, Willie. As Robertson, the Otago captain, continues and has Plymouth driving square, but no run. It's a period of consolidation here for the Wellington Blaze after the loss of King. 90 for 2 in the 24th over. Very good partnership of 51 between King and Fadgen. Wide ball. So what do you think, Warren? Wellington slightly, maybe 65-35. That's more than slight.
I think so.
Yes.
I think at this stage of the two teams, it'll be the Sparks who are starting to probably not communicating with each other with these thoughts, but it'll be the Sparks individually who are starting to think this is time for a partnership break. And for those who have played a fair bit of cricket in their team, they'll know that 1 wicket may produce 2. And all of a sudden, you pick up 1 wicket, you put pressure on the new batsman, and you get 2 wickets, and the whole swing of the innings comes back to your team. I think it's worrying now for the Otago Sparks, and that both batsmen are playing properly. They're not trying to hit over the top. Any straight ball they play forward defensively. If it's over pitch, they can drive it. But they're waiting for the width. And as Mark Craig mentioned before, it's the width that's been punished throughout this innings so far.
It's a lovely shot from Plymouth, and it's Lowe who gets to it quickly. It's a good throw coming back, but nice running as well. So 2 completed, and 93 for 2. So yes, Wellington will be very comfortable that they've built a pretty good foundation for launching the second half of the allotted overs.
They have, and although they're picking up the singles now and again, the Sparks have been punished by the boundaries from the wider deliveries.
And quite a number of extras starting to build up as well. We're now looking at 12. 3-leg buys, 8 wides already, Warren, which if you had 8 wides in the whole innings, you'd probably be concerned. You're not even halfway through yet. And that would have been another one, but it's been played by Plymmer out square and they run through for another single.
Yeah, I think, throughout the whole competition, it's been mentioned before, and earlier people have made comment about it, that there haven't been high-scoring games in this competition, and mainly because once you get down to the players who bat at 5 and 6, they're more liable to lose 2 wickets in a row. And that's something that...
Inside edge onto the pads there, that was well bowled. Just took the pace right off it, Robertson. So a good end to the over, 95 for 2 after 24.
Yeah, so the Wellington players are building on a solid base, and we mentioned early on that they didn't come out with the all-out attack as they have played in some other games. They came out with a plan to obviously get through the first 5 or 6 overs, to try and build partnerships, to allow themselves to get in a position where perhaps the last 8 or 10 overs of an innings, as long as they've got wickets in hand, they can actually score quite quickly. Well, the other side of the coin is that the Otago players, the Sparks players, really need to get a breakthrough now and squeeze the new batsman.
Chance of a wicket here, and it's Caitlin Blakely who takes the catch, and that's the end of Plymmer. And that's Emma Black back into the attack, isn't it?
That was a very good catch down at fine leg. It was picked up pretty well. It was almost like a sweep, but getting underneath it, the ball flew down to, I think it was Caitlin Blakely at fine leg. Reverse cup, running forward, but just ran in far enough to be able to take it at eye level and took it very, very comfortably. And as I was saying, it really is a time where the pressure's got to go on in the next 3 or 4 overs with the new batsman coming to the crease. It becomes so important that the Wellington team isn't allowed to continue to build little partnerships. There has to be a time where there's a 4 over period where they squeeze, and perhaps there's only 2 or 3 runs per over during that time.
Very good catch indeed by Blakely, who's, to my mind, has made a bit of a breakthrough this season in terms of her batting. She's always been a good fielder. You see her in many positions in the field, but perhaps just now believing after quite a period of time in the Otago side at this level that she deserves to be there. And we've seen 3 or 4 very good innings and under different sorts of pressure this year.
Yeah, Caitlin started off very, very young in the team and took some time to really, I guess, become comfortable in the dressing room and the surroundings, going out to bat against experienced players from Canterbury or Auckland made it quite difficult for her at times. She's been rewarded because she's such an enthusiastic trainer, turns up on time, has a wonderful smile and says, look, I just love being here. I love being part of the group. And this year you did, right? The rewards have come her way.
And she brought up 100 games in the second of the round robin against Auckland about 10 days ago. So 101 games. She's into the action. As is Black, increases her lead as the most prolific wicket taker in the competition this year. And the new batter is Kasperick, and she's gone first ball. Just pushed it straight back to Black. And the game, how quickly does it change?
Well, so often it does happen when there's been a partnership build and the pressure's going on the fielding team. They pick up that 1 wicket, the one that went down to Caitlin Blakely at fine leg, and immediately the ball's held back a little bit, perhaps a little bit slower than Kasperick would have been expecting, and she's pushed forward to it and has gone back to the bowler who's taken a very, very good catch. But 2 wickets in a row changes the whole innings now. And it was only 3 balls ago that we were talking about Wellington having very much the upper hand. And if the collective thought of the whole Otago Sparks can produce results just because of the enthusiasm that comes with a wicket.
Very good catch indeed, as we see on the replay. Just holding it back and pushing with her hands out in front of her, which is not unusual for your first ball. Hard hands as well. Good catch, diving forward. So 95 for 2 becomes 95 for 4 in the 25th over.
And just a little bit of enthusiasm. that there was probably lacking in the last couple of overs. The girls were on their heels a little bit. There wasn't as much talking between players in the covers and point and mid-off, and now you'll see just the whole team just comes alive again, and they've got to make sure they capitalise on what's just happened in the last 2 balls.
Kate Chandler is the new batter facing the hat-trick ball, and Emma Black thinking, what if she's managed to just get a faint inside edge on that and play it down backward or square.
So pressure now really goes back on the experience at the top of the order of McFadden.
Which is the one bonus that Wellington has at the moment, that McFadden is still there.
Yeah, she'll have different thoughts in her mind at the moment about whether she needs to really re-establish.
Still got half the innings to bat.
It does come down to one player in your top 6 being prepared to bat into the last 5 overs. And it's hard work, really. It makes it very hard, meaning that she has to take the responsibility of batting right through.
It's been mentioned a couple of times this morning and now this afternoon, as that's wider, and there'll be a single here to... Oh no, there's a run out. There's a run out and out. She's gone. Unbelievable.
Well, the hesitation, you see, 2 quick wickets in that over, and then all of a sudden the ball hit out to point. Hesitance between the two batting players, and a good throw back, and all of a sudden one over produced 3 wickets.
Well, I think there was only hesitation from Chandler. Carson, very good throw. And umpire Tina Simmons in good position, as she should be, from point or square leg, depending on from where she's standing. But, gee, there's 3 wickets in the space of 1 run, Warren. And that middle to lower order, which doesn't always get that much batting, because in these games, generally a top order gets you through to maybe the 35th over. And a lot of innings this year haven't lasted the 50. That's the other issue as well. So when they have come in and batted, they haven't made an impression. If they have come in with plenty of time to go, they haven't managed to put that many runs together, or the, you know, so the mindset in that changing room must have changed tremendously.
Oh, yeah, the attitude and the preparation that the next batswoman goes through in the dressing room will be completely different now. It's sort of looking around sideways at people, thinking who's going to go out there and establish some form of a partnership.
What an over this has been. 3 wickets from it, and just the 1 run, 2 wickets to Black, the run out as well, and from 95 for 2, it's now 96 for 5 at the end of the 25th.
Of all the players still to come, I think they've got exactly the right example of someone who fights hard. Jess Kerr has, throughout her cricketing career, had to fight lots of different demons, and to perform at her very best. I really believe that she's a fighter in the game, and if anyone's going to perform some sort of partnership with McFadden, who's on 38 and batting very, very well, it would be Jess Kerr. The experience of playing for the White Ferns and the long experience with the Wellington team. You need someone who's just prepared to push it around and say to the senior batsman at the other end, yes, I'll stick with you well into the 40th over.
More pressure coming back on, applied by the Otago skipper Felicity Robertson. She's reintroduced another White Ferns player, and Hayley Jensen. Be interesting to see if she can take the ball away. McFadden in strike, and we'll pick up a single. But Jess Kerr, who's I agree with you, Warren, someone who's fought very hard to reach the heights she has, and she's now a well-performing player at international level. But she's an aggressive batter. She probably needs to curb that tendency, certainly in the initial stages of her innings.
Yeah, her experience of being selected and then being injured and then not being picked and then getting in the New Zealand team and not getting a great opportunity in certain games, going on some tours and not consistently being selected, means that she really values, I think, every game she plays. And I think there's an attitude of toughness about the way she bowls in difficult circumstances, and also the way she can bat at times too. And probably the perfect foil for McFadden right now.
McKerr to face her first at delivery, and she wafts at it. As is, well, I saw Warren Lee's bat several times not moving his feet the first ball he faced, so we've all done that. Leaden-footed, thinking I need bat on ball, and oh, hang on, it's gone past the outside edge.
Oh, it used to happen many times, don't worry, and quite often I wasn't there by the end of the over either, but yeah, that was just a gentle prod outside off stump, and just watch it go through to the keeper.
And slip to Bella James in its slip.
You tell the other players that you withdrew the bat.
But they know better. Oh, Ian. He's just not going anywhere, and that's scoreboard pressure as much as anything else, I guess. No matter where you've played, how high a level you've played, you look at the match situation, and an over and a half ago, your team's in the ascendancy. Now you'd have to say that Otago has rested that back and is probably just a nose in front. Long way to go. A lot of overs in which to bat. A lot of balls remaining. And McFadden, as you say, Warren, 39 off 58. It's been a well-measured innings to date. And that's better from Kerr.
A little bit closer, you see, the first two deliveries outside the off stump. She actually was pushing towards cover or even to point, and the ball went through to Ingles. But the next, that last delivery straighter, probably at off stump, and she would come forward and hit it with the middle of the bat. She'll feel a lot better, even with only 3 deliveries, that she's middled the ball on the last shot that she's played.
Just 3 outside the circle. Fielding team has allowed 4. Invitations there for Kerr, and this is wide and possibly to be called. No. Just inside the line. Had a waft at it, as you would.
Jensen got away with that. I think she held it back a little bit. You see it bounced twice before it got through to Ingles, so she's probably bowled a slower delivery. Got away with it because the line wasn't great, but it went underneath the bat. There was a little bit more. There you go, Jensen smiling to mid-off as she goes back. But that happens in the situation of the game. The attitude of the players changes.
It's a nice shot from Jensen. She's got it through the gap. She's going to pick up 4. Just threaded the needle, got past Bates and then past Robertson and down to the boundary for 4. Nice way to open your innings. 26 overs now completed. And the Wellington Blaze 101 for 5. Jensen 1 for 17 from 6.
You do notice after you've picked up 1 or 2 or even 3 wickets, as it turned out, it's a strange sort of thing to study, and I've done this all my life probably, and I probably bore people to tears, but body language is just amazing, the changes in the situation of the game. When you look from an outside and you look in, you see right now that there's a bit more movement around with the players in the field, a wee bit more bounce, they're up on their toes, they're possibly clapping occasionally, as I did, someone else did. But you just see, because you've picked up and you've changed the nature of the innings, the enthusiasm is great, goes right through the team.
So Black continuing, she's into her, what over is this one? Can't see that on our scoreboard there at the moment.
But what happens is,
well, she's into her 9th over.
There would have been 2 or 3 bowlers out there thinking, I don't know if I really want to bowl. An over ago, they think, I don't know, I hope I don't get the ball right now. But when you pick up 2 or 3 wickets, everyone's enthusiastic. Everyone wants to turn now, and they want the ball to come to them. They don't care that it's going to be hit hard along the ground to mid-off or whatever. All of a sudden, your whole feeling about the way you're playing as a team changes.
One more here would really kick the door ajar for Otago, especially if it was McFadden. The Black, she'll probably bowl out, will she, Warren? This is her 9th. They've brought Jensen back, so they'll look to keep this combination go for maybe 3 or 4 overs between them.
Yeah, it is. It's quite an important time to get to your 2 most experienced bowlers. Not in this case the most experienced, but most successful.
It's a nice shot off the back foot, but no run, hitting directly to Carson at point.
And it's also a time that I don't know if all the players will understand this because they haven't played that much, but if you pick up 3 wickets and the whole game comes back towards the Sparks with the fielding team, and if you can just maintain that for the next 3 or 4 overs, because you know that the batting team are now saying, no, we mustn't hit over the top, we must rebuild a partnership. So you can have a 3 or 4 over stalemate and the game goes nowhere, but you use up 4 more overs. And that's quite important. And I'm sure that Susie Bates in particular would have passed that message around the team when they gathered together with that run out.
Last ball in Black's 9th over. And it's wide of the off stump, and it's a maiden. And there's been a lot of dot balls. There's been 9 or 10 boundaries, but there have been a lot of dot balls. And it's another maiden for Emma Black, 2 for 29 from 9. 27 gone. And Wellington have just stalled, 101 for 5.
And it's even more important now, Steve, that they bowl straight. Because the thing that punished them early on were the loose balls wide of off stump that get stroked quite easily through the cover or cover point area for boundaries. And there were 2 or 3 overs where there were 2 boundaries hit, and that's 8 runs and over. But if you bowl straight now, you're actually saying to the batting team, you hit across the line or you try and do something different and we have another chance. So you bowl very straight, and all your fielders in particular in the circle are very conscious of just squeezing to stop the ones.
So Johnston does continue as we expected. Just down the leg side.
See, I'm sorry, the people can't all see this, but there's people clapping at slip, there's people running in, there's people backing up that 3 overs ago we didn't see. And the attitude, that the team collective attitude is just fantastic when you can feel your team just dropping away and thinking, oh, this partnership's getting too big, and you pick up those wickets and everyone's enthusiastic again.
Oh, this is just going with hard hands, Jess Kerr, isn't she? She's also running down the middle of the pitch on occasion, the first 3 or 4 steps.
Oh, that's experience.
Yeah,
that's just right. Experience.
Well, you know that she's got Lise Kasparek in her lineup.
That's where you sort of think that perhaps the bowler, the batter running down the middle of the pitch has more experience and has been around longer than the new umpire having second game. That's right.
Yeah, good point.
It never happened when I played.
No, you Stephen Bock on your team just licking his lips at the thought of it. Low, slow pitch at Molyneux Park. Losing the line there a little bit, Jensen.
Very fun times, and very fun times with umpires.
I'm sure, yes. Hasn't one-day cricket changed? 300 now is, it's not a middling score, but it's a score that's quite often posted and quite often attainable. The team chasing. At Molyneux Park, you could defend 180. Especially if you had Melander and Bock on your team.
Yeah, you certainly could. And those days we had local umpire. Oh, sorry.
Steady. That's a good delivery from Jensen, but playing it nicely is McFadden. She'll just have the one as Blakely comes in off the fence.
It is a time where Wellington are now looking towards the end of the innings, and they're not nowhere near there at the moment, but they're thinking of how many overs to go, and you really have to make sure. It used to be, you no matter what, you bat your overs out. Well, there's not much point batting your overs out, and if you're not scoring any runs, you've still got to score runs.
Yeah, the mindset has changed totally.
It's very, very good bowling because both bowlers are sort of just trying to tighten up, bowl straight and let them come forward and play straight, and with a mid-on and mid-off on the edge of the circle, you're actually saying if you want to hit, you've got to hit over the top down the ground, and therefore you're asking the batters to take risks.
The last ball of Jensen's over, and then we'll have a change in the comments seat. Rachel Puller will replace Warren Lees, and that's another good delivery from Jensen. Thank you, Warren. We'll see you later on in the game.
No problem at all. Cheers.
So Jensen 1 for 19 from her 7 overs, 28 overs gone, 103 for 5 Wellington, and the game has been tipped on its head over the last 15 minutes or so. 3 wickets in an Emma Black over. 2 wickets to her, and the run out expertly done from square by Eden Carson. Rachel, welcome back.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, no, it's an interesting time of the game, isn't it? The game was just ticking along quietly, and then in the balance in some respects, and then 3 wickets and 1 over. Amazing how things can just change.
So Black, they're going to keep her for 1 over. She's bowled 9. Jensen's bowled 7. So the opening bowlers have done a terrific job. And Eden Carson back into the attack. Switching ends, giving this plenty of air, and McFadden drives out through the covers. She's going to have 1, might look at 2. No, they've already had 1 whoopsie, and that's a very good throw from Jensen. She's got a great arm on the bounce back to the bowler. So just 1, McFadden 41.
Just seeing McFadden grow in confidence, aren't we? Just seeing a little bit more aggression, opening up new areas. So it's a critical time for the Sparks here, I think.
Yeah, she's definitely the key as Kerr is prepared to defend. Knows that she has a big job in front of her, batting at number 7. Good numbers too, Jess Kerr, but probably never, or very seldom, given the opportunity to bat almost half of the innings, as she goes a little harder at this one from Carson, but they can't get it past low at mid-on. Very quickly through her overs, Eden Carson into her 5th. It's a nice drive from Kerr, but she'll only have 1, sweeping on the offside is Jensen.
There's one thing I think that Felicity Robertson will be very conscious of now, is really getting through those overs, making Wellington suddenly feel like 4 or 5 overs have quickly disappeared in the space of perhaps 10 minutes.
Well, this is a full toss and she gets away with it. McFadden's only able to flat bat it down to long on, low down there, and there's only a single. Yes, that's right. You play mind games all the time in cricket, and if you can sneak in 3 or 4 overs and suddenly the scoreboard changes, and probably less drastically than it looks. Is this another good delivery? Just 3 runs off the over, another good one completed for the Otago Sparks, and Wellington, that momentum which bled off with those 3 wickets in Black's 8th over, where it went from 95 for 2 to 96 for 5, just struggling to get going again. They've got plenty of time, Rachel. Still 21 overs remaining, or 22 overs remaining. It's a long part of the game.
That's right, and Wellington will feel like they have time, and that's why it's actually really important that Otago does sneak a number of overs through at this stage. We're still seeing a number of players up in the circle, putting a little bit of pressure on, but trying to restrict McFadden and getting through these overs is critical.
Looks McFadden and strike. Interesting stance. Sort of closed off stance really, and she plays nicely down towards mid-on, but doesn't get past Saffron Wilson. No run.
So Hayley Jensen here will just be looking to, she probably won't be too concerned if Jess McFadden gets a single through, but her focus will just be, good line, slightly back of the length, let the ball hopefully do a little bit of work still. We're seeing the swing come off a little bit, but just stock standard line and length.
It's a little high, I think. You were an opening bowler, but did you bowl in the middle overs as well, or were you front and back?
Yeah, so look, the game's changed a lot since I've played. So typically bowl in 3s. So start off, bowl a couple in the middle, and then finish probably with 2 or 3 at the end. We've seen today slightly longer spells, which I think was the right call for Otago, with the pressure on early.
A shot from McFadden, but she's only going to pick up 1, and as Rachel Puller has said, Hayley Jensen probably won't mind that too much. McFadden off strike as long as they can. It's Kerr's role, of course, if she can't hit the boundary, then to rotate the strike. Jensen, gee, she's done well. 7 overs and 3 deliveries, 1 for 20. Don't ask for too much more than that.
Just Kerr here will be looking to build in innings. You know, you mentioned there is a number of overs still to go.
Still 20 after
20
this.
overs to go. So key for Wellington here is not to panic, but to really build a solid partnership between these two.
Away with one there, Jensen. Yeah, definitely enthusiasm in there. You've got we've got a lot of good fielders. To be fair, you think of Blakely, Carson, Bates, all their experience, Jensen. So you're covering positions nicely. Otago still only with 3 players outside the circle, sweeping on the offside, backward square and a mid-wicket, or long leg really in a mid-wicket. Well, that's short, that'd be called wide, I think. Sure, yes, indeed. Just a little too short, it was loopy.
Yeah, and you can see what Hayley's trying to achieve there. You know, she's got the deep fine leg and backward square out there just for that ball, but just a little bit too short on that occasion.
I think if Kerr was going for that, she probably would have top-edged it straight back over the keeper's head. You wouldn't have too much chance of hitting that square. Jensen brings Kerr forward and the thick inside edge as it's spilling down towards Wilson at mid-on. So despite the wide, just 2 runs off the first 5 legal deliveries of the over. 7 overs and 5 balls, 1 for 21. Jensen. McFadden is 43. Kerr just backing to get going, 6 off 16. And this is the 30th over. It used to be in the early days of one-day cricket, and I suppose we're going back into the mid-70s onwards and into the mid-80s, late 80s, you double the score from 30, which Wellington would be delighted to do if they could. That's a good diving save from the fielder at mid-wicket, Bella James. She did well there and kept Kerr on strike. So just 2 runs off the over, 108 for 5 after 30. So if you doubled, you're looking at 216, 220, something like that, which it's possible. Be difficult to see from here unless McFadden and perhaps Kerr and maybe the bowlers can go ballistic. But such has been the straight bowling from Otago. They've only really been punished when they've bowled wide. They haven't lost their length too much, just the width. So if they can continue bowling wicket to wicket, then they'll be looking at restricting Wellington to maybe under 170, which with Otago's chasing to win the last 4 games, highly manageable.
Look, I think if you're Otago, you'd take that at the start of the day if you could achieve that. You know, great finish to the over there from Hayley Jensen earlier, making sure that last ball, which so often we see go for 4, is making sure that it was a dot. So I think as long as the team are on the same page in terms of just making sure we're concentrating for the full 6 balls of the over, which is really important but challenging at this time of the game.
Yes, breaking it down over by over. Kerr back on strike and just easing it out through the offside. It's nicely played by Jess Kerr. Just get the feeling with McFadden, she just lost her shape in the last 2 or 3 overs. Some of the shots she's played down the ground, she hasn't moved into the shot. She's tried to, a good old rustic term, hoik it, the old cow corner type mentality, club cricket really. That's better from her. She's played straight, she's got an edge and there's no run, but it's a better shot as in shot selection.
And that's perhaps indicative of some of that tighter bowling that Otago are doing in the last couple of overs. Jensen and Carson now just 2 off this over so far. See another dot there. Jess McFadden should be thinking, geez, we need to keep the strike ticking over, aiming to build that partnership with Kerr. So she'll be, looking to see if she can get a single out to through cover, or the see down to finally there.
Out of wide. Yeah, I don't think she caught up with it, did she? Didn't come off the pad. No signal. Okay, run. Easiest run that Jess McFadden will ever get. The 1-1-1, Nelson. Oh, and it almost worked.
A little bit of width, isn't it? A little bit of temptation.
Into the over, 31 gone, 111 for 5. So another good over from Carson. She's now bowled 6 overs for 25. And just Warren Lees has been outside. He'll be able to confirm. Is that wind just getting up a little bit from the southwest? Temperatures dropped a little bit. Yep. Breezing in from southwest over the Mornington Mary Hill area and down over the campus and into us here at the University of Otago Oval. It's still a brighter sky and good number in watching this Hallyburton Johnston Shield final for the 23-24 season. Otago coming in with 6 wins, 3 losses and an abandoned game. Wellington with 7 wins and 3 losses. But Otago picked up 1 extra bonus point, and they got that in the last round as Wellington was beaten. Their second of the round robin double header a few days ago against Auckland. Saw them sneak ahead by 1 and therefore getting the chance to host the final. And here is Susie Bates into the attack for the first time in the 32nd over. Bowling to McFadden, and it's a shorter delivery and it just sits there and is swatted around the corner for Blakely to come in off the fence, and it's a run. Just one, and they won't mind that because Jess Kerr may well be tempted. Long on in Saffron Wilson down in front of the commentary position. Sweeper on the offside, backward square and a mid-wicket, both on the boundary. And she's hit straight back to Bates and she dropped it. Set up nicely, and the plan wasn't executed. Very unusual for Susie Bates to drop a catch. Very unusual.
Critical moments in games, isn't it,
Yeah,
Steve?
well,
So
that's the 32nd over. Let's remember that. But Kerr was tempted as Bates was off the back foot this time. Just swatting it back, and it came so quickly, and she still can't believe it. There's a replay. Straight back at it, yes, and it perhaps got there just a little bit more quickly, and an awkward height to be fair, dipping. This is a poor delivery down the leg side, almost brings about a wicket on the second bounce out to James, who misfields, but they're not going to run on the throw. Yep.
important time for the Sparks now. So had a wee let off. We've seen just a wee stumble in the field. Just need to just bring it back in, big deep breath, and got ball there. So
she's
just maintaining that
she's
pressure.
Tempting them, isn't she? The ball is hardly arriving. It's just when she's bowling into the breeze as well, so she's using that breeze intelligently, but it's taking an age to get there.
And a little bit slower than Eden Carson. Eden tends to just dip it in, whereas Susie a little bit slower through the year. And you know, some players like McFadden, their eyes will light up, particularly if Susie gets short at all. So just making sure that Susie continues just to toss it up there and tempt the batters.
I think she's hurt her hand actually. Looks as though she's going to go off. Might have just caught her on the thumb awkwardly. Oh no, it's drinks anyway, so she might be getting some remedial repair. So 113 for 5, 32 overs gone, Rachel. McFadden holding the innings together, 46 off 78, Kerr 8 off 22. The scoreboard, in case you've just joined us, Burns was bowled by Jensen for 10, King caught by the keeper Ingalls off the bowling of Lowe for 19, Plimmer caught by Blakely down at a deep, almost long off really, wide long off the bowling of Black for 16, and that was the start of an over where the rot set in for the Sparks. So Plimmer was out first for 16, then Kasperick, first ball, just played it straight back to Black, good diving catch forward as the ball hit high on a defensive shot from Kasperick. She was out for no score, and then a couple of deliveries later, Chandler and McFadden, a bit of a mix-up, hesitation from Chandler, and she was well run out with an expert throw from Carson for 1. So from 95 for 2, it very quickly became 96 for the loss of 5. Still there though is McFadden on 46, Kerr is 8, and some very good bowling, especially from Jensen and Black. Garson has done very well, as has Lowe. So just the 6 bowlers used now by Otago, and as Rachel Puller has suggested, if they can break it down over by over, concentrate each and every delivery, then they'll think that they have just a little advantage. 18 overs to go, and the Wellington Blaze are 113 for 5. The key?
McFadden.
Correct.
So critical now that she kicks on, sees this innings through, allows Jess Kerr's job to turn the strike over, and allow McFadden to really take control of this game. We haven't really seen either team really grasp the game at this stage. Had absolute moments. We've had Otago key over with 3 wickets, but the game is absolutely here to be taken control of by one of these teams.
The drinks break is over, and we're seeing Eden Carson practice both left-handed and running in off a run-up of about 20 metres. She's a fast bowler trapped in a spinner's body. Did you ever want to bowl spin, Rachel? You just want to come in and intimidate?
I started actually as a wicketkeeper, believe it or not, playing the high school first 11, and then coaches later on said, no, not having a bar of that, you're too tall, you're going to be a bowler, so that's what it was.
Well, there have been some tall wicket-keepers. I think of Mike Wright from Northern Districts. He was about 6'4", wasn't he, Warren? Well, he can't speak. He's got a... What do you got there? Is Jude watching today's game? Will I get you in trouble if I say you're onto your 14th cookie? There's no food left because Bradley Scott and Mark Craig are like gannets, eh? They've never been fed in their lives. No, thank you. This is down the leg side, and Ingles can't quite. I don't think there was any touch. Ingles, very valiant attempt, take it on the leg side. So that both teams have to start again after a drinks break. It might have been a wee glove onto the pad. Carson has resumed her duties very well. So you're right, Rachel. It's the next 4 or 5 overs really. You can stamp your authority on the game and then take it to the end. As McFadden drives square, they'll take a single. There's a good throw by James back at the stumps at the non-strikers end. They'll come back for no, they won't. There's a thought of an overthrow, not there. The Otago players coming from everywhere. There's energy in the field, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, which is really what you'd expect to see after a drinks break. Renewed enthusiasm. Got around about 60 minutes to go in terms of the innings, especially with a couple of spinners on to speed things up. Really want to, as I say, get through these overs. If you're sitting in Wellington's shoes at the moment, you're thinking, geez, we're probably a little bit short at the moment. We really need to kick on. I'm mindful of the fact that you are 5 wickets down. There's Jess Kerr, Healy, very experienced player. Hasn't scored a huge amount of runs in the last sort of 4 or 5 games for Wellington. For 2 and 8 in a most recent games against Canterbury. So hasn't spent long periods of time in the middle, which is the opportunity today.
So Bates bowls to Kerr, who drives nicely down to Wilson, coming in from the long line boundary. Bates, obviously no major damage to that hand, if any at all. She seemed to be just a little bit ginger as she ran from the field. Still brewing as the ball is hit back on the bounce. Crowd catch, some of the crowd going up. Just ruining that opportunity. Jess Kerr swatting one back at her. Came at an awkward height, but Susie Bates is such a good fielder. This has given plenty of air. And it's threatening to York herself there, McFadden, but is it nicely down to Wilson at long on, and there's another single. who's going to settle the quicker after the drinks break is the question. Bates has started well, halfway through her second over. Just given up 4 runs. And that's pretty agrarian there from Kerr. She's going to pick up 2. They come back on the throw, they will. Good arm, Bella James. Very good throw indeed. Plenty of time for 2. Good fielding out on the mid-wicket boundary. Is that Caitlin Blakely out there? I think it is.
Interesting that fields remain the same for both these batters, both for McFadden and Kerr, who's on strike. We're not, we're just seeing deep mid-off go back now, interestingly, for Kerr. Given that, Healy McFadden is ultimately the senior player at the moment in terms of dominating the batting. What I want to see just a little bit more pressure go on to Jess Kerr here.
Will Bates out the back of the hand, just over the top of the leaping fielder. That's Bella James at mid-wicket and down to the boundary for 4. So a good end for the Wellington Sparks. The end of that over. 33 now gone. Another boundary to McFadden. And the score to, where's it gone to? 120. Oh, that's behind, so it's 124 for the loss of 5. Change in commentary with Willie Nichols coming back.
Thank you, Steve. Steve Davey, legend, stepping out. Big shoes to fill. Good afternoon, Rachel.
Good afternoon, Willie. Yeah, interesting time here. Susie Bates would have been disappointed with that end to that over. It's so important that last ball on the over that it's a dot and not 4. She'll know that more than anyone.
That was a good shot from Jess Kerr, wasn't it? The slog sweep. And Carson working away. Jess McFadden. I've done well to starve her of the strike here, really. She's been in since the start. 48 off 85. They've been able to keep her quiet with the wickets falling at the other end. And they'll pinch a single in there. That's good running. Should get to the other end. Move to 49. Sparks will be pretty happy with this position at present.
Yeah, the game's still a little bit in balance here. I think we still need to kick through the overs. I think there's not express pace in between the overs, and you can just sneak the game away from the opposition if you're rushing through, particularly if there's only ones or dot balls happening. You can speed the over, speed the game up, and all of a sudden Wellington have gone from 34 overs at 126 to suddenly 40 overs and they're 142, for example.
Well, that's well placed by Jess McFadden, and she'll pick up 2 and take her through to her 50. Warm applause from her teammates. They know how important this knock has been. She's held the innings together while it teetered with those 3 wickets in the 1 over. She gets a handshake from Jess Kerr. Well played, Jess McFadden.
Yeah, critical innings for Wellington that Jess McFadden has played here. Easy to feel the pressure, the scoreboard pressure that perhaps has been ticking over. And at times we have seen that, but she's not been stressed by the fact that there has been dot balls, and hopefully recognising the critical role that she now has to play for her team, and she has to bat through the next 15 overs. Critical for Wellington.
Yeah, 15 overs still to go. Jess Kerr, the number 7, and they're into Hannah Francis, Nicole Beard, Tash Kadir, Zara Jetley and Gemma Sims. So it's a big partnership, this one, for the Blaze. The Sparks will know if they can break this, then there's a real chance of bowling them out here in the final. And Susie Bates, she is out of the attack after that over. Just the 2 overs for Susie. Didn't bowl badly, but that slog sweep from Kerr's brought her out, and the captain, Felicity Robinson, has brought herself back on. Still a bit of shape. Kerr rocks back. Well played. Can't beat point. If she had, it would have been 4.
I feel that Jess Kerr's now, looks like she's played herself in now. You know, growing in confidence with some of those shots. We saw a big slog sweep out to cow corner before, and even just that, the intent of that shot just now, she's looking a little bit dangerous from my mind.
Oh, that's a great stroke. Hit hard, back down the bowl. Oh, well fielded down there. Saffron Wilson, I think. She's done well. Jess Kerr opening the shoulders. She is a good ball striker, and I ran into Ben Sawyer actually at the Dunedin airport this morning, and he's here watching today. And the White Ferns, they'd love to see Jess Kerr continue to improve her batting. Could be a sort of genuine all-rounder one day, do you think?
Oh, I think that's absolutely an opportunity for Jess Kerr. And opportunities like this to build an innings, not necessarily coming in the last few overs.
Bowled full.
And of course, every pace bowler aspires to be that genuine all-rounder, don't they? So, you know, Jess will be absolutely no different, and obviously her sister leading the way there in terms of the batting. So Jess will be absolutely wanting to be spoken of in the same breath, so to speak.
Yep, there's a list of pace bowlers who many thought. I mean, Tim Southey comes to mind, start of his career. Jess has certainly got the power, and today she's showing a little bit of the touch and the skill. She can continue to work with McFadden here and put on a total and go a long way improving her credentials. Oh, that one's really flighted up. Slower ball, something out the side of the hand potentially. Thought it was going to be a big rank full toss, but it definitely dropped down, and McFadden couldn't beat point. Tucks that one away. Quick single, well run. That's what the Blaze need to do here. Keep the scoreboard ticking over, even if they're not taking risks and coming for the boundaries. Or maybe Jess McFadden saying to Jess Kerr, I'll get the ones if you want to have a bit of a hit.
She's not saying that, in all honesty. And the reason for that is that Wellington still have a lot of time. It probably feels to them like they don't, like they do need to really kick on.
That one slashed away. Carson at point, couldn't get a hand on it.
Wellington at this stage should at the very least be looking to get a runner ball. Yes, they're 5 down, but 2 very experienced players both now have batted themselves in. Jess Kerr's absolutely done a lot of hard yards.
Oh,
very close.
Yeah. You know, you're right, Rachel, aren't you, really? If they can just keep building here, anything up and over 200, you'd feel they'd take from here. I mean, if they can work their way and give themselves a platform at the end. I mean, both these players can really strike, and if they are there into that last 5-10 overs, then they can do some damage. But another wicket here, and the tail is exposed. Eden Carson comes back into the attack for her 9th over. She's got 2 overs to go. It's a good start.
A couple of options in the field here for the Wellington team to keep the strike being ticked over. Long on, back, deep cover.
Whoa. She says, I'm going to go over mid-wicket again. Is there 2 there? That's good running. McFadden turns and goes. Good value for the shot. Yeah, well, you feel like the Sparks, they're going for the jugular here. They want to try and bowl them out. Black, Johnston and Carson, they've only got 5 overs left between them, and they need to find another 9 overs out of the rest of their bowlers. Molly Lowe, she's got 5, but it's the 5th chain, Jobson, Robertson and Bates. Between them, they're going to have to find another 4 overs. So a little bit of a roll of the dice here going back to Carson. Try and get the wicket.
Yeah, that's definitely what will be in the mind.
Down the wicket from Kerr. Whoa, comes off the outside edge.
Just get a sense of the urgency just lifting, don't you? Some of those aerial options coming into play. A little bit more than previous. Of course, that's the natural options for probably both these Wellington players. So we go again over to deep long on there. Something that the Otago team will be mindful of is those natural hitting arcs of both Jess Kerr and McFadden here.
Oh, that's well played. Nice touch from Jess Kerr, just opening the face. Taking the singles, as Rachel Puller mentioned. And that is a productive over. 5 from it, that's all they need to do. It's what you've spoken about. Run rate sitting at 3.68. They're 136 for 5. 13 overs to go here in the final. And a real partnership building here for the Blaze.
Captaincy is really critical here from Robertson for the Otago team. She'll be seeking to strike that balance between having enough cover on the boundaries with those, the likes of deep square leg or deep long on out, balanced with trying to keep just enough pressure on. You don't want Wellington to suddenly get away from you at this point, now that those 2 Wellington players are set. So we're seeing 3 players on the boundary currently. Sorry, 4.
3 on the onside as well. Oh, she's chipped it back and it's been dropped. Robinson throws the hands over the face. Maybe deceived by how quickly or slowly that came back at her, but she wasn't able to hang on to it. Oh, it's just gone straight through the hands. That would have been it. The 6th wicket they've been chasing. That's better on the spot. Yep, they've got 3 back on the leg side to Jess Kerr. It's the long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square, so they know that's her arc. If you want to go over the offside, that's fine. But they're going to protect the leg side boundaries. It's well played. Under the eyes, out to the sweeper, and get McFadden on strike. Robinson potentially going to keep working away from this end and rotate frontline bowlers from the other.
Otago, you're right, they do need to fill in that sort of 5th bowling option, don't they? Just making sure that the intensity really high, bowling nice and tightly.
Getting that to go down leg. It's sort of moved around most of the day for the Sparks. Heavy cloud conditions here at the University of Otago Oval in Dunedin, but just went for a walk around the ground before. There's a good crowd building.
And that'll continue into the afternoon as folks come out on their Sunday afternoon here in Dunedin as well.
Oh, how has that missed? Goodness me, it's gone straight over the middle stump. It'll go for 4 byes. It's beaten everyone. I thought for all money that was going to castle her.
Wellington won't mind how they get them.
Absolutely.
In the book.
Oh, look at this. Firstly, Robinson, she could have had 2 in the over, but as Rachel Puller says, that goes onto the scorebook and into the scorebook for the Blaze. Edging clamps down on that, can't beat point though. And that'll be the end of the over, just the 1 run off the bat, but the 4 byes. The Blaze 141 for 5 after 38. Great stint there from a White Fern. Rachel Puller, and 1 quick in for another. Bradley Scott comes in. Welcome, mate.
Yeah, cheers.
Quick's a bit generous was the quote from Mark Craig at the back. His old mate Bradley Scott.
Especially later on in the career, but time waits for no man or woman for that matter, does it?
Absolutely. What have you made of since your last commentary stint? There's been a bit of carnage out there, and then a rebuild here from McFadden and Kerr.
Yeah, they've chanced around a bit in the last couple of overs, haven't they? And it's helped them gather a bit of momentum.
Hayley Jensen back into the attack. Still a few overs to get out of the 5th bowling option. 3 more, I think. Emma Black has 1. This is Jensen's 9th. Eden Carson has 1. Molly Lowe still has 5. It'll be interesting to see how the captain Robinson works the bowlers here. She obviously wants to try and bowl the Blaze out, I'm imagining.
Yeah, definitely. And as our esteemed colleague Warren Lee spoke earlier about, once you do get these sides 6 or 7 down, then you do open up an end with the chance of squeezing the new batsmen and putting them under pressure.
That's well bowled, Jensen. She has bowled well today, 1 for 21 into her 9th over. We saw her swing it up front. She moved it back as well to the right-hander. She's also got the slower balls and the variations that we see a lot when she plays for the White Ferns, particularly in the shorter format.
There's also no change in the women's game. When you get to the 40th over, you don't get an extra fielder out. Still only allowed to have 4 out. So it'd be interesting if these two have actually spoken about maybe just seeing Hayley off to allow
she
themselves
goes in
to
short, yeah, digs it in. Yeah, well, it does feel like this is the partnership for them, isn't it? I mean, they've put on
close to
45 so far. And as we spoke about, the 3 lead bowlers from the Sparks, they've only got 3 overs between them to go. Although in saying that, Molly Lowe was impressive earlier on, but maybe they do feel if they can see off the likes of Jensen and Black and Carson, then there could be some runs at the back end. It's on the money from Jensen. What have you made of watching Jess Kerr bat live here today? We've obviously seen her hit the ball with power for the Blaze through the season and for the White Ferns as well, but she's had to show a bit of touch here as well today.
Yeah, she certainly does have ability with the bat. She does hit the ball hard when she chooses to, and I think that's probably her challenge, as you've spoken about. That's her challenge to get to that next level, to be a genuine all-round option for the White Ferns. Sorry.
And pokes in there, no single. We'll be looking at a maiden in the 39th over here. That is the pressure that the Sparks are able to exert. It is a final. And they know if they're not going to take wickets in this period, then it's about creating dots and creating pressure.
I mean, I think Wellington is probably targeting 200, aren't they? Is it? And then I think both sides would probably be happy if you'd said to them both at the start of the innings, 200. Might be, the Sparks are probably happy chasing that, and the Blaze are probably happy trying to defend it.
Yeah, well, that completes a good over. It's a maiden from Hayley Jensen. No runs on the ball, but not another wicket on the tally. It's 141 for 5. There's 11 to go here at the Uni Oval. Still thick cloud cover, a little bit of a breeze. If you stay down there long enough, it does get quite cold. But maybe that's just my Auckland blood speaking. But the players out there moving around, it wouldn't be the worst temperature, I'd imagine.
I think the Sparks and the Blaze, this is Dunedin and Wellington weather all on the same day. Maybe not quite as windy as Wellington can get, but I've always thought they're pretty similar climates, to be honest.
You would have seen some colder days here, I'm sure, in your time.
There's been a couple. And sometimes it's also the best place in the world to watch and play cricket too, really, but a bit chilly today, but you can bring a rug.
Absolutely, and some good setups down there as Fadgen cuts that away, makes the early single. Oh, some great little spots if you look around the crowd, and there's a healthy smattering of fans in, and as Rachel Puller mentioned, you'd like to think a few more will get down, particularly if the Sparks are in a run chase here to try and win the Hallyburton Johnson Shield. A great occasion here in Dunedin.
Well, I imagine there's a few more puffer jackets here than there are at...
That's been slapped, and that'll go away for 4. Was not her best delivery, and it was put away from Jess Kerr. Lay the front foot down. That's her 3rd boundary, takes her through to 29.
Yeah, Robertson's gone for the change of pace here. And just dragged it down a wee bit.
Yeah, she's got a good swing of the back, Jess Kerr. She's powerful, and once that beaten it off, it was away to the fence. Now she's full on the leg side, and that's chipped out into the deep. It's well placed, though. They might look at 2. They won't get it, though. Bella James doing the fielding out there, or
Caitlin Blake.
Caitlin Blake? They did well, the two fields, to converge on the ball.
She's done a good job on that boundary fair. I think her and Eden Carson have probably been the pick of the Sparks fielders.
I wonder if the Blaze, do they look, we've spoken about the limited overs left of Black, Jensen and Carson, do they look to target maybe the fifth bowling option here, as they still have to get a few out of them, the Sparks?
Yeah, with Molly Lowe having only bowled 5 overs, I'm not sure if she'll be able to bowl 5 straight. That's a big ask for someone, unless you're better bowling to different players, like picking up wickets. It is a big ask for someone to bowl 5 straight at the back end.
Yeah, I would have expected to see her back into the fold. I mean, I'm assuming she is still out there and available to bowl.
Yeah,
Said it,
that's her.
Warming up at short third, maybe.
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, it's a big swing to the leg side. That'll go all the way up onto the bank. The first 6 of the day. Jess McFadden, what a strike.
That's a great shot. Great timing. Picked her spot.
And a great way to finish the 40th over. That one got up and it just kept on going. She has got power and the kids are running for it. It's gone right up over to the fence.
Yeah, 6, 1 bounce and out of the ground. Fantastic stroke. So
that's
Robertson,
the way the ball was coming back into her, wasn't it? She's just gone with it, but she got every bit of that.
Bit of it, definitely, yeah.
Here on the replay, oh yeah. Great stable base, good swing of the bat. Jessica says, yeah, good shot.
Yeah, which does put the Sparks' 5th bowler, as we've just been talking about, under a bit of pressure. That's 8 overs between Bates and Robertson. So still 2 to get out of them 2. I wonder if Susie's finger or hand would get hurt in that dropped, caught and bowled opportunity. So here is Molly Lowe.
Molly Lowe back into the attack, 1 for 20 today. She has been impressive up front, but she might have to bowl all 5 through to the finish here. She's into Jess Kerr, 10 overs to go. The Blaze wanting to put the foot down. 153 for 5. They really teetered for a little bit there, but every over that they keep picking up runs and not losing wickets, you feel like their potential score continues to grow.
Yeah, well, 5 and over for the last 10 gets them to 204. I'd say that would be the minimum, as long as these 2 can bat to probably the 45th, 46th. We used to talk about wickets in hand with overs remaining, so when you can have a real dip, depending on what you think of the makeup of your side. But if you're still 5 down, then you get that luxury of going with 5 overs to go. If you lose a couple more, you might have to wait till the last 2 overs, just to give you that chance to not get bowled out.
Can't beat Bates at cover. There's a long on, a deep backward square, and a cover sweeper along with a third. We have spoken about this partnership, the quality of the 2 players versus potentially not such a strong options to come. It's a massive partnership in the context of this game. Oh, that's another big shot over the onside. Will it beat the boundary? It will. It's a target area for McFadden, and she is starting to make hay here at the Uni Oval.
Yeah, not a whole lot wrong with that ball. Like, Molly Lowe's trying to be full and straight, but maybe just slightly too leg sideish for McFadden to free her arms. And I mean, she's been in there since the start, so she knows the pace of the wicket now and can take that, I guess, risk of playing across the line because her eyes on.
Yep, it's an area of strength. I did wonder whether they might look to move the long on around or have a deep mid-wicket, but potentially also the Sparks happy for her to take that risk. So far, it's been paying off for McFadden. She is going well into the 60s now. And it's width and just sneaks inside the wide line there.
I mean, it's not a completely defensive field, is it? Third man could come up inside the circle to drop back. As you say, a deep mid-wicket or long off if you want to go full and straight, but I guess McFadden tends to, you know, bottom hand dominant, so it goes to the leg side, the on side.
She does have, yeah, good power. Oh, and there's that power, or not. Oh, it's going to be out. I thought she got it better than that. She hasn't. Molly Lowe, she has her second. McFadden goes for 64.
And the worm turns. This is the beauty of one-day cricket, I guess, over an extended game, Willie. They've lost their 6th wicket. And I think it's the skipper, Felicity Robertson, who's put it upon herself to stand at mid-off and talk to the bowler, and she's taken a very good catch. Yeah, a crucial catch. They have broken the partnership. 62-run partnership. Molly Lowe, speaking about Jess McFadden's power, she tried to take it over mid-off. I thought she actually got it. She hadn't, and a great catch from Felicity Robinson, going back over the shoulder, never straight forward. What a fine innings from McFadden. What a fine season. Almost 400 runs in the season. Yeah, absolutely. She's played well today. Her teammates applauding her coming in. 6 boundaries, a single. 103 balls for her 64. It really was the glue in this innings. Although they're 7 down now, she has given them the sniff at posting a decent total. But for the Sparks, that's exactly what they wanted, Bradley Scott. Yeah, definitely. Now they'll look to put the squeeze on the new batter. I'd be very surprised if they keep 4 out. Are they going to keep 4 out? Maybe for this time of the innings they're going to keep the 4 squares as it is. Third man finally, cover point and backward square or deep square. Well, Hannah Francis, the number 8, is the new player to the crease. And she'll get herself off the mark nicely. Drops it into the covers. But a good over from Molly Lowe. She has made the breakthrough. 2 for 26 after her 6. And the Blaze, 159 for 6. There's 9 overs to go here in this Hallyburton Johnston Shield final. Dunedin's University of Otago Oval. A beautiful picture. I think we might be looking at one more change in the commentary roster before we take you down the stretch of this first innings. I'm going to bring in Steve Davey, who's going to have a chat with Bradley before it might be Mark Craig to finish us off. Warren Lee's also sitting in the lineup, looking dangerous, ready to go at any time. Thanks, Willie. What this wicket is allowed to do is Felicity Robertson's going to stay on. She had maybe one expensive over, but with the breakthrough means they can try and squeeze the new batter, and 6 in the ring now. Of course, that was the last ball of the over. They were happy for her to take a single.
So Francis is in strike, and she's started well, hasn't she? A couple of singles off the first 2 balls she faces. A lot more pressure now on Jess Kerr, Bradley. But she looks as though she's up for it too. I like the discussion about the fact of her, and she'll have always had the aspirations, but they're coming more and more to fruition with regard to becoming a genuine all-rounder, which is the nature of one day and certainly 2020 cricket now, and that transposes into the test and first class and test arena as well. Most where you had bowlers, specialist bowlers, very few of those now. Most people have got at least 2 strings to their bow. You know, the days of chances of running out, but not really. The days where you'd hide bowlers in the field somewhere and they weren't expected to get any runs with the bat either. Well gone. For the betterment of the game.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, the game's changed and all 3 facets are important, aren't they?
Absolutely. So pressure on Kerr and Francis to stay with her and rotate the strike. Certainly Wellington was looking at 200 plus, with McFadden still there, and a very fine innings indeed, 64, and a 60-run partnership between her and Kerr. Could have ended twice. Otago dropped 2 caught and bowled opportunities. Bowled by Robertson, just squeezing. 2 runs off the first 4 deliveries of the over.
What I like about Frances coming in is she's trying to look busy. You know, she's got 2 singles. She's just played a lovely defensive stroke to mid-off, which probably in a previous life when I was younger I didn't worry about those sort of things, so it was very nice on the eye. And she's tried to work kind of way there again, but...
This is down the leg side and be called wide. And justifiably so. Tina Simmons and Kanan Jagannathan are umpires today. Lindsay Nielsen and David Perry are scorers. Sue Morris is the match referee. Tim O'Sullivan, match manager. A cast of thousands. Ronnie Visser with camera. That's a wide. Regan Ramsey Boyd, technician. Bradley, Warren, Rachel, Mark, Willie.
It's a team effort.
Me.
It's a team effort.
Great. Like a test match. This is the test match, I guess, for many of these young women. Many of them, this will be the highest level in which they play, as Frances drives nicely, but no run. So they'll look back, and for some of them, I guess, it's inevitable. This will be the only final they play. It's just the nature of sport. A highlight in their careers.
Well, potentially. I mean, Wellington's trying to go back to back. I mean,
yes,
do the double, isn't it?
Indeed. Indeed. Good over from Robertson. There was a couple of wides in there, but 4 runs coming from it. So 163 to 6 after 42. Revision in their, what they'll be thinking in terms of a target?
Oh, I think 200's still in their minds, definitely.
8 overs, they'd need 5 and overs. Yeah, still 5s.
It's probably more now when they take the real risk of really taking the long handle. Probably now they're going to have to wait till 47, perhaps.
Well, the low, interested to hear you felt that it's a lot of overs for low to bowl, 5 in a row at the end, but the fact that she picked up that wicket will change that markedly. You've still got 1 remaining from Carson. Black has 1, Jensen has 1. Low's got 4, so that's 7. They only need 1 more, don't they?
Yeah, so Robertson, I assume, will bowl the next one. Yeah. Or what they could do is stop her there and try and actually bowl them out. And just bowl the last over if needed, which can be a bit risky, but if she feels that, you know, Jessica's got her number, that last over,
yep.
You know, there are 4 dots.
Moving
apart from the wide, you probably would have been happy with it. So get that over out of the way and then rely on your guns to see out the innings.
Yeah, moving the pieces around the chessboard, eh? You're trying to be about 4 moves ahead of your opposition, or at least 1. At least 1. Low has Kerr heading in the air, and she hasn't timed it, and just as well because it's bounced in front of Black, fielding at a wideish, deep mid-off position, and picks up a single. So 164 for 6. It's going to be a healthy run chase, whatever Wellington end up with. A lot of teams haven't gone past 140, 150 this year. Low forcing Frances onto the back foot. Bowling well, Molly Lowe. This is good effort. 6 overs and 3 balls. For 6.5 overs. When you hear people say 6, if it's 6 overs and 4 balls, right? You see that on the scoreboard, 6 point, and people say 6.4. It's not 6.4, is it? It's 6 overs and 4 balls. 6.4 is under half an over.
6 2/3. Yeah. I guess cricket has a couple of strange weird goings on like that.
No, it's 6
to be
overs and 4 balls now.
You want it to be decimalised, if that's such a word.
No, it's 6 overs and 4 balls. It's not hard to say. 6.4 overs.
Say 6.4.
Well, they never got school cert maths, did they? The Low doing a really good job here, squeezing just the 1 run off the first 4 deliveries that she's bowled. And she's going to give up a single here as there's a dive from Carson at point to try and cut it off and perhaps affect the potential of a run out to the boundary rider Jensen. And another run, but 1 only. So 2 runs off the 43rd over to date. 165 for 6. This is hit in the air, another chance of a catch coming in to look and take it, and dropping it. Dropping it is the captain, I think. Is that Robertson? I think it is. The ball's hit in the air by Kerr, and she's been dropped 3 times in getting through to 34. So she's riding her luck. 166 for the loss of 6 at the end of the 43rd over. Hit high in the air, coming in and making a lot of ground from a deep mid-off, not quite long off, doing all the work. Mark Craig back in the commentary seat. So Otago have dropped 3 catches, and they might well rue that.
Correct. Yeah. I just think she made really good ground getting there, Felicity, and probably just didn't quite get settled. Eyes level under the catch there, and unfortunately binned it. But you're right, could be prove costly.
Curzon striking in, hitting high and high over the top of Bates and down to the boundary at long off for 4. Well, I think she's pushed the switch. Nicely struck, beautifully struck. Robertson perhaps still smarting it a little bit from that catch.
Really impressed me today, Kerr. Her ball striking's been phenomenal.
And she's in strike again as she looks to pull the ball across the line and is beaten off the pitch.
Yeah, really good cricket shots, holds the shape, strikes the ball really nicely. That effortless power, as they say.
Johnston bowling again, and Kerr just waiting for it. And playing a beautiful square drive out to the sweeper at point. Olivia again. Yeah, she does. She has a nice touch. Yeah. She's growing in confidence as a player, and that's a big part of cricket, as you know.
Yeah, massively. Really interesting, I think, to Bradley's point earlier. Do you go, obviously, trying to get an over or so maybe out of Susie or whatnot to take the pressure off, and 5 overs on the bounce of a certain bowler at the end, lining them up, or do you go for the jugular and try and bowl them out, which I'm probably leaning more towards that theory as opposed to look, you take a couple of wickets here, especially Kerr. It really opens up the tail end.
Yeah, you'd think McFadden was certainly the Kerr for was the key. Sorry, for probably the first 2/3.
Correct.
And now it's Kerr. Yes, they'd really move that door open if they could make up another one here, especially Kerr. And that's a beautiful drive from Kerr, and that's out to the boundary for 4 at extra cover, moving her feet beautifully, just opening up the ability to hit through the offside. That's a genuine cricket shot. The end of 44 now, 176 for 6, and Kerr going beautifully. 43 off 58, and Francis lending some good support. Expensive over from Carson, 10 from it.
Number 47 off 10 for Eden, and she'll be disappointed closing out that last over of her spell. But again, they weren't terrible balls. I think they were really good shots from Kerr. So I think we go back to that earlier point I was making in the day around with Kerr being the informed batter and the really go-getter is how the Sparks starve her of strike. She's got a rhythm going, she's got a tempo going. How can we keep her off strike?
Low bowls to Francis. She drives nicely, squares, going to pick up a single out to Jensen. Sweeping on the offside.
And I think that's where the Sparks need to look, is around how do we get ones, how do we keep Kerr off strike and minimise that boundary count at the back end of this innings. Get hit to your sweepers, get one, get it down the other end, and try and build on the new batter.
Flats it. The bowler, good fielding by Lowe. He'll be feeling good about things. Into our 8th over, 2 for 30 in the final. Pretty good.
Been very impressed. Yep, as I said earlier on today, she nice and simple, running up, hitting a good length, bringing the stumps into play, and only really been hurt when she's offered a little bit of width. But no, excellent stuff in a final.
Thick edge, and it's going to fly down to the boundary at 3rd man for 4. Well, you ride your luck, you drop 3 times, get a thick edge, it's bound to go to the boundary, isn't it? Closing in on a half century. Yes, Kerr she'll be delighted, and this will transpose into her bowling as well. The confidence from one half of the game to the other.
Exactly right. Yeah, you get a bit of momentum, and the game's cricket are all about momentum as well. So whoever can finish this back end of the game the best takes that momentum into the next innings.
Well, they're looking to go well past 200 here, Wellington. It's a nice drive from Kerr, but only as far as Bates on the edge of the circle. Look. Cover, extra cover. Low, 2 balls remaining in the over. She just needs to hold it together, and then she potentially has 2 remaining. Well, she does have 2 remaining, whether she bowls them or not. Jensen's got 1. Carson's bowled out. Black's got 1. Offering width, and that's going to go to the boundary for 4 at backward point. 9 off the over, 10 off the last over from Carson. Really starting to accelerate, and 50 up for Kerr. 51 off 62. Handful of boundaries in that, and 3 or 4 of them in the last 3 overs. It's a beautiful innings from Jess Kerr, and helping guide her team to a very, I won't say it's a target that will frighten Otago, but it's certainly defendable. And a wicket or 2 early on. Her last ball of the over, and she's hit it past Bates, and work for Jensen to do, and she can't get there. Extra cover, 4 more, and that's 13 off the over. And a very good over indeed. 189 for 6 after 45. We're looking at 220.
They certainly are. Another classic example there of just that effortless power. Really good cricket shot, held her shape, crunched it through the covers, and just beat Susie at cover there. I think it's really important for the Sparks here too. In games, you're going to have periods where the opposition get a partnership going and get going, and they've just got to be mindful that their energy levels are still up, their body language is still up. As one wicket will open that right back up again, and not let this game drift and get away from them, because they've done really well up to this point, and it's the ebbs and flows of the game where the Blaze are certainly putting it back on the Sparks currently.
Robertson, that's a nice shot from Francis, doing excellent work here for the Blaze, just rotating the strike nicely. So Lowe has 2 overs available. Black 1, Jensen 1. This is Robertson bowling now, so this is the 46th. So Lowe probably will have to complete her 2 overs, which is a big stint at the end. So Otago will look back and they'll think we dropped Jess Kerr in the 32nd over, 38th over and 43rd over. Rather nicely Kerr down to deep mid-on position for another single.
I think with Kerr there, it's a case of trying to block off one side of the field. Try and get hit to your sweepers, get it down the other end, and build on Francis. And what Francis is doing here, she's doing a great job of getting Kerr back on strike. And she's just hit one out to deep point there for a single. And by being able to get Kerr back on strike frequently, it allows her to hold her tempo and a rhythm of her innings, which she's certainly got the foot buried down now on the and she's going for it.
Oh, lovely catch. Oh, that came harder than any of the previous 2 caught and bowled opportunities, but came at perhaps a more acceptable height, and the Otago skipper breaks through, and maybe that 220 isn't quite as achievable now. Still 4 overs and 2 balls remaining, but Jess Kerr, wonderful innings from her, 56 off 65. The Otago skipper makes the breakthrough.
Very timely for the Sparks that. I think it's probably more a case of Kerr hitting it into the hands there of the skipper, Felicity, as opposed to it was hit like a rocket. But very good timing there for the Sparks. They needed that. Jess Kerr batted extremely well there and was really starting to put the hammer down. So
useful little innings, 36, partnership I should say, 36 for the 7th wicket, 192 for 7. Beard is the new the new batter. So Francis, who has looked very good just turning the strike over. Mind you, Beard can hit the ball as well, and I think they've probably got free licence now, haven't they, surely?
Yeah. You think run a ball here that still gets them to that 220 mark or just under. So
no need to go to try and hit the boundary every ball. Just rotate the strike, and if there's any width given.
Yes.
Or
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. And Sparks here just still need to look to minimise that boundary count, and best way obviously to stop momentum is taking wickets and getting new batters in. As you say, they've got the licence now to probably have a wee look before the end of the innings.
Robertson's done a pretty good job, really. She's nearing the end of her 8th over, has 1 for 36. New batter is Beard, happy to defend the first delivery. So, Beard batting at 9, then Kodai and Jetley, Ash Kodai and Zara Jetley, perhaps to be fair not known for their batting skills. That's a nice shot from Beard, playing it with some force out into the covers. Sparks perhaps won't mind that, the last ball of the over and the new batter in strike for the start of the 47th. Robertson 1 for 37 off 8. 46 now completed, 193 for 7.
Yep. Ideal case there for the Sparks would be the new batter being on strike, and as you say, Susie come in here to rush through and over, to give them probably some more options in that back end as well. As we were saying around earlier, and Bradley and myself, about a batter getting lined up on a certain bowler if you're giving them too much of a look at the back end of the innings. So I like what they're doing here. Take all pace out of it, allow the batters to actually have to manufacture all the pace, and hopefully Susie can squeeze through an over here.
Bates into her 3rd over, bowling to Beard, and in rather awkward looking fashion manages to get around the corner. She'll have 1. Will they come back for 2? No, they won't. It's a good throw coming in from Olivia again, running around to a backward square position. Moving my seat back in the effort that I can stand up quickly when the ball is hit in the air. And was this everybody, all of the 4 fielders out. There are 3 on the leg side. As we see a change in mindset immediately from Francis. She's batted beautifully for her 7 singles. Now she looks as though she wants to launch. Waits, just takes this one a little short, and she does well here, Francis. Just waits for the ball to arrive and plays around her hip almost out towards mid-wicket position. Caitlin Blakely does the fielding. So 2 off the first 3 balls from Bates. It's a good start to the over from her with the charge on. And the Beard can do nothing but defend back along the pitch.
Really good stuff from Susie. Ones and dots are wins at this time of the innings. Just bowling that very wicket to wicket, good length.
And again taken around the corner by Beard, but only as far as Wilson, who's on the 45, about 5 metres in from the big white dots, signalling the circle. Interesting with the Otago field, a lot of them are versatile, they move around in the field. And Bates, the last ball of the over, has Beard pushing out square, and she'll have 1. This is a good diving, sliding save by Eden Carson. End of the over, 196 for 7.
Really nice finish to Susie's over there, closing the over out with a single, leaving Beard on strike.
So Bates none for 13 from 3. She will be rueing the fact that she missed a caught and bowled opportunity. That's history now. So 3 overs remaining, Mark. Run a ball, 18, that's what, 214. I'll be looking for more than that, I suspect.
Yeah, the Blaze certainly will be looking for more than that.
So Robertson bowling into poor balls down the leg side, that's all bonus territory. A little bit of movement in the air too.
Yeah, I think the being the new wicket and in the lush outfield, the ball's held its shape and swung through most of the innings.
Yeah, yes. there's not so much shape on that, and Beard is able to stand up and drive square. Beautiful lush outfield, which despite the rain yesterday, you're getting full value for shots, so the ball's probably in pretty good nick. Hardly any have hit the pickets or anything like that. There's been nothing hitting concrete. The only 6 of the innings, McFadden bounced on the bank and hit the road. Logan Park Drive, but probably not too much damage.
Again, the ground has done a great job with the amount of rainfall that we had yesterday overnight, and actually wouldn't know looking at the ground that good underfoot, good drainage here now, and I think they've done a great job.
Certainly have. Robertson again. And Beard not able to pierce the gap. 3 players inside the circle in the offside, 2 on the on. So the 4 players out are at sweeping at point. 3rd man. Good wicket. There's someone down in front of us. Long on, I should say. It's dragged across the line for a single only. Jensen gets to it, then flicks it back in nonchalantly.
I still think anything over 200 in a final isn't going to be necessarily a straightforward run chase.
I agree. Well, Otago's biggest chase this year is 191 for 5. That's because their bowlers did the job, obviously. Another single here, and Jensen again into work, so they've gone past 200 now. A couple of overs remaining, 6 or 7 and over. They're looking at 215. Yep. It's not imposing,
no,
but you need to bat well to get there. And as you say, Mark, it's a final. Only things can happen in finals.
Correct.
There's a genuine edge, and that's fair enough at this stage of the innings.
I think from a psychology, from a team batting second as well, knowing over 200 you're netting 4s from the get-go, and it takes a good wee period from the Blaze, and all of a sudden that run rate's at 4 5s. Like you say, you throw in the fact that it's a final as well, and funny things happen in final with pressure and whatnot. So really looking forward to the second innings of this game, and I think the Blaze have done an extremely good job of getting themselves into the situation where they've got to 200 and potentially with 2 overs to go, is that 212, 220, somewhere around that mark there. They'll be very happy with getting to that total, I think, as from the start they had and sort of the clamps that were put on them.
Absolutely. Yes, after 10 overs they were only going at 3.2, they were 32 for 1. There's James in for her final over, and she's taken a catch. It's been hit straight back to her, and she somehow cushioned it off her forearms back into her tummy and held on to it.
Defended in.
So I said James, didn't I? Emma Black, and she takes another wicket.
Takes it for 22 to the year.
23.
23 now.
23. Yep. 24, in fact. That's her 3rd wicket.
We're slowly getting there.
That's right. 3 plus 1 divided by 2.
That's clearly not our strong suit.
No.
Up in the com box here. But obviously been a great performer for the Sparks this year, and continuing to take wickets.
So Beard has gone, and they're now 202 for 8. Beard out for 6. That's the 3rd caught and bowled. So are we looking at something in the pitch?
I think there is a little bit, as we've seen throughout the day. If you bowl that wicket to wicket line, it has been nibbling around a wee bit off the seam, and as we've noted before, there is shape and swing out here today. So batters need to play nice and straight.
O'Dyer is the new batter. She's done well. Picked up a run, turned the strike over to allow Francis to take the next delivery, and she's well in now, Francis. 10 off 18. Kasperick, Kerr and Beard all caught and bowled. This is down the leg side. You can see what the plan was there. Must have touched the pad on the way through. Nicely taken by Polly Ingalls.
Great bit of keeping.
She's been impressive for the last couple of years behind the stumps.
She has, yep. She's certainly been one to watch. She often stands up most of the time as well, which is not easy either.
No, not easy. And I think that confidence that she's got from would keep us transposed into batting. She's the leading run scorer for Otago this year.
Yep.
She's 289 at 48.17, which is not to be sneezed at.
No, she's going good, having a great year.
Well, it's in the air and chance of a catch. Now it's going to bounce before Gain can get in from square leg position on the boundary.
She's been very tidy behind the stumps. Throws coming in and whatnot. She's either getting to them on the full. And like I said, throughout the year she's taken some good stumpings and some good caught behinds, standing up to the medium paces.
The last ball in Black's spell, 3 for 31 she has. That's a good effort in a final. She's been good all year, but to replicate it in the biggest game of all says something about her quality. And she looks for 4. No, but again taken by... Oh, she has she? No. It was the end of the over and Kodai fooling me by looking as though she was going to wander off. So 10 overs, 3 for 31 for Emma Black. 24 wickets in the season for her. That's an outstanding return. 1 over remaining. And Wellington Blaze 204 for 8.
Critical we over here this last over. More meaning from the fact that the team that probably nails the 6 balls here takes a lot of momentum into the second innings. If the Blaze can get sort of a 10 run, 10-12 off the over, then certainly everything's sitting with them. And if Johnston here can bowl a nice tidy last over, then everything probably sits more with the Sparks in terms of the momentum going into the second dig.
So it is Hayley Jensen. And coming forward and driving with power. Chance for a run out if Bates can hit. She can't get the throw underway, but good running by Francis. She ran on the shot and Bates deep right on the edge of the circle at mid-off. And to be fair, Susie Bates doesn't have the throw of years gone by after that shoulder operation. So good cricket all round.
Very good cricket. Yep. Leg side set field with the sweepers and deep third man. Suggests that whether it's pace off into the hip is probably where Jensen's looking here based on the field that she's got set.
Yeah, long off, long on mid wicket and square leg, backward square on the boundary as this is in the air and it's gone through the gap and there are 2 fielders coming and nicely picked up by Caitlin Blakely. They'll come back on her throw. It's good running. 2 more to the total. 207 for 8, 4 balls remaining. Run a ball, 211, 2 runs a ball, 215, a couple of boundaries and a couple of singles, 220 odd. It is a very defendable total already, Mark, as you say, past 200 psychologically as much as anything else. And Otago hasn't had to chase that this year. The biggest chase, as I said before, 191 for 5 against Northern Districts in Dunedin here at this ground, chasing 188. Well, this is dug in and wide, called by the umpire at square leg, and now signalled to the scorers. So that's another bonus delivery. You see what she's trying to do.
Yep, right idea with the field she's got set. Pace off, that slow ball bumper. I suppose from the Sparks perspective, first time chasing something over 200, knowing that they can get close there with the 190 odd for 5. But certainly Blaze would be very happy with posting runs on the board over 200 first up in the final.
Yeah, it's a good delivery from Jensen. Squeezes on the inside and just misses the leg stump. With that smile on Hayley Jensen's face. She wanders back towards her great mate Susie Bates.
We're changing the field here with third man coming up into the ring. Sending an extra one out. Everyone out, 4 players out on the leg side. Offside's all up in the ring.
Yeah, 5 on the offside.
And she's looking at that straight hole here.
Oh, she's going to pierce the gap. No, she's not. She's going to get a run. That's nicely fielded by Gain at cover. Yeah, and a metre either side.
4 runs, yeah.
Bonus runs, but well bowled to the plan. 2 balls left in the innings.
Yep.
209 for 8. Francis is doing a good job here.
Change again. Offside sweeper going out. Long on coming up.
Francis back in strike. You see more strength, Kodai on the offside, so just covering that boundary. Sorry, that's Francis here. Francis hits the ball in the air and she's yapped it. Just dropping it where a square leg would be on the edge of the circle. A throw from Blakely hits the edge of the pitch block and then rolls along the ground. One more run and 1 ball left. And that field changing again. Again 5 inside the circle on the offside.
Going pace off here if it was me. Running the fingers across it.
You're a spin bowler. Hey.
There you go, even slower. There she is.
So she hits a lovely drive down to Bates, sliding save at mid-off, and run through they do for 1 only. And the end of the innings, 211 for 8, with Francis unbeaten on 13, Kodai on 5, and extras. 19 extras. No, what am I talking about? 21 extras and a total of 211 for 8. Mark Craig vacates the seat. Warren Lees comes back in. I'll just run through the scorecard. Well, you can see the scorecard there. And the chief contributors, McFadden and Kerr, very good partnerships. McFadden and King 51. McFadden and Kerr 60. 211 for the loss of 8. A lot of wides in there, 13 wides. And the best of the bowlers, well, no surprise really. Black, 3 for 31. Very good effort from Molly Lowe towards the end, 2 for 42, wicket each. Robertson and Benson. Expensive day for Carson today, and a run out in there as well. Warren, Wellington perhaps slightly happier, but Otago not daunted.
Certainly they won't be. It's a target that, as you mentioned before, they haven't had to get this year. It's runs more than that they've ever had to do. But I think both teams, if they'd settled at the start of the day, that's what we're going to have to chase in the second innings, or Wellington saying that's what we'd have to defend. Both teams would say, well, we haven't done too bad. We can go in at half time as if it's almost a draw, and therefore we come back out and we start again. I think there were certain areas that the Sparks could have done a lot better. They started quite well. Johnston and Black in particular bowled very, very well early on, and I think they made it difficult for the Wellington openers, who normally come out and are free scorers, and they made it quite difficult for them. There were times also during the innings where it looked like the Wellington team was getting on top, and in particular McFadden, King, and later on in the innings, as I mentioned earlier on, Jess Kerr, a tough fighter, and therefore they got through to their 211. But some of the areas of concern would have been the wide deliveries. There were too many wides for a start off, but also the width that the Otago bowlers gave some of the Wellington batsmen outside the off stump, and they were stroked quite nicely through a very, very fast outfield considering the weather recently, and there were a lot of boundaries. I think the Otago may be a little bit disappointed in the fact they couldn't bowl straight early on. Overall, I think a very, very good innings, and we're in as long as the weather stays away, it has got a little bit colder outside. There's no real wind, there's nothing blowing it away. But I think when we come back in half an hour, we may find that Otago will set about this target the way they have done in many of their innings this year. They're professional. They've learnt a lot with Craig Cumming as coach, and they'll set out to try and get this 212 runs required to win the final.
So there we are, Wellington batting first after Otago won the toss and decided to field. Wellington 211 for 8 off their 50 overs. The chief contributors, McFadden 64 and Kerr 56. The two Jesses, and for Otago, Emma Black continuing her excellent form this season. 3 for 31, Lowe 2 for 42, Benson and Robertson wicket each. Otago's chase starts in about 25 minutes, and I hope you can join us then.
I'm coming and I'm talking.
Beautiful. All right, well, welcome back to Dunedin's University of Otago Oval here in the Hallyburton Johnson Shield final. It is the grand final of the women's domestic one-day competition, and it's the hosts, the Otago Sparks, who have it all to do here in the run chase. They have 212 to win and be crowned champions. It's a rematch of the final 2 years ago in Queenstown, where they did triumph over the Blaze. Since then, the Blaze won the title last year against Canterbury. They are the reigning champions. They've put 211 on the board, and Warren Lees joins me in the box. What do you make of this run chase? What are the keys, Wally?
Well, the key every time the Sparks go out and bat in any game seems to be how many will Susie Bates score. And I realise that the pressure on her is immense. But there's more to it than that. Susie Bates is a prolific run scorer for Otago over the years and has done wonderful things for the team. But so many of the other players have come through this year. And we've got a team now, the Sparks, where everyone has produced at some stage. So I think it's a hard task because it's a final, and because this is, as Steve Davey mentioned before, this could be the highlight of a whole cricket career for a number of these players in this game. So because it's a final, it changes things around a wee bit. Otago need to get off to a good start. They need to make sure that they don't lose two or three wickets early on, because it puts an amazing amount of pressure on the middle order. And Wellington, of course, at the start of the game will want to bowl good lines, get good pace off the wicket, and I see they've got 2 slips at the moment, so they'll intend to get the ball to swing away from the bat as we watch the first ball being bowled.
Tashkadaya, and she get a little bit of shape away to Susie Bates, who Warren Lees mentioned. There was swing early on. There's been swing most of the day, especially with the new ball, Warren.
Yeah, there was early on, and it was fortuitous in a way for the Sparks, because they could have one of their bowlers bowling in swingers and the other one bowling out swingers, and they could pick the end they wanted, and we saw that with the overhead camera.
Bates on the drive early. That beats cover. Will it run away? There's a good chase on down there. That's a good piece of fielding. She's cut it off, but Susie Bates underway.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's wide of off stump. It's full enough that Bates could reach out for it, and she could just drive it along the ground. She didn't try and overhit it. It nearly went to the boundary for 4 and was well saved on the boundary. But that's the sort of thing we'd expect, the ball swinging away, possibly with a little bit more pace. It looks like we're bowling along the wicket.
Well, Bates uses her feet, gets herself in a bit of a tangle there.
That was very much so. It was like, I'm coming forward, and what's happened is she's got a top edge up into
the grill.
Yeah, up into the grill.
Let's have a look at it. Wow, she got so far down. I think she almost got a fright when it came through shin height.
She's top edged it from almost like a sweep shot, top edge, and it's come straight up into the grill. And of course now, anything at all that around the head requires medical attention, and someone has come onto the field there from the medical staff. Just 2 Helen Littleworth, that's right. Just checking things are all right, and also making sure that the grill is still in one piece.
Yep, taking all the precautions as we have a look from the camera up on the bank. It's a beautiful view here. They've done a great job with the ground hitting there here, Warren. You would have seen the progress, particularly in the last few years. It's a real picture here in Dunedin. Yeah,
I deliberately went down and talked to the ground staff when I wasn't on air before, and I did commend them on the look of the ground, in particular from where we are, because we're up high, we're looking down on the ground, not quite a bird's eye view, but it just looks amazing compared to what this ground was perhaps end of winter 5 years ago, or whenever, when it gets rather boggy, because they use it for rugby as well. But it does look an absolute picture, and the banks around here make it a great scene.
That one's full, and she whips it away. Great timing. Bates doesn't have to run for that one, the first boundary of the innings.
Well, she had a practice of that, the ball before. Didn't quite get down to it properly, and got the same ball delivered the very next ball. So she's pushed that through mid-wicket quite easily for 4.
So look on the replay. Yeah, she wasn't going to miss out. Gee, the ones that she's connected with so far, Susie Bates seems to be timing the ball well. That balance is there.
The fear I think you always have with the pressure that's put on Bates is...
She drops the back leg there and just paddles that round the corner. But you're under a little bit of pressure here early on.
Everyone knows when they watch some of these games play, the pressure that your leading player, whether it be Sophie Devine or one of the Kerrs or Susie Bates, they're under intense. I remember Sarah McGlashan used to be the same with the Auckland team. They're under real pressure to everyone lives in expectation of them scoring runs, not in hope. They expect them to score runs.
Saffron Wilson's first ball, and that's a lovely shot, high elbow. Out to the cover sweeper. Susie Bates has slipped over, so there'll be no 2 there, but a nice start from Saffron Wilson. Saw her having a few throws against the net. That's the end of the over. It's 8 from it. It's a good one for the Sparks. I believe we're likely to see Jess Kerr from the other end, so similar to what we saw with the Sparks, with one looking to swing it away from the right-hander, and Jess Kerr will look to be decking that back in, I'm sure.
Yeah, and Jess Kerr, as I mentioned in the first innings, tough customer. Has learnt hard lessons getting to this level and hasn't always had it very easy, but I think she bowls it very much the same way as she batted. She's determined, she's strange way appears grateful to be given the opportunity and therefore still enjoys the game. But I spoke to her in Alexandra early on, and she really does love being in the game, and she really does realise that you've got to work hard. Very, very good player who possibly hasn't been used enough at the White Ferns level.
Yeah, a classy player, sister of Mealy Kerr, of course. A little bit of precipitation coming in here. Steve Davey mentioning that if it does get rained off, of course, the Sparks will be crowned champions, but we don't quite see that at this stage. It's just a light rain. There's been a little bit of it earlier in the innings, so
just a very, very light breeze from perhaps the south a little bit. Just during the lunch break, I had to ring my wife, who's out at
you had a busy
school.
lunch break, Warren.
Yeah,
You're down and seeing the groundies, and then
I didn't have time. Didn't have time for lunch. I don't have lunches. I have breakfast and then an evening meal. But I rang my wife, who's at school, who said it's brilliantly fine. The grandchildren are outside, and the sun is shining. And now I come in here, and after 1 over, you're telling me it's starting to rain. So I don't believe my wife, perhaps.
Could have played it in Moscow, or you don't believe your wife, Warren Lees.
One or the other. In actual fact, Steve Davies just asked if she was watching, and she said she is. She has been with my son, having a look, and said it looks very, very good. She's enjoying it.
What about how it sounds?
No, I think she'd just be laughing. However, this is a challenge for both teams. The first 5 or 6 overs, always a challenge in every innings of this sort of competition.
She's on the money early here, Jess Kerr, a little inside edge. Interesting field they've got. The fine leg, deep backward square, and then almost what I'd describe as sort of, 2 mid-wickets. One's on the catch, one's a little bit square in the mid-on. So it's a pretty clear plan for Kerr. She's going to be attacking the stumps, and Saffron Wilson's sort of front foot defence and stroke play is going to be challenged here, Warren.
Well, yeah, it does look like Saffron Wilson's very strong on the wee lap around the corner, having a backward square and a fine leg, back almost on the boundary.
Oh, it's prodigious swing. It's going to be tough to get an LB with that amount of swing unless she hits her very full, but she's going to be attacking the stumps.
The ball very, very much similar to the start of the Otago innings, moving in with a very high arm action and getting some in-swing. You've got to be very careful of your line. You've got to make sure that you bowl wide enough of off-stump that it'll come on towards the stumps.
Overpitched, can't quite get onto it. And it's a final, Warren. It's always a great occasion, isn't it? Memories from you coaching in a final at this ground potentially?
At this ground, exactly. In fact, I remember with the Otago team, I think it was the first televised game for the girls, and we were in the final against Wellington, and the name Divine was mentioned at every practice by every player, and Divine's playing. Divine, I wonder what Divine will do. It was terrifying, really. And all the expectation and all excitement, more about being on TV than perhaps even being in the final, and therefore we had to be dressed exactly the right way, and we had to make sure that our warm-ups were quite correct in case TV were watching. And it was
presentation at a premium.
It was quite nerve-wracking, And
Jess Kerr
so
finished with a maiden there. Yeah.
So nerve-wracking. We got
Right.
absolutely thrashed.
Oh, what sort of year might this be? What are we talking?
It was about 8 years ago from now. It was probably my last. I was probably dumped after it. There's kids on the boundary there at the moment getting very excited about things. Young kids, quite a few of them, all in Volts uniforms.
It's great to see. There is a good crowd sort of building here as Sparks look to chase this down. That's short. Bates can't quite get onto it, but she'll likely pick up 2. Looking to put pressure on the bowler here. I mean, what is this like for Tash Kadir? Having to bowl to Susie Bates, the all-time leading run scorer in women's international cricket. You've got her here on this occasion.
Well, that does happen. There are times where you play against perhaps lesser experienced players or players with lesser success behind them, and you feel different. I think even when way back to when I played, I certainly felt different facing certain bowlers around the world who I'd seen on TV or had wonderful careers before they came to bowl to me. Or I played against someone in a county game in England who I'd never heard of before. They're completely different. And that'll happen with young bowlers playing out here and facing and running into bowler Susie Bates. There's a reputation that player deserves, and therefore it does tend to build you up a bit.
Yeah, a great experience to have the likes of Susie Bates out there. See Mealy Kerr and Sophie Devine at the Women's IPL at the moment. Susie Bates is here, and she is the key player for the Sparks.
It's always interesting in those situations, and it's always interesting to be in a team where you have a standout player. I can remember years ago playing as a youngster in the Otago team, and we had a guy who opened the batting who was pretty good, really. And whenever he went out to open the innings, we'd all be out there ready to watch the first ball because Glenn Turner just had such a reputation, and he was honestly just so good. It was sort of exciting when you used to go out and think, well, Glenn won't get out. We're here. I always used to love watching him. But if he got out early, you look along the line of players watching, and the whole faces just went blank. Because if Glenn couldn't get the runs, how were we going to? I remember once playing against Canterbury when we had to score over 300 in the 4th innings, and Glenn got out early in the morning. We had a whole day to get them. It was like a funeral procession in the dressing room.
The Sparks will be hoping that's not the case for them today as Bates faces back up again. The keeper is up now, so trying to put a little bit of pressure on, keep Susie Bates in her crease. We saw her move her feet down in the first over. She'll take a 1 and tick it off. She's going at a runner ball. Saffron Wilson on strike. Yeah, well, a big wicket, and that's what the Blaze will know as well. They'll be
exactly.
No secrets about how big Susie Bates' wicket is here.
Yeah, there's a determination when you play against someone with that sort of reputation.
Width. Can't get onto it. Good keeping from Jess McFadden. She had a good day. Runs with the bat, and that's the end of the third over, rather. It's 11 for none.
It's actually quite a good innings with McFadden. It was not her normal innings. It took her time to get established and seemed to almost stagnate in the middle of that innings. Carried on to a bigger score, of course, but really worked in partnerships. There were 3 partnerships she featured in, or 2 major partnerships, and I think she batted very, very well. Without her runs, I think it would have been a completely different result. Someone else may have stepped up, but I don't think they would have stepped up to the same level that she did.
Absolutely, Warren Lees. There was that 3-wicket period, I think, in an over, and she had to keep the innings together. She righted the ship. She found an ally in Jess Kerr, who also notched a 50, and she's got the ball here, looking to bend it back into the right-hander. Strong leg side field, catch her in at mid-wicket. Bates uses her feet, comes on down, looking to disrupt the length early.
It's quite a confident move to take to someone who bowls at the international level as an opening bowler, is to come down and only the second over and advance your way down the wicket.
Yeah, well, I guess they know each other really well, don't they, through their White Ferns cricket, and I guess she understands what Jess Kerr is trying to do. She's bringing it back, and that's why the keeper has come up now. So Susie Bates has made her move, and the Blaze make theirs back. Jess McFadden up to the stumps. And drive slightly uppish. She likes to get her feet going early, though, does Susie. Get her weight into the ball, I guess, and try and get that momentum.
Yep, I think the white ball, the 2020 game has changed her batting quite a lot. She doesn't hit quite as strongly through the offside, through cover that she used to. She squares up a lot more than she used to because the 2020 game actually opens up different areas. So I'm not saying she's completely lost it, but her bottom hand and the way she turns her back shoulder through it now has changed the way she bats quite a bit.
Well, a prolific T20 player, as obviously as well as a one-day player where she began her career. Where are her key scoring options, do you think, here? She's just going to try and turn Jess around the corner if she gets a bit straight. Oh, that's in the air. No timing, though.
She's very, very good now at pushing the ball into the onside, into the leg side, scoring runs in that area. She can hit very well from a wide mid-on round to backward square. But in doing so, she loses the square drive, or perhaps the drive through cover.
Oh, that has swung a lot. You can see Susie Bates trying to stay side on there. It sounds like you could have caught up with Susie at the break as well, Warren. You know,
I didn't have time.
Didn't have time.
No.
You can't see much of her these days?
No, we still communicate now and again.
Nice.
Mainly by phone,
yeah.
and it tends to be when things aren't going well and she rings up for some advice.
That's
which
nice.
She quite easily gets, don't worry.
Warren Lee's former Sparks coach with me here in the commentary box as Susie Bates drives to mid-wicket. Can't beat Lee Kasperick. It's the end of the fourth over, and it's a good one from Jess Kerr. It's a maiden. It's 11 for none.
See the Wellington players running, touching hands they go past, smiling to each other. The enthusiasm is just amazing at the start of every single, men or women, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing when you go out on the park. And the longer you can keep that going, the better your whole performance is going to be. And the quicker you lose that, the more the batting side becomes dominant. And it's just amazing looking at the body language of teams, of sports people that way.
Yeah, well, nothing gets you more up than runs on the board in a final, isn't it? You know,
right.
If you can get out there as a team and put that pressure on, you've got the runs in the bank. So Kadia to continue. The keeper is going to stay up. There is a deep point out, a deep backward square. No final leg. Just shaping the ball away from the off, from the right-hander. And they'll know if they can keep it tight here. All of a sudden, you start at 4 and over, requiring 4 and over, but that can go up quickly, can't it, Warren, if the dot balls string together?
Well, you only need really three overs of particularly tight fielding, and this is what Wellington have set now.
Oh, that's down the leg side. They're going to go up. Some are confident, some are not. The finger stays down.
Now, a very interesting thing is that it's called a wide, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly what I was going to mention to you. It was either going to be given out, caught behind, or it had to be called a wide.
I think we were all thinking it if it wasn't going to be out. Good piece of keeping by Jess McFadden, it must be said, down the leg side there. Let's have a look on the replay. Hard to tell. It was a real mixed bag of appeals in terms of the acting. Oh, that's width. Can't put it away.
I think one of the things we may notice in the second innings is something that we all picked up on a wee bit in the first innings. Amazing improvement in the wicket keeping. Polly Ingles, some great takes today, both outside the off stump, but especially down the leg side, and the Otago bowlers did err on that a fair bit. But already, that was a great take down the leg side there. You see, so some of the fielding is just, compared to say 6 or 7 years ago, it was just amazing.
So an Eden Carson run out as well. It was some really good pieces of work. That's full, hit to mid-on, who's on the circle, but there won't be a single. She hit it too well. Yeah, I mean, and Polly Ingles was probably keeping up to the stumps for, 40 of those 50 overs, you'd imagine. Long time to keep your concentration under the helmet as well.
Oh, exactly. And it's something, as I say, it's not that long ago that your keeper didn't want to even stand up. They just wanted to stand back and just stop it.
Goes in the air, but this has not got enough on it. And that's the first wicket. Kadir strikes. Wilson has to go.
Yeah, straight at middle and off, quite just short of a really good length, and she came forward hopeful of hitting it over the top of the bowler and down towards the boundary at long on or long off, but didn't really time it, and the ball was gone. Quite an easy catch to mid off. First wicket down for the Sparks, and not a great start when you're chasing a total over 200 in a final.
Nicole Baird taking the catch there, and good reward for Kadir. She got put under pressure early from Susie Bates, but she's responded. Ball on a good length. Wilson wanted to take the aggressive option, couldn't clear it off. And that's the wicket the Sparks would have wanted. They've created dot ball pressure, and now they have the wicket. And the new batter, I'm assuming, looks like Bella James to me. Experienced player, captain as well in the past. She's got a job to do here with Susie Bates. Two of their more experienced players. They're runs machines usually in these seasons, and this is the big partnership you sort of feel if they're going to put a base down to be able to chase this total, Warren.
Yeah, Bella James has been in the team for a good 5 or 6 years now. Took a long time to actually get established. Talked to Craig Cumming about it. He said at practice, no one times the ball better than Bella James when she's in form. The power she can get from her off drives and her straight drives is just amazing, and I think that's true too. It's a little bit confused at times when she gets beaten outside the off stump or she's struggling for form. She just doesn't know exactly how to work herself through some of those difficult times, but my word, she can certainly drive the ball through the offside.
It's pitched up, getting just enough shape there. James plays it nice and straight. That's the end of the over, and it was a good one for the Blaze. Just the one wide, but the one wicket.
Interesting that
look at the replay here as well. Yeah, just not enough on it. Trying to go straight back over the bowler, perhaps.
Interesting, Willie, that the field placement of the Wellington Blaze. They've got a fielder in close on the offside at cover, and they've also got a fielder in close on the leg side at mid wicket. Very close. Reasonably close, much closer than you would have just someone saving a one, and it sort of indicates that they're going to bowl dead straight. I mean, otherwise you'll do it on one side or the other, but if they want to bowl straight and they're going to keep people in close fielding positions, they haven't at this end. Of course, the cover's back more on the edge, but for the other bowler, they had the mid-wicket and the cover, both in very, very tight. Almost like mistiming a drive. Positioned almost in a catching position.
Yeah, you feel like catching will be important. We saw the Sparks put a couple down, a couple of tough ones. They did have a run out. Fielding so important when you're trying to defend runs in the final. Can't beat the ring field.
It's a strange thing when you're looking at 50 overs, because your openers are thinking, I've got to get through this first 6 or 7. We've got to build a partnership. We can't afford just to be going at 2 and over. And all the things that have to go through their minds. But I'd also like to be here towards the end of the innings.
Yeah. Score runs, don't lose wickets, but yeah, don't go too slow either. Bates advances. Brave decision with the keeper up, but I guess with that swing back in from Kerr, she's going to be in the game most of the time. The ball's coming back into her.
Yeah.
Just trying to get that intent up, isn't she? Looking for singles, looking to just rotate the strike, get to the other end.
But there's nothing worse when you're batting and you've actually hit it, you come forward and you play what you think is a great drive and go straight to cover, and there's no run for a very, very good shot. like that.
And again, yeah, it's a yellow wall out there, isn't it, Warren?
Well, it becomes frustrating. You see, you can actually have an over where 5 balls out of 6, you can hit right in the middle, you're coming forward, your weight's perfect, your bats come down the right arc, and you hit it really quite hard, and if it wasn't fielded at all, it would go out to the boundary. 5 of those times the ball can be fielded. And then you have to spend a couple of minutes thinking about it again.
Straight back past the bowler. They'll take a 1. Well run. She ran with the shot. Just managed to beat Jess Kerr. Well, yeah, you start seeing fielders rather than gaps, don't you, Warren, if you start hitting a few?
Well, also, and 2 overs down the track from there, you start inventing other shots. And you think, no, no matter what happens, I'll lap this one round the corner or something. You try and do different things. And that's where it's like a test, really, isn't it? It's a test match almost, because that's where the bowling team takes points off you for that. We got one up there because we put pressure on and you produced some false shots.
Yep, and Lee Kasperick, the Blaze captain, plenty of experience. Jessica is going to push the keeper back here for her final delivery of her 3rd over. Bella James, just new to the crease. She's only faced 2 balls. How the Blaze would love another wicket here.
Lee Kasperick, amazingly, the way she has performed over the years.
It's well bowled. James is good enough.
She has so much experience. Not a particularly demonstrative captain, but my word, there's a lot of brain. She actually knows an awful lot about an awful lot of sports. Very, very talented. Great fielder when she first came out here. Surprised everyone about how slow she could bowl the ball. And yet when she went under bat, you thought, God, this girl is really international class. And possibly for a variety of reasons couldn't continue on with that, but did she show some stuff in the first 2 years.
Of course, Lee Kasperick, played for the Sparks. Was this in your era?
Yeah, she did.
Yep, before moving up to the Blaze, and we'll see her bowling a little later. And Warren, we'll see you a little bit later in the commentary box. I think you're going to come out. We're going to bring Rachel Puller in to assess the situation in the final here of the Hallyburton Johnson Shield. Sparks, they are chasing as Bates goes down on one knee, works it round the corner. There's a change in the expert comments. Rachel Puller comes in, former White Fern bowler, and Rachel will get you those headphones on with you there. Firstly, how did you enjoy lunch? It was great to see the commentary team included in the lunch spread, and a fantastic spread it was.
The sort of spread that you've become accustomed to at University of Oval, I think. No, it was excellent, thank you.
I have heard highly rated on the circuit. Mark Craig can attest. And who would have been eating it a little bit better, do you think, or pretty even, Stephen?
Oh, look, I think they're pretty even Stevens, to be honest. I think both teams have been like, oh, actually, this is a bit close. I think Wellington would have been wanting probably another 20 or 30.
Well, it's a good wicket, isn't it? Craig Cumming did say to us at lunch it was a good wicket as Kadir continues. He felt it was a good wicket, and I think he's happy to chase this total on it. Although they had them, at one stage, if we look back onto their scorecard, I think they might have been, where are we if we get the scorecard? 95 for 4 at one stage. They might have been fancying their chances to run through the 96 for 5 after that. James still trying to get off the mark here.
Yeah, I think from Otago's perspective, they would have loved to have held the Wellington Blaze under that magic 200 mark. Blaze, on the other hand, thrilled to get over that mark. As I say, probably would have been more comfortable with probably another 20 or 30 at the end of the day.
Can't get it away. You just want that first run as a batter, don't you? Just to get the account going.
Absolutely do. So, really tight bowling here. 3 dot balls in a row now. Slightly building a little bit of pressure on these Otago batters.
And the run rate required already going up to sort of 4.5, 4.6. That's what it can do. And there she is, underway. She's tucked it fine. There might be 2 there. She's pushing hard. Oh, didn't want to take the throw on. It was a good throw too, just as well. Bella James underway.
You almost sense the relief, right? Nice to open the account and you know, good start here by the Blaze. Just allowing 15 runs off nearly 7 overs. Nice tight start, which is what the coaches would have wanted.
Oh, Bates down on one knee. That'll beat the sweeper. A great shot. Was slightly over pitched. She did well, and that's another boundary. She'll move through to 16. The score's 19 for 1 after 7 overs.
How often do we see that at the end of a really nice tight over? Just that last ball go for 4. I remember, you know, when I was playing, talking to other bowlers, it was the one thing we always tried to focus on. It's finishing the over well, particularly at representative level.
Oh, she was so quick on that, Susie Bates. It was only a fraction full, and she really has perfected that sweep shot, and the ball was over pitched. How was the Wellington rivalry when you were playing between Otago? Was your main rivalry up the road with the Cantabs, Catherine Campbell, Hockley?
Yeah, no, it was definitely the Canterbury rivalry then.
Just Kerr. He has been impeccable so far. Yep, Canterbury, Otago.
Yeah, Wellington were strong, absolutely strong, but the local derby between Canterbury and Otago certainly was a very big deal when I was in the team. I don't know if that's changed an awful lot over the years either, just quietly.
Oh, she timed that well. Can't beat the feeder. Well, the Wellington Blaze, I mean, they really have been the women's cricket team of the last 5 or 6 years, haven't they? Consistently in the finals in both formats. The reigning Super Smash champions, the reigning Hallyburton Johnson Shield champions, and for good reason. They've built a great depth of players, haven't they?
They have, and they've got that momentum, which builds a lot of confidence year on year as well.
Can't get that away. And I guess a scary thought when you don't have Mealy Kerr and Sophie Devine as well, and yet, you know, the team they've got out here today is still very strong.
That's right. The ability to build depth across your teams is critical, and Wellington have done that really well. Otago starting to, I think. Not necessarily relying on the same players day in and day out, which is encouraging. And as we see the development of more competitions such as A programs, that'll only continue.
No run there, yeah, and the Bates Divine, sort of an under-19 development tournament they had up at Lincoln a few weeks ago. There's the North versus South as well, so I guess that's the key in your eyes, is continuing to have that development level of cricket, pushing more players, you know, in contention for the White Ferns.
There's more opportunities to play good, a really good high standard of cricket.
A very demanding opening spell from Jess Kerr. She is into her almost complete 4 overs. She's conceded just the 1 run. Rachel Puller, as a fellow fast bowler, this would be, you'd be really appreciating this, I imagine.
No, absolutely. And her challenge for her now is finish off. So keep concentrating really hard, and just another dot ball around the over out and continue pushing these Otago batters.
She's bowling very tight to the stumps. 5 on the leg side. Fortified. That one's up there, but Bella James drives to mid-off. She can't beat her. That is the end of the 4th over. Jess Kerr just conceding the 1 run, and the Sparks, they're 19 for 1 after 8.
Fantastic over there from Kerr. Exactly what the Wellington team would have been wanting from her.
Right. Is Tash Kadir to continue here, or are they going to go for a change? It's like Zara Jetley, maybe a bit of spin in here early. As we have a look at the crowd in the stands, the loyal fans. Is a sleeping bag on someone's knees there?
All Otago fans are loyal fans.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
You know that.
Absolutely, and there's a good number of them out here today to support the Sparks.
That's really good. In terms of, you know, where to watch cricket, University of Otago Oval with its 2 embankments, just and you always feel so close to the action here as well, which is really great for spending a Sunday afternoon watching some top quality cricket.
Absolutely. Where would you rather be if you're in Dunedin? Sort of keeping an eye out for a few students as they emerge from their flats, potentially after kind of end of O week. The footy on last night.
It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoons is probably about
About
due.
right, yeah. It was pretty quiet as we drove in at 9:30 this morning, Sunday morning. They would certainly bring an atmosphere, so if they are listening on the NZC YouTube and wherever you are listening, we thank you. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. The Sparks and the Blaze go head-to-head here for the Hallyburton Johnson Shield, and it's Zara Jetley first ball. Oh, brave option to try and cut Susie Bates. Boy, couldn't have missed off stump by much. There is a slip in place. It's the one that goes on down the wicket. Hits it out! Susie Bates is gone. Jetley gets the big wicket. And a sharp catch by the captain, Kasperick.
Fantastic bowling there from Jetley. Second ball in. Bates trying to put a bit of pressure, early pressure on the new bowler. And Jetley takes the prized wicket of Bates.
Oh, and you look at the Blaze. They're excited for good reason. Susie Bates, I think she got the ball she wanted. She struck it hard. And I'm looking forward to watching the replay because that looked like a sharp catch from Lee Kasperick at mid-wicket, who's been prowling in there. And she's caught the huge wicket of Susie Bates. She has to go for 16. And the Sparks all of a sudden are in a bit of trouble. 19 for 2 in the 9th over. As we look at the replay, she danced down. Yeah, she got all of it. She can't believe it. And look at the Blaze. They're coming from everywhere.
Talking with Steve Davey earlier about critical moments in games, and time will tell, but you got to take those critical moments, and that's exactly what the Blaze have done there. Sharp catch, Bates gone, critical wicket there for the Wellington Blaze.
Yep, and this is the other side of it. Warren Lees was talking about where you look to start conservatively, not lose early wickets. You keep the run rates down. All of a sudden, it's a real predicament here. Jetley, you have to say, an inspired bowling change there inside the power play to bring in the off spinner. Bates wanted to dominate, and that's bought her wicket.
And you can understand, Susie wanting to get on top of a new young bowler early. Just wasn't able to pull it off on this occasion, unfortunately.
The new batter in is Caitlin Blakely. She's off the mark. Yeah, and you wonder how much of that wicket's down to Jess Kerr, to be fair. At the other end, she's bowled 4 overs, only conceded 1 run. They know they have to try and get the runs from somewhere, try and dominate the off-spinner. I can't really say enough about that catch. It was a sharp take. It was struck well. And that... Oh. Well, it's all happening here. This Zara Jetley over has got a bit of everything. That's the end of a good first over from Zara Jetley. The Sparks 20 for 2 after 9. They're chasing 212 to try and win the Women's One-Day domestic title. And so far, I'd say the Blaze very happy with their work from the first 10 overs.
The sort of thing that you talk about at lunch breaks, isn't it? Early wicket, getting into the batting order straight in after the lunch break, and that's exactly what the Blaze have done. So going to plan so far for them. Bowling change here now.
Caitlin Blakely, as I'm reliably told by Steve Davies, a 3rd generation Otago player. That is the sort of insights you get with that experience. She's got a big job here because Jess Kerr is showing all of her class. And this is the bit of the predicament when you are going slow at the start. If you lose wickets, it can start to turn into a tough situation quickly. That required run rate starting to push up to 5. But they do need to build a partnership here, the Sparks.
That's right, it's important the Sparks don't panic here. they just settle in, take a couple of overs to feel for batting, the pitch batting out there right now, as opposed to being part of the fielding team, and just tick over ones, get that partnership going. What they don't need now is another wicket. They just want to consolidate position.
And they'll probably be pretty happy once Jess Kerr has sort of been seen off or stops bowling, because at the moment, with that tight leg side field, it's a clever setup. There really doesn't look to be any ones out there. As I say that, she chips a one to cover and she'll get off strike. But Jess Kerr showing all her White Ferns experience here. It's been a top spell at the top for her side. When you're defending a total on the lowest side, 211 on a good wicket, it's exactly what the Blaze would have liked. And that's why they are the defending champions. Top of the table for much of the season as well. It's a good shot. James into a strong position, but can't beat mid-wicket. That's that strong leg side field we've talked about with the swing.
And important, these Otago players back themselves now. So even though they've clearly lost the strength that is Bates in their batting order, Blakely and Bella James have been around a wee while now. And with Blakely, she's had a couple of good recent innings as well. We've seen her score a recent 62. That was against Auckland from memory. So that's good runs in time in the middle. So they just need to back themselves as they work through this quite difficult period.
It is a difficult period. You can feel the tension at the Uni Oval here. The local fans, a run chase in a final, and they're off to a shaky start. They'll get some runs there, maybe a leg by. They'll take them any way they can get them, Rachel.
Absolutely.
And that brings the end of the 10 overs. It's the power play done. The Sparks, they're 21 for 2. We're going to have a change up top here in the commentary position. I am going to make way to a man with a lot more experience, a lot more class. I'm going to bring in Steve Davey to join Rachel Puller in commentary.
Thank you, Willie. So 10 overs completed, and the Otago Sparks chasing 212 for victory. Teetering, not quite lurching into the abyss, but teetering, 22 for 2. And just the mind games, Rachel, the fact that Susie Bates has gone early, just gently bowls to Bella James, and gee, she times that nicely. Just forward of point, cutting it. Lovely shot. Timing. As Warren Lees was saying, she's one of the better timers in the team. Well, the placement went with it on that occasion. It's a lovely shot. So Bates gone, Wilson gone. Wickets falling at 12 and 19. Not irreparable at all. Another shot from James, which is well timed, but well set field here from Casper, the Wellington captain, who's warming up herself. 4 players inside the circle, plus a slip on the offside, and then Casper herself at mid-wicket, very tight. There's a chance of a run out here. The ball's been thrown to the wrong end. Blakely started running. There was hesitation from James. They both could have stopped and had a cup of tea mid-pitch. And finally the run is completed. Potentially disaster.
Unfortunate communication there from the Wellington team. Unless there's a muck-up, you throw to the closest end. And in that case, it was a muck-up and needed to throw the other end. And unfortunately, they couldn't pull that off. But
yeah, Chandler at point got to it and she had it and just threw straight to the keeper without looking. Maybe a teammate should have called out. Blakely defending with intent. She's had a breakout season this year. You notice it in her fielding as we watch the replay. Ball definitely going to the wrong end. very confident player now. And looking to play straight. This is Susie Bates is at her best when she plays straight. She was starting to use her feet today, we see that. Instead of the little dinky dabbly shots, which is the plague of the game really, you don't need to. Caitlin Blakely just waiting for a ball which is slightly shorter and pulling through the onside. Perfectly safe along the ground all the way for another single.
You know, I think we've seen Caitlin Blakely really start to settle in nicely into wearing the shoes with a lot of confidence. And I mean that both on the field and off the field with this Sparks team as well. Sense that she's really stepped up as perhaps one of those more informal leaders in the team, supporting Susie and Felicity as they go about their work as well.
Yeah, and growing as a person and as a player at the same time. So it's been, she's played 101 games, this is 9th or 10th season. It's a lot of cricket.
It is, and what also happens in the Otago team commonly is players come in at a very early age. Caitlin, definitely 28 years old now, but played a lot of cricket under their belts.
So changing the bowling, the Wellington skipper, Lee Kasperick, introducing herself into the attack. Oh, there's more. Gee, Bella James is coming. Caitlin Blakely's not.
To get down the other end, isn't she?
Well, they just need to perhaps just walk down now. Slow Kasperick down. Batsman has the ability to do that and just have a chat. And then walk slowly back again. She'll look to hustle and bustle through the overs. And they'll be worried about scoreboard pressure because that run rate is now 4.74, so it's gone up about half a run per over. Doesn't sound much, but cumulatively, a good financial literacy, Rachel, compound interest.
Indeed.
Ticks up.
What the Otago batters will be looking to do here now is not only ease themselves in, but looking to break this field up, just as we see deep cover fielder head out to the boundary.
Just drifting down the leg side and waiting for it nicely as Blakely moves it around the corner for a single.
Which opens up those scoring options around the ground. So looking to get ones and twos. So we have an option out at cover. We've got two options out on the leg side now. So really just looking for those ones, turning the strike over, really build that partnership together.
Giving this plenty of air, Kasperick. It's wide outside the off stump and inducing a false shot from James. Were you a talker on the field to the opposition? Honesty, please. Honesty call.
Depending on the opposition, Steve. Certainly always had something to say to my English counterparts when I played them.
There's a drive from James and she places that nicely and times it well too. Probably only get the single. They think about coming back on the throw, decide against it and just as well. The reason I ask is that with Wellington very much in the ascendancy here and with Bates back in the shed, I wonder how much chatter there is out there just in terms of little comments, just perhaps directed at the batsman via other fielders. This has given plenty of air and reaching forward as Blakely manages to smother the spin, and the over is at an end. 30 for 2 with James on 7 and Blakely on 4. But just a chance to remind the Otago players that the run rate is creeping up, or they've lost 2 already, and it's a subtle or not so subtle game.
And that's where the likes of Jess McFadden comes in, just quietly talking to her team, those subtleties, as you say, perhaps indicating the state of the game and what's going on, without necessarily directing that at the batsmen themselves.
Not directly directing it, but it's exactly what you're doing.
Yep.
And even though the batters know that, it still has the potential to just make a little mark or two. Jet Li, successful opening over, and she has James looking to run it through. There's poor communication out there. You can smell a run out. There was no run there, and yet James was 3 or 4 metres down the pitch looking at Blakely. Thankfully, Blakely had seen where the ball had gone directly to the player at short cover. It's a nicely played shot, but not able to pierce the gap.
With the spinners on here, Otago want to be controlling the pace of the game, and that will help build their confidence. Just make sure that they're setting the scene and not having the game dictated to them.
Drives nicely and gently gets a hand on it. Takes the pace off it. Might have saved a single. Coming across to her left was Kerr. And also the fact that it's 4.85. Otago has chased in the last 4 games. They had to win those 4 games to make the final. Well, certainly to get to the home final. And they won that with the bonus point win in the last round robin game against Auckland. 4.85 is not out of the realms of possibility at all. It's when it gets to 8 or 9 that teams perhaps struggle. So they've got plenty of time.
And I think that's where the experience of these two needs to come through. They need to be talking to one another and reinforcing that there is, they will be feeling the pressure, but they do have a lot of time left in this game.
Well, I'm just wondering, we've seen Jet Li, Nicole Beard will bowl. She'll most likely be the 5th bowler. But I don't think they've got a 6th. Tiger had the advantage of having Bates as a 6th bowler. She only bowled 3 overs. Could have easily taken a wicket, and any one of those 3 chances of Jess Kerr may well have made a difference as this is hit through the mid-wicket area and out to the boundary for 4. Gee, that's beautifully placed and timed by James. Lovely shot. Much needed boundary, 34 for 2. And the end of the over. So good over that from Jet Li, just the one scoring shot from it. Same time, Sparks, the Blaze were 47 for 1. So there's not a huge difference. So you're right, it's the ability to look at the scoreboard and say, really, it's a boundary and a run per over. So it's no risk cricket, really, or it's 3 singles and a 2. Or it might be a maiden over. It's not going to be the end of the world with so much time remaining. Still 37 overs left. Kasparek has Blakely onto the back foot and playing quietly to Plummer in the covers.
So one of these batters needs to take control of that comms between the two of them, breaking the overs down now, looking at getting to the 15th over. What do you want to achieve by then?
Well, that's got to be... Well, they're both fairly experienced now, isn't it? But you think with the way that Blakely's played this year that she's probably the senior partner out there, just in terms of confidence, although James has had a very good season. So between them, they just need to communicate. You're exactly right. So this is where we are. This is where perhaps we need to be at the end of 15 and 17, 20. Just like Otago when they were bowling, looking to break it down over by over and making sure that each delivery was accurate and where it needed to be. Batting is exactly the same. And there will always be mistakes from the bowlers. Always. There's never been a bowler in the world that hasn't bowled a bad ball or 2 or more. Desperate. Looking to break this partnership. James just waiting for it. Going nicely through the offside. Another run.
It's having experienced players like Susie Bates and around the Otago team that help teach players, not only James and Blakely, but some of the younger players in the team, some of those non-cricketing skills, in terms of those non-technical skills.
It's cricket now, isn't it?
Yep.
It's assessing the situation, it's looking at the scoreboard, seeing the run rate, not worrying about the fact that you're just starting your innings, concentrating as much on the number of overs remaining, concentrating on running well between the wickets, so not giving a free wicket to the opposition. And saying all of that, we're all human. And emotion becomes a very strong part of it. Blakely looks to drive and misses out. And the end of another useful over from Kasparek, just the 2 singles coming from it. 14 gone now, 36 for 2. The issue with cricket, and you well know, there's just so much time to germinate and then grow negativity. It's a game for negative people. They enjoy it.
Great players have the ability to overcome that though, and actually feel that emotion, but go, actually, here's the situation that's in front of me. How do I work my way through it in a structured, constructive way based on what I'm seeing and take control of the game back?
Yes. Yes, this is my day today. I'm going to
Yep.
see my name in the headlines tomorrow.
Exactly right.
Yep.
The first part of that is those miniature goals as the game progresses.
The ability to break it down rather than see the big picture. Swung around the corner by James for a single. Yeah. But again, that's so much human, isn't it? Because we've got a job in hand at work or whatever, something to do on the weekend. If you broke it down into 3 or 4 different portions, it would be easy. We don't tend to do that.
So for the Otago batters now, Blakely on strike, we're thinking about what are my areas of strength that I can start thinking about breaking this, particularly this Wellington offside up a little bit, opening up some additional scoring areas.
Still 4 in the offside inside the circle. That's nicely played by Blakely. Just tucking it off her hip out through mid-wicket.
It's a great option there from Blakely, just taking one through to mid-wicket. Again, just rotating the strike over, which is what they need to focus on at the moment.
Really? Oh, this is in the air and it's going to be taken. Yes, it is. James's hold out towards mid-wicket. Catch taken at Beard. I think it's Beard's taken the catch and just hit it straight to her at mid-wicket. She had to come in 4 or 5 paces. She was about 10 metres in from the boundary anyway. Perhaps hit high on the bat. And exactly what Rachel Puller was saying, breaking it down, that was not the case for Bella James there. And she's holed out, and Otago loses its 3rd wicket. Most untimely.
Fantastic breakthrough, great timing from a Wellington perspective. Exactly what they wanted to do, just as James and Blakely just started rotating the strike a little bit and building their partnership.
Disappointing for Otago. Nice catch taken in the end, and Otago fall further, I won't say into the mire because teams have won from this position, but as we've spoken about during the game, we've seen players just do some funny things in finals. 38 for the loss of 3. And it's the Otago skipper Felicity Robertson come to the crease. She's vastly experienced as well. But a very good start by Jetley, who has been impressive this year with her bowling, with her fielding. I like her attitude. She's not going to be intimidated by anybody. She's certainly earning her spot in this team, and at the moment Wellington looking in a very good position to go on and win not only back-to-back HBJ Shield titles, but the white ball double champions for the season. Already wrapped up the Super Smash.
Jetley's impressed this morning, hasn't she? This afternoon. Nice tight lines, in swing, just onto that middle and leg line that she's been bowling, and has had fantastic reward. A couple of really important wickets there for Wellington.
Rachel Puller is leaving us and going to be replaced by Mark Craig, the former New Zealand off-spinner. 15 tests, 50 wickets. I read somewhere the other day, Mark, somebody said, I can't remember who it was, that an off-spinner should never take a wicket in cricket. It's a big statement.
Huge statement.
I wish I could remember who it was. Robertson looks to lay a ball off from Jetley back with a point and does so, but can't get it past the fielder at backward square, Kate Chandler. It was King who took that catch, by the way. So James out caught by King off Jetley. Again, it's Chandler in action at point. So a big task ahead here, Mark, for the home side as the over comes to an end. 15 gone now, and Otago 38 for 3.
Yeah, certainly is. I think you could see it building. As you see the replay here, Bella looking to take on Cow. For me, that was probably 2 overs in the making, 3 overs in the making. Spin from both ends. We've seen players that have been struggling, been able to rotate the strike, and I think that's a combination of some good bowling but also some very good field placement. I think in this sort of case, Bella probably had an opportunity to go back over her head to push mid-on out to get an easier single.
Jasper gives us plenty of air and swinging across the line as Blakely hits out towards mid-wicket. Chandler coming in from the boundary, and they've got time for one and one only, 39 for 3. Yes, it was, you could see the pressure cooker and the steam just starting to come out through the spout. Yeah,
100%, mate. And I think that's finals as well in a run chase. Yes, they have bowled well, but also they've been allowed to bowl well. And what I mean by that is probably intent from the batters around getting off strike and getting down the other end. Note, for example, no 45 in here. Look to get down and lap to get down the other end. 1 or 2 and not necessarily needing those boundaries, but if you go and dot balls, then
giving it plenty of air again is Kasperick and trying to draw Robertson forward.
And batters are just looking solely for the boundary options, then you feel like as a batter that you're getting further and further in the hole, and that's playing more and more into the Blazers' hands. So good bit of captaincy, but also execution from both the bowlers.
Yeah, it's all very well having a plan, isn't it? Another good delivery from the Wellington captain. He's following up the excellent work from Kerr and Kodai and Jetley at the other end. So this is a very good partnership and tandem between the two spinners.
And you'll see here, obviously bowling nice and slow, getting the ball up and down, and you've actually got to be really brave as a batter. For example, the field being set a deep backward square and a sort of deep cow, and both mid-off and mid-on being up. You'll see the change in the field now with mid-on going out. That's a nice one option for you now down to mid-on.
It's Blakely in strike, and she drives nicely out to cover point. Coming in is King, and nicely fielded. Got another run, another good over though, just 3 singles from it. That run rate now over 5. 16 gone, 41 for 3. Otago chasing 212.
That's what it's been before about being brave. If mid-off and mid-on are both up and our off-spinners bowling to you, you've got to have the courage to be able to double step and hit them back over the head. Not necessarily doesn't always have to be in the air, but if you get one of those mid-off and mid-on pushed back, then it enables you to hit one to mid-on or wherever the guys, the fielder's gone to, as opposed to your only option being looking square. But certainly these two offies have bowled really well. Again, seeing here like a heavily offside packed field, they're just making a change now. They'll have 2 mid-wickets in, cover, tight cover, so really an option there. Unless you double step and hit over the top, you're actually really struggling to get one down the ground. Really here your only option is to hit your offside sweeper, or I'd like to see get down and lap in with a no 45 in. But now they're just currently able to bowl and having 2 spinners on, you get through your overs quickly, pressure keeps building that way. Next minute you blank, shit, we've got 5 overs, we've gone. And it just comes down to that intense space. How do I get down the other end? Because as a bowler, this is perfect. This is exactly what you're trying to achieve, to build dots, get through your overs quickly, hand it off to the other person at the other end.
Both the plan and the execution, as Blakely looks to lay it off backward of point, does so, but can't get it past Chandler. So 3 inside the circle on the offside, 3 on the onside, 2 sweepers on the leg side, sweeper at cover point. and a slip. There was a slip. Slip's gone. They run on the shot, and that's nicely done by Blakely. Robertson responds well, and Otago to 41.
And I think that's both in the men's and the women's game where we probably need to get better is the ability to play spin. We see obviously Kane's a very good player of spin, but the ability to get off strikes, you're actually never letting the pressure build up on you. You're putting, you think of good balls from a spinner, if you're getting one down the other end, you certainly start getting frustrated that your good balls are going for one, and you search, and then can come a boundary. So,
and conversely, you see a full toss hit straight back to you.
Correct.
So it's frustrating for the batter. Jetley started very well. There's Robertson driving straight, but not past Gasperick at short wicket, and the over is at an end. Just another run from it. Just the one, 42 for 3. After 17, that run rate starting to climb.
Right, we period this from the Blaze. They've started very well with Kerr bowling her overs up front and swinging the ball back in, and spin from both ends has been a great ploy from them. I believe Kerr's back into the attack now as well, and Blaze really looking to put the foot on the throat here. And
yeah, same as Otago looked to do, didn't they? They used their strike bowlers more often through the middle period than you'd perhaps normally see. Pleased to say that rain we spoke about just after the resumption, it was only just a little bit of mizzle really, is completely gone, lasted about 5 minutes, and the skies are brightening again, so there's a lot of blue sky out towards the east. Play continuing away to our right in the district game. It's Otago A versus a district team, is that right?
Correct.
3-day game.
Yep.
All in whites, no sight screens, so the bowler from this end's coming out of the poplars.
Nice and dark. Red ball.
It'll be dark at 6 o'clock, and at the other end there's poplars about 200 metres away and buildings from the university campus. As Blakely defends again.
Impressive start here from Kerr again. Straight back onto line and length. I did actually think it was an interesting decision taking Gasperick off to bring Kerr back on, but obviously as you said, that 5.2 overs, none for 2.
That's not bad.
Yeah, she's hitting a nice line of length.
She is. And building the pressure again as she has Blakely pushing, and Plymmer coming across. She's a good fielder, Georgia Plymmer. One of those versatile players we see at the international level, can field anywhere. Very good boundary rider on the offside, deep cover around there. She covers a lot of ground, prepared to dive, got a good arm. As Warren Lees has said a couple of times today, the improvement in the fielding in women's cricket in the last decade, probably the last 5 years. Kirk has just tickling around the leg side, just getting one as it's Francis fielding from a long leg position, but that's a genuine cricket shot, nicely done. Still plenty of time. Run rate 5.23. Yes, it's gone up by about a run, which is quite a bit in the early stages, but it's still manageable.
And that's right. I think a bit of calmness is needed, and at this point, obviously, probably losing 1 or 2 more wickets than they would have liked to at this stage of the game. But Sparks got to be looking here. How do we get the game deep? Give ourselves a chance in the last 10 with wickets in hand, and it's that constant rotation of strike. Not necessarily, don't need to look for boundaries, but you're picking up that 4 or 5 and over through good cricket shots, singles. Boundary balls will come. It's just, at this stage, the little bit defensive probably mindset, I think. Currently going about this chase, and that's led from the wickets from the Blaze, but just how tightly they've been bowling as well.
Yeah, here's Robertson playing square, and they'll run on the shot. There's a throw at the stumps from Jetley, but there was never really any chance of a run out. So another good over from Jess Kerr, just 2 runs coming from it. She's bowled 6 overs and has given up just 4 runs. 18 gone, Otago 44 for 3. They've only hit 4 boundaries. And when you think there's a 10 over power play, that's well down.
Yeah, I suppose two schools of thought. Do you hammer it in the power play at the start and get yourself off to a flyer and potentially sacrifice a wicket or two, or is it a case where you sit back and probably look at the back end of the innings? But certainly with the fielding restrictions, first 10 can be easier to find gaps and get through and hit some boundaries. But yeah, obviously the Sparks are of the latter of the two options, and as you've seen, Kerr come off a great innings, and that sort of momentum, I suppose, has come straight into her bowling as well.
Some lovely shots there on the bank of Rachel Puller, one of our comments people today, our analysts, wandering around the bank and being greeted by her daughter in Volts or Sparks kit, which is lovely to see. Gently, there's Robertson playing nicely square, and they're running on the shot again. So just in the last couple of overs, minuscule amount more pressure on the Wellington field. These batters now well in, especially Blakely. She's faced 29 deliveries for her 10. Robertson just 10 for 2. But they're seeing the ball well. Blakely looks to turn it off a hit, but hits it a little too straight. Can't get it past Plymouth.
Really like this field setting here from the Blaze with the two mid wickets. It's taking out the easy option in terms of just milking that one into the leg side, and she asking the Sparks to hit the ball in a different area.
Gently faster and flatter through the air, not giving up anything. He's bowling well into his 6th over. There's 2 for 15. Picking up the wicket of Bates. Caught by Casbrick sharply at mid-wicket. And there's what Mark Craig was looking for. Just perhaps not executed quite as well, but perhaps a little bit of invention, looking to break the field up. And also James caught by King at a deep mid-wicket, looking to hit over the top and mistiming it completely.
I don't mind that it wasn't executed by Blakely, but the intent was there, which is the main thing. That otherwise these Blaze bowlers are just allowed to bowl and rinse and repeat as to what they're doing. We've got to look to put as a batting team, you've got to look to put a little bit of pressure back on the bowlers and make them double think about what it is that they're doing, as opposed to just copy and paste every ball.
Again fast and flat, and Robertson comes forward, gets a thick inside edge. She'll have a single, the 3rd of the over, and that's the end of the 19th at 47 for 3. And every over that's a maiden, the run rate jumps up about a 1/3 of a run at the moment, which the deeper you get into the innings, the more quickly the run rate rises, the required run rate. So plenty for the Otago batters to contemplate, but if they look at the scoreboard, they see 5.32 runs required. They've still got 31 overs to bat, and as we saw with Wellington when they had that mini collapse in the 25th over, they lost those 3 wickets. Suddenly you had batters in with the potential to face more balls than they would have perhaps faced in the rest of the season combined, 25 overs. And they did well because they had one of their top order batters, one of their openers, Fadgen, who's the top run scorer in the season, still there, and she guided them through. She was the 6th out after another significant partnership with Jess Kerr, which is Otago's not going to have that luxury of having any of the top 3 there anyway. They're all back in the shed, so different situation.
Yeah, I think onus here is probably is Blakely looked to bat through, and the rest of them bat around her has been the one that's been in the longest now, as we see Casbrick back into the attack and
doing everything within her power to just continue the squeeze on Otago. Into her 4th over, she's gone for just 7. So Kodai 4 overs for 18, expensive in relative terms. Jess Kerr 6 overs for 4 runs, 3 maidens included. Jetley 6 overs for 17. Casbrick's into her 4th and has given up just 7. All complementing each other beautifully. Robertson will have a single here if she plays it to the backward of point, overrun by Jetley, but they were never going to come back on the potential of an extra run. So tough times, of course. here for Otago, but you look back through the annals of cricket and these are the games where stories are made of, aren't they? They remember that final, I was there that day sort of thing. And for these players, these two, the start, and then whoever follows them, chance to say, that was our game.
Correct.
We won that game.
Yeah, great opportunity to etch themselves into history and take this game as deep as possible.
And that's the nature of cricket too. As Kasparek has Blakely hitting in the air, and Burns lost sight of it. She was rooted to the spot. If she'd been able to move backwards a bit more quickly, she might have got under that. It sailed over her head at a backward, almost on the 45 really, and they've picked up 2, top edge. But cricket's such a game. It's a team game, but it's dominated by individuals.
It is.
1 or 2 individuals in a side can win you the game.
Yeah, and I think you talk about every game of cricket, there's moments in the game, right? And we saw that sort of mini collapse earlier on with the Blaze, and
Nicely played by Blakely, but back to Kasparek.
earlier in the Blaze batting innings, and they were able to, through Kerr, have a bit of impetus, put back on the Sparks, and you are also allowed, bowlers are allowed to bowl well. And so it's the ability of being able to soak up a bit of that pressure that the Blaze have been putting on, be able to work their way through it, and then at some point pick, right, this is the bowler I'm going after here, as a team with a plan. As you've seen probably a wee message run out from the dugout from the Sparks, but to not panic in those situations. Yes, they are bowling really well. What are my options? How am I getting down the other end? And not taking it all on yourself. You know, you're batting in a partnership. There's 2 of you. How can you work together in that partnership to steady the ship and try and pull some momentum back? But certainly the Blaze have been very, very disciplined with their bowling so far. They'll be looking to continue that, and Sparks looking to put some pressure back onto them.
Agree with everything you say there. And sometimes, at whatever level you play, club cricket right up to international cricket, you can say, especially for the batters, in the old days, men's cricket, batsmen, you could be batting with someone you couldn't stand. And yet you could put all that aside and combine your abilities, go on and win a game.
So you're talking you'd had a few boundaries and not so much conversation during the middle of the overs, and
no conversation.
No conversation.
Not even, well, maybe some deep staring.
Yeah, right. So we never had that with Bradley Scott. He was too busy talking to the opposition and anyone that would actually listen to him.
Which weren't too many people.
Those weren't actually wearing helmets, they're actually wearing earplugs.
So Francis into the attack here. Just a useful right arm over. So she's the 5th bowler. They've also got Beard, left arm orthodox, up their sleeve as well, who has been more than useful this year for the Blaze. So they have some options. Haven't seen so much of Francis this year. It's a lovely shot from Blakely, timed it beautifully. But Plummer, you're right, the field placements and the execution of the bowlers to keep their field in play has been exemplary from Wellington. Georgia Plummer out there, she's patrolling a huge area, and 20-30 metres either side, she'll probably get to it. Francis, it's given plenty of air, and that's nicely driven, but in fact that's Plummer there. So who am I thinking? That's King. Sorry, that's King out fielding at mid-wicket. Plummer's at cover.
So important though as well, you know, like how do we put pressure back on, running between the wickets. Again, the Blaze will be feeling it just as much as the Sparks in terms of being final, and if you start putting some pressure back on them in terms of either side, can you get to what the Sparks need to be doing.
Francis has Blakely Robertson driving nicely, but straight down to Beard at deepish mid-off. So they're both timing the ball well. They're starting to gap it a little bit. Their confidence will be building. The partnership is still in its infancy. It's only 14. They haven't really looked troubled, but they don't need to be troubled as far as Wellington's concerned. Every dot ball is a victory. Well, not quite every single at the moment, because it's still under one run a ball. Francis has Robertson flat patting it back over the top of the bowler. She doesn't time it all that well, and Kerr's able to come around from long on, do the fielding, and at the end of 21 overs, it's 53 for 3, and we're going to see a double change here with Willie Nichols coming back into the chair, and he's going to be joined by Bradley Scott.
Welcome back. There's quite a bit of admin involved in a double commentary change up here in the Dunedin commentary box. Bradley Scott joins me, 53 for 3 after 21, chasing 212. Robertson just turns that one around the corner. Yeah, it feels tough going at the moment though, Bradley, but they've got to set their sights on little targets to build their way there, don't they?
Yeah, I think they do. And if worst case scenario is probably 90 at 30, and then that leaves you 120. A run a ball is probably tough work on the surface, but I think that's realistic. 40 off the next 10, and that gives you a chance if you've got wickets in hand.
And she's gone across her stumps, swept that away, Blakely. A little bit of invention. Well, the tough thing is, you're coming up against Lee Kasperick. She's not giving many freebies out there.
No, she's an experienced bowler, and she's smart in the way she changes her pace and how slow she does bowl in general. So then you've got to create all the pace yourself, play across the line, then you have that risk of that top edge. And I've been impressed with their fields. They've set very straight fields, very close fields, and made the Sparks have to try and force their way through it or over the top. And then that's just created pressure.
Oh, the reverse sweep. That's clever. Lovely shot. Felicity Robinson. Will it go all the way? It's been hauled in. Great chase. Jetley and Burns working there, but a bit of innovation there, Bradley Scott.
Yeah, I mean, it is something they do work on, is their lapping and reverse lapping. From their 2020, when the fields are up, as I say, they're only allowed 4 out, so there's always a gap somewhere. And trying to manipulate something with the lack of Kasperick's pace, but that was a very, very smart shot and very well played.
Got her 3 runs, and now they're going to have a go over mid-wicket. That'll run away. They're putting the foot down this over. It's a boundary to Blakely. They're on the attack here, the Sparks.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a message run out a couple of overs ago, didn't we? The 12th woman was out very quickly, and I think obviously with Francis coming on as the 5th bowling option, they might see this as an opportunity to get back in the game.
Yeah, slog sweep.
Generate a run rate.
Yeah, just able to clear mid-wicket there. Now all of a sudden the pressure a little bit back on Lee Kasperick. Yeah, that run rate required was creeping up over 5.5. Once it starts to get to a runner ball, to be able to go at a runner ball for close to 30 overs, that's a big challenge, especially with early wickets. So they want to try and get and stay on that run rate.
That being said, I did speak to the Wellington coaches, Lance Dry and Luke Woodcock, at the break, and they thought they probably should have got 250 if they'd set their innings up a bit better. The 3.
She's on the slog sweep again. She's nailed that.
Beautiful shot.
In the gap. Another boundary to Blakely. This has proven to be a big over. Yeah, it's 13 from it. Kasperick has taken some tap in her 5th. And the Sparks getting a little bit of momentum into the innings. They're 66 for 3 after 22.
Yeah, so up to 3 and over all of a sudden after really struggling. And doesn't take a heck of a lot. That's a lovely shot. I mean, it is across the line, but it's in, it's in the zone. It was a bit like the 6 that McFadden hit earlier in the game from the other end. But
Yeah, she went across her stumps, didn't she? Ball's outside the line of off stump. If you miss that, you got your pad. It's not going to be LBW, so a calculated risk. That was her second slog sweep of the over. Some much needed runs and a bit of a boost in momentum here for the home crowd. They want to see the Sparks chase this.
It's just got a little bit brighter. I don't know if
physically and sort of
mentally.
Yeah, and mentally here for the chasing team.
But the other thing the Wellington coaches did say, it was runs on the board in the final. Runs on the board. 2-11. We've got them, they have to go get them.
Well, that's been hit hard. She's picked out the fielder. Starting to see some real intent here now. And it is a good wicket. Craig Cummings said that to us at lunch, didn't he? He said there's no demons in it. It's a good one-day cricket wicket, so you apply yourself and play well. There's runs to be had out there.
And Wellington's still happily squeezing it. There's still only 3 outside the circle. They have that option to use a 4th, but they're trying to make Spark players hit over the top and take a risk.
Really straight field as well, isn't it? Mid-on, mid-off, on the circle. Short cover and a short mid-wicket. And it's Lee Kasperick and I think Georgia Plymouth potentially in there. So they're 2 best fielders on the squeeze. Trying to bowl stump to stump. Try and get the Sparks to go across the line or invent something, because it's going to be on the stumps, and where can you get your single? She takes a couple of steps. She's hit that hard, not quite into the gap though. Will they turn for 2? They won't. It's a good arm from the deep there. Tash Kadir.
And I think the Blaze are noticeably in a bit tighter on the boundary than the Sparks, whereas we're almost 2 or 3 metres. They're actually shutting down the angle a bit earlier, which prevents the 2.
Watson turns that one away. And she's in the game down there again, Kadir. She does well to stop it, but she can't save the 2. Certainly some intent against Francis here. They're almost singled that this is a bowler that they want to try and take on. Yeah,
and if they just keep ticking away here, get to the 30th over together, get to the 35th over together. Kasperick just got taken too, so whether she backs herself to come on and maybe bowl a bit slower and create an opportunity, or whether she has to make a bowling change.
Upbeat point. And it's just 4 off the over. And that's the thing, when the run rate required is creeping up, pushes it up a little bit more. The Sparks, they're going to require 142 off 27 overs. It's at 5.26 and over. They are 3 down. Big wicket of Susie Bates. She was caught by Kasperick at mid-wicket after bowling a Jet Li. Her first over inside the power play. A good piece of captaincy by Kasperick. Saffron Wilson, she went for 1 early on. Ella James, she looked decent for her 13. Then it's been Blakely and Robinson who have had to do a bit of a repair job here. 32 off 49, so a building partnership, and if they can continue to lift the run rate, Bradley Scott, then they're going to give themselves a sniff, and that's what you want in the final here, in front of your home crowd on a decent wicket.
Yeah, it's shaping up. It's quite a nice contest with 27 overs to go. Crowd on the bank still making their own entertainment currently, while as we break and play while we change bowlers.
Looks like it's going to be Nicole Beard into the attack.
Yeah, another spin option for the Blaze.
5th bowler used by the Blaze here. 6th even now.
Yep. Left arm orthodox, notorious in New Zealand for being able to tie up New Zealand players. Yeah, every side would love to have a left arm orthodox.
Not as many in the women's game either these days, to be fair. So another challenge.
But potentially the reverse lap becomes a really safe option if it's turning that way. To go with it. So it'd be interesting if she was confident enough to play it to a right arm off spin, whether a left arm orthodox or left arm off spin. It's actually potentially quite a smart option.
Just the 3 back on the boundary. They can have a 4th, but they're choosing to squeeze here. That's width, and she'll cut it away. Only get the 1. Kate Chandler does the fielding out there. Just feels like something's brewing here, don't you? Where the risk is they want to take. Long on goes back for Robinson. There's 1 there if she wants. It's a nice shot off the back foot, punched. There's a chase on out there. Chandler, she will mop it up, but a couple of runs.
I think, I mean, having played under CC, Craig coming a long time, he'll be talking to the players in there about who's got what overs left already. You know how we talked about at the back end of the Blaze innings. He'll already be having that conversation with his middle and lower order about, you know, Kerr's bowled 6, Chetney's bowled 6, Kasperick's bowled 5. So potentially they only have 13 overs left. So then there's another 13 overs where, you know, they're not as experienced, and so then you start putting the pressure back on them.
Absolutely. Nicole Beard in her first over here just went off the shoe there. That's well struck, but there's protection on the onside, 3 back on the leg side, so just the single. 5 from the over so far, the new bowler Beard. The runs are just starting to come a little easier now. They're starting to rotate the strike, aren't they?
Yeah, it's pushed up just over 3 and over, and Francis and Beard, you know, from the Blaze point of view, they'll be trying to get through these 10 overs quickly, whether they do it together or maybe have 3 each and bring back someone else. You know, Jess Kerr came back for a 1 over and went for, she's a bit expensive actually, she went for double the runs.
Yeah, well, that's 6 off the first over by Nicole Beard as a plane comes over. Might be able to hear it through the comms there. Or even a chopper.
Maybe a helicopter, yeah.
And it's Hannah Francis who's going to continue from the commentary box end. Oh, just the 2 overs, 1 for 7. Yeah, Jess Kerr, look at that scorecard. 6 overs, 3 maidens. Just the 4 runs off her. They've still got her up the sleeve to come, the Blaze. It's Blakely and Robinson here with a job to do.
And reliably informed by their great scorers
Plymouth.
that the most economical figures by a Blaze player is 6 for 9 off 10 overs in one-day cricket in the women's game. So
We know who that was, or
A.E. Cooper
in the year
circa 2005.
righto. We might have to get a Catherine Campbell or some of our learned listeners if you want to. That's been chipped up. Not going to carry to Kerr. Yeah, if someone does know that, text me in, Willie Nichols or Bradley Scott. We don't have a text machine, but you can contact any of the commentators directly if you know their number. All feedback is obviously welcome, and if you do know the full name or the player Cooper we're talking about there, the best figures in domestic for the Blaze, as that's a wide from Francis. Too much width on offer there. And these are the kind of overs, aren't they, at the moment, Bradley Scott? They're just trying to get through a few here, the Blaze. They look to bring back their front liners. Potentially an opportunity for the Sparks.
I've been very impressed with how straight they've bowled. I think if we reflect on the Sparks innings comparatively so far with the ball.
It's a lovely shot that. She's just leant on it.
The Sparks probably did serve up the odd wide delivery, you know. I remember Pidge talking about the width they were given, and I don't think the Blaze have done that yet. But they've been feeling confident and good about themselves because they've been on top. Whether they get put under pressure now, and that's when, you know, performing your skills under pressure in the final is what it's all about.
It's a good piece of fielding out there, it really was. I thought that was 4 off the back and bad into the block. A lot of good fielders in this Blaze side. It's whipped away out to mid-wicket. They are a good fielding side. It's been noticeable, not just in their skills in the ring and out on the outfield, but also just in their placements. We've talked about Lee Kasperick, the captain. She's got a lot of experience. You see every ball, every time they're changing the batter, there's a change in the field. They really are looking to put the pressure on the Sparks. It's well bowled from Francis. Blakely can't get it away. Of the two of these batters, who is the one who's going to be more likely to go? Looks like Robinson's starting to strike it quite well. We saw Blakely with the 2 slog sweeps off the spinner.
Yeah, I think Felicity Robertson's probably got a wee bit more power, but Caitlin's a busy player and she can hit to all areas of the park.
It's a nice shot and she'll get it through. They might get 2, they might get 4. The chase is on. Oh, it's a good dive. She threw down the left hand. Gee, she's stopped some runs out there today.
Yeah, that is a great piece of fielding.
Warm applause from the home crowd for the visiting player. That's when you know there's been a good piece of fielding. Let's have a look on the replay here. Throwing herself around out there.
She's going from side to side at the moment, which, I mean, the University Oval is not the biggest ground in the world, but still to go from we are quite big square.
We're pretty sure it's Kate Chandler. Just trying to get the number on her back, but she is going from side to side on the field out at deep cover.
Yeah, I think you're right. The long ponytail doesn't help with number identification, does it?
Yeah, but gee, she fielded well out there today. That one's turned away on the onside. They can't beat these fielders out there. That is the long side out towards the pavilion. There's been some good shots and they're only getting 1 and 2s, and when that run rate is pushing up around 6, the required, it's frustrating that.
So it has stayed around 5.2 for the last 5 or 6, so just got to keep this partnership going from the Sparks perspective. 44 off 62, 63. Yeah, going at 4s.
And they're building a partnership, that's the main thing. Work away another single out to Chandler as discussed. Tash Kadir out there as well, and we haven't even mentioned Georgia Plymmer. They've got some pretty good outfielders, don't they?
They do, yes. Yeah, Plymmer and Kasperick really controlling that inner circle, trying to prevent the ones.
So mid-on goes back now. Robinson, that power that Bradley Scott spoke about. Sun's out here at the Uni Oval. It's looking a real picture.
Yeah, less puffer jackets on than we were an hour ago, Willie, which is always a good sign in Dunedin.
Absolutely, I think the sleeping bag in the stands is on as well. That one's slightly over pitched and struck firmly down to long on for the single. Still one to come. This partnership building nicely though. 45 from 64. That's exactly what they would have wanted after the early wickets. If you're just joining us, the target is 212 here for the Sparks. That one's short and is smashed away, but the fielder out there, they can't penetrate the leg side out of ring. It'll just be 1. It's 4 off it. Goldbeard's second over comes to an end. And the Sparks, they're 86 for 3 after 26 overs.
Yeah, nice partnership developing here. 48 off 68. Just what the Sparks needed. The Blaze are probably happy as well. They know if they get a wicket, seems to be quite a hard wicket to get in on. Initially, you know, they're going to have to take, a new player's going to have to take 10 to 20 balls to get a feel for the pace of this deck, which I guess we all assume is a touch slow. They haven't been able to hit through the line with confidence down the ground, which suggests it's a touch slow. And so, you know, the Blaze will be just trying to eke one out here. If the Sparks partnership, if these two can keep going for another 10 overs, then the game changes again.
There's a change in the attack. Jetley's back on for Francis. She did bowl really well up front. Zara Jetley, she was first change. She bowled in the power play. She got the big wicket of Susie Bates. She also picked up Bella James as well. 2 for 17. This is her 7th over. Whoa. Right behind the stumps there. Clever bowler, isn't she? Good fielder. Good control of her line and length.
Yes, she has. She's got to be very simple and bowled consistently. She's had a consistent length all day so far in her 7th over.
And that's that straight field Lee Kasparek has got for her there. There is no single, unless she wants to work at square of the wicket, which is what they want. They'll bring the LB, the bolds in, the leading edge. It's tight stuff from the Blaze. A lot of experience in finals, as we've spoken about. The sweep shot's out. You only get one. You can see the experience from the Blaze, can't you? The way they work their bowlers, their fielders.
Trying to encourage Sparks batswomen to take on the batters to take on the inner ring, aren't they? Maybe use their feet and hit over mid-on, mid-off her up. Mid-on's dropped long on for the last couple of balls of the over.
They've obviously scouted Robinson, and the fact that she long on is an area for her that goes back each time as she works that to deep cover. She'll get a single, and Warren Lees is warming up in the commentary box. He's about to join me as Willie Scott takes a well-earned spell.
Thanks, Willie.
That's the end of the 27th over. The Sparks 88 for 3. 124 needed off 23. 5.39 and over. They've kept that required run rate in check. Warren Lees joins me, and Warren, looked like you were getting a little bit nervous there, but confidence in these batters. They've put on 50 now. It's a great partnership given the start that they had.
Seriously, I just sitting there in awe of the way they're playing, and I just can't believe how they don't appear in any way panicked. And yet, I would have believed that someone coming in and rushing through and scoring a quick 30 would get the momentum going, and the way we used to play. And yet I talked to Mark Craig, and those younger players than me probably think I'm crazy, but I just think it's almost like they're playing to a programmed plan, and neither batsman's panicking at all. They're just picking up their 4 and over, perhaps a 2 here, a couple of singles there, and it's just amazing how they're working their way back into the game. They're actually working their way back into the game, and I kept thinking for a while that over by over it was slipping away from them, and yet this is a very, very good partnership.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, Warren. It's funny, as that total comes down, it looks more and more makeable, and that's firmly struck from Felicity Robinson. She'll get another boundary. Well placed, round the corner. Beard won't be happy with that. She gave her the length, and she placed it well, and that momentum Warren Lees is talking about, it continues.
Well, as the partnership builds, and slowly but steadily it is building, the more loose deliveries, because of the pressure you're putting back on the bowling side. And I wouldn't have believed it was possible, perhaps 10 overs ago. I just think it's an amazing confidence that they're giving their other players who are still to come, and some of them will be probably still to come, but they're just showing how it can be done. I think it's amazing.
Pressure on Beard now. Yeah, absolutely, Warren. And you look at the players to come, still Polly Ingalls, Olivia Gain, you know, that Hallie Jensen, there is still batting to come. And as the overs and the runs get less, the job gets less as well.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, 50 overs seemed a long way away some time ago, but
that one's flighted well, struck firmly. Just the single.
It's just the calmness that both batters are showing as I just said, they pick up a 2 or a boundary occasionally, or 2 singles and over, and they're just going at the rate that is required, really. I really am quite impressed.
And that beater, it will beater on the outside. Just dropped the bat on that, Blakely. Perfect placement, and she'll pick up a boundary too, the second in the over.
Exactly the sort of pressure that they're exerting on the Blaze now, and just a little bit of flatness in the field, perhaps, a little bit of worry, not quite the same communication between close fielders.
It was a lovely shot, wasn't it? She's dropped it on the net. She goes back into the crease and punches that out to the sweeper. Yeah, we're 25 off the last 5 overs. The run rate has increased. And all of a sudden, the Sparks in front of their home crowd here in Dunedin, starting to look a bit more likely chasing this 213. There was width. Yeah, just the timing under the eyes, and it was the placement as well, Warren.
I think the loss of 3 relatively early wickets, in my mind, created probably a wee bit of stress about the total that was sought after, and therefore I was looking for someone to come in and hit it here and hit it there, and a boundary there and a drop catch there, and all of a sudden they're on 35 and the momentum comes back into it. But no, there's another way of doing it, and it's done with a plan that's calm, it's controlled. They can play 3 dot balls, knowing that the 5th ball of the over could be hit for a boundary. I'm amazed at the way these two are relatively confident about the way they're going about it, and it's quite new for me to see this.
And it's good to see too, as Ash Kadir comes back into the attack.
But even now, the field changes a little bit more than it was before, and that the fielders are looking a little bit more desperate than they perhaps were. The bowlers are now under a wee bit of pressure because these two are building such a partnership. You can almost see the arms are folded a wee bit. The girls have gone back on their heels. The 2 close-in catches, or relatively close, mid-wicket and cover, have gone back about 3 or 4 metres to where they were before.
Lovely shot. Only get 1. Runs are ticking, as Warren Lees mentions. This partnership is 60 off 80 balls. Starting to shape as a match-defining one too for the hosts.
I'm sure for the girls waiting to bat, it is giving them a different series of ideas about the way to go about it. No doubt Coach Cumming is actually sitting a wee bit more forward in his seat.
Just sensible cricket, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's a lesson for me, probably. Just
a lesson even for Warren Lees at this stage. Great stuff.
Well, it is really. It's something that I wouldn't have expected, and it's something that has developed. And I've mentioned this, we all have really in the last few years. And it's the training, it's the planning, it's the work that the girls have done, and they're playing completely differently.
The 100 runs is up as well. The ripple of applause around the oval. Yep. No, it's testament to the increased skill level of the batters, the deeper batting orders.
Well, yeah, the panic 3 years ago of losing someone of Bates' experience and abilities would have put absolute panic into the dressing room. Well, it's not there now.
Aggressively stroked out to the sweeper. The runs are coming, and it's going to be interesting to see what the Blaze want to do here, because this partnership is getting ominous. It's the end of the 29th over. The Sparks 101 for 3, and I think the captain, Lee Kasperik's going to bring herself on, Warren.
And I think it probably is a time for the captain to show a wee bit of seniority and say, hey, look, let's get a wee bit more of a grip of this. Things are slowly drifting a little bit. The fact that she brings herself on lets her own team realise that she'll take a senior role, the role that she has by being captain. Give me the ball and let's see if we can make a change. I think that's good captaincy, really. But a required run rate of 5.29 over 20 overs, 21 overs, yeah, it's quite possible. Don't forget that we spoke about this in the Blaze innings when we said, oh, things were slipping away for the fielding team, the Sparks, and 3 wickets fell in an over. So there are possibilities.
It can change quickly, and that is why Lee Kasparek is back into the attack. So the deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, and a cover sweeper. Mid-on, mid-off on the circle, cover and mid-wicket in on the 1. So a bit of squeeze, but also targeting a wicket. They dearly love to break this partnership.
I just think that no matter what happens in the next 20 and a half overs from now, in either team, it's probably reasonably even at the moment. I think we're seeing a very good game of cricket. I think it really is. It's a nice place to be on a good afternoon like this. But
and it's a big shot. Blakely goes up and over mid-on. She's taken Kasparek on, and she has succeeded another boundary.
Well, the confidence that's developed over the years from Caitlin Blakely, and that's a very, very good shot. She realised that mid-on wasn't all the way back, gave herself just a little bit of room and dragged it slightly on the onside of mid-on, and 1 or 2 bounces for 4.
It was a bold shot, a brave shot, executed to perfection. That's pushed long on back now. It's that confidence Warren Lees was talking about as we look at it on the replay, Warren. It's getting into a good position, the head over the ball, good swing of the bat.
Yeah, good balance, Didn't have to overreach at all, waited for the ball to be full.
Hitting with the spin as well. It's flighted by Kasparek. He goes back, uses the crease well.
She's played that shot through point off the back foot so well and so often in the whole innings, really. She must have picked up 20 singles through point just by waiting for it. The pitch is nice, paced, gets on the back foot, gives herself room with the balance.
And that's good cricket too. Robinson, the long on was pushed back from Blakely and made it the other end, picks up the single. And that's 6 off the Lee Kasparek over. It's well played. With 20 overs left, it's the Sparks chasing in the Hallyburton Johnson Shield Grand Final. They 107 for 3. I'm going to sub myself out and bring in Steve Davey to join his old mate, Warren Lees.
Well, with me sitting here with only a microphone in front of me and sort of explaining to people that I was slightly panicked about the way the Sparks were playing, I'm more than impressed with the way they're going about it. And even if I'm creating a little bit of a negative as far as the feel of the fielding team, I can imagine that their own thoughts as they stand waiting for the next over have been slightly dented by the very, very promising partnership. I think, Steve, that things have changed around 2 or 3 times in this game, and of course they could again, but yeah, the odds have evened up a lot.
No doubt about that. Warren, you just get the feeling that this pair have, through the growth of this partnership, developed some belief. They're running, you remember early on there was a chance that they were going to run each other out. That's certainly not the case anymore. There's a lot more communication. Some of the shot selection, all of the shot selection is generally very good. And they're complementing each other. They're different players. They both have power, but they have power in different areas. And this is a very fine partnership. And if you look at the situation at the same time, the end of the 30th over, Wellington was 108 for 5, Otago 107 for 3.
It makes me feel deep down quite guilty that at the fall of the 3rd wicket I was at the back of the box shaking my head. Fortunately there were only 2 or 3 people up here who saw me doing that.
Driving back to Clyde early.
But I was actually sort of thinking, was it the negative thoughts that you go through? And you've just got to sort of...
Why you were never a negative captain or player? Well, not outwardly.
No, I think we lost a lot of games. I might as well have been.
Yeah,
I mean,
but saying that, I'll defend you there as we watch Kodire, and it's nicely played, but no run. You won as many as you lost, or you won. I remember those days where you could get 16 points in the old play. What was it called? The Shell Trophy.
Yeah.
Shell Trophy days, 3-day cricket, first class cricket, before it became 4 days. And you could, generally Otago won probably 2 out of the first 3 games. This is a nice shot. And you'd have 32 points after, say, 3 rounds. And other teams hadn't had anything other than a few bowling bonus points. And they were on the back foot straight away. So there was no negativity about that approach.
No, not on the field. There's a lot of negativity in the dressing room off the field at times. It was not an easy team to captain.
We had some strong personalities in there. Goodness gracious.
God, we survived those days. I do remember when it was 16 points for a win. In fact, I think we still played for the Plunket Shield, even though it was a Shell-sponsored competition. And the Plunket Shield was a big shield, bigger than the Ranfurly Shield. And I just remember some of those funny things that we used to do. The house I lived in Mornington, very drafty. One of the bedrooms had a chimney and a fireplace. And I remember for the next winter there was nowhere to put Otago had no rooms in cricket. That was that we put a blanket around the Plunket Shield and it stopped the draft for the whole winter coming into that bedroom.
Very handy. Double whammy.
There was some funny times, but
and sawdust in the entrance out from the dressing room.
Yeah, and the ham that you could see through for lunch. I remember those things. Don't worry.
Yeah, lunch has definitely improved from what we used to get as commentators. We were allowed to join you in the old rose stand.
That's right.
Under the rose stand.
But you're right. We did win some games, but we also lost an awful lot of games for a while in trying to win.
Yes, but
there's an attitude of wanting to get a result.
It's better than playing for a draw. Westbrook has Robertson coming forward and driving nicely. They're only going to pick up one, but they're picking up runs regularly now. The run rate, ironically, even though they are getting quite a few runs back to back here, the run rate's as high as it's been. Required run rate is 5.4, but balancing that is the fact that this partnership is closing in, it's 73 now. So the players have the confidence, I'm sure, to know that the deeper they take it, the more chance they've got.
They've also got the confidence of playing a shot like Caitlin Blakey just played, a forward defence into the offside, not even looking for a run. It was a good ball, I'll just defend it. And it sort of says, well, hold on, there is a calmness about the way they're playing.
She's moving quickly and plays out towards mid-wicket, and there's a dive by Clement. She's missed it and it's gone over her head and out to the boundary for 4. There was a small chance of a catch, and I think she might have hurt herself. Is she? No, it's the ego. It's the ego. She's just taking a little while to get up. Such a good fielder, Georgia Plymmer. Gave herself a chance of catching it, dived forward. It bounced just in front of her face, really, and over her head and out to the boundary for 4. Blakely to 48. And that run rate comes down 0.1 straight away. It shows you how quickly it can change. 5 runs off the first 4 balls from Kasparek. She was parsimonious in her first handful of overs, and now she's been picked off for 13 before she took herself off. She's come back, had 6 off and over. Now this is going to be an overthrow. Poor throw coming back in from King. Not able to be taken by McFadden, tidied up with a bonus run. So 7 now off the over, and Caitlin Blakely brings up 50. Well batted. Very well batted.
Very, very good 50. And if you go back about 6 years, even Caitlin Blakely would have just dreamt of scoring this 50 on this particular day. Because in those days she was struggling to get to 20, but working very hard and improving at all times. I just think that a lot of the players still sitting there will be thinking now, even at the start of the season, we didn't believe this would. Sometimes if you work hard enough, you follow a program.
Oh, she's edged the next ball. She's been undone. Her feet were rooted to the spot, pushed at it with hard hands, edge taken. Nice catch by McFadden. And just when it looked as though Otago might have been gathering some impetus, it changes again.
Yeah, so disappointing for Caitlin Blake, who bring up a 50 in the very next ball. That ball just drifted a little bit, the off spin of Kasperick. And again, a good example of good wicket keeping to take that outside edge. You could tell the umpire was not certain, was waiting to make a decision, and Caitlin Blakely obviously started the long walk back to the pavilion just to help the umpire out, which is a sign of very good honesty, but a very good partnership. And now, similar to the Blaze innings, which we saw early on the day, the learning from that, that's a terrible word, the lesson from that would be the Otago players would not want to repeat what happened in the Blaze innings, and those 3 wickets in one over, well, unexpected, but it did happen, changed that whole innings. Now this is a time where the 2 players get together and say, look, we bat for each other, we communicate, we talk about who we want to face and how we want to turn over the strike, and they try and build a little partnership of 10 just to start.
So Polly Ingalls is the new batter. She won't be on strike. That was the last ball of Kasperick's over. She has 1 for 36, and Caitlin Blakely's innings ends at 50. 74 balls, 83 minutes, 5 fours. Beautifully constructed innings. You'll be terribly disappointed to have been dismissed the very next delivery. But Polly Ingalls, the leading run scorer for Otago this year, now at the crease. She's had a lot of time to digest what's been happening out in the middle. And if she looks at the scoreboard, she'll see that Otago needs 79 runs. Sorry, that partnership was 79 off 104 balls. So they need a run rate of 5.28, needing 96 runs to win off the final 18 overs. Eminently manageable. Felicity Robertson becomes an even more important key to Otago's plan as she just waits for a ball from Kodai and then lays it off. The underwards third man probably didn't time it quite as well as she would have wanted. It's been well chased down. I think that's Jetley, and they have 2. A good start for the over for Otago, and that's how it's now panning out. It's every ball. Where do you get? Can you get in front of the game in the first half of the over?
Yep. Just little communications between the 2 players and little goals, and as I said, the goal may have been, let's get a partnership of 10 and let's just see, we'll talk together at the end of the over, and they're talking together right now after only 1 ball. But those sort of things are very, very important, and it gives the new player some confidence, but it also reinforces the form of the player who's already performing well. You know, it's difficult for Blakely to score 50 and get out next ball, and she'll feel dreadful about that, but there wouldn't be a player in the Otago team not thrilled with Blakely getting 50.
Dyer bowls down the leg side. It's a poor delivery, looking to swing. It's a wide anyway, and they've run through as well. Not able to catch up with it, Robertson, but it's a bonus run, and take 2 bonus runs. So the score now 121 for the loss of 4. This is the 33rd over. So they're ahead of where Wellington was. At the end of 33, Wellington was 116 for 5. They just dropped Jess Kerr.
It's funny
the first time.
Because it was so long ago, and you were pointing that out, it sort of looks like, gee, we never thought we'd be in that position. You know, I shouldn't say that we all the time either, should I?
Polly Ingalls underway, nicely timed drive out square. So 5 runs off the first 2 legal deliveries, which drags the required run rate down to just a touch over 5.
Yeah, so the little partnership, and I suggested 10, is 5. And we've run up and down the wicket a few times, which gets blood flowing a little bit for the new player.
Robertson looking nice and compact, just standing tall, pushing defensively into the mid-wicket region, led by the Wellington counterpart, Kasperick. Robertson 36 from 51. Eagles just getting underway. Otago's run rate 3.75. Needed 4.21. Robertson just knocks it on the head out towards point, and it's another run. That's 5. 6 off 4 balls, so ahead of the run rate.
Yeah, that was quite easy, just turning it over, pushing it out to point and saying, yes, we'll just take 1, and they just jogged through quite comfortably.
Angles off the back foot, looking to punch through the covers. Just plays a fraction inside it, not deliberately. Bowling by Kate Aya.
Probably better to push forward. Probably better to push forward just on the line of off stump and just push it into the covers. Not knowing exactly how the pitch is playing now, even though you've wicket-kept on it. But probably better to push the front pad forward.
And she's looking to flash it through the offside, misses. The end of an over which saw 6 runs taken by Otago, 123 for 4. Wellington was 116 for 5, 17 overs remaining, and Otago require 89 runs.
So Robertson's done a very good, performed a very good captain's role here, really. She has scored good runs throughout the season, not possibly as heavily as she would have wanted herself, but she scored a very good 37. I had a little bit to do with her a long time ago when I was with the White Ferns and Felicity Leighton Davis, I think, was there?
Yes.
Came to the World Cup with us as a medium pace bowler who batted down the order. Didn't get a lot of opportunity on that tour again. But I remember sitting talking. She represented New Zealand, and her brother had as well. I think at the Commonwealth Games in badminton. I think they both, it was a family thing, badminton, I think, and therefore it sort of gave me an impression, even when I met her, that nerves wasn't going to ever overcome her. I think she played at another sport at a top level, and therefore she could cope with that.
Yeah, it's a very good observation. There's Jess Kerr back into the attack. Really looking to hunt down some wickets here is Kasperick as Robertson drives slightly edgily. Backward of point fielded by Chandler. Earlier story, Susie Bates always grew up in the shadow of her brothers. Both her brothers, Tom and Henry, were head boys at Otago Boys. Both played and probably captained the first 15 rugby. Captained the first 11 cricket. So Susie probably was consigned to bowling in the backyard.
Yes.
Olivia would have had to field only. She wouldn't have had a bowl or a bat. Her bowls to Robertson Trunks down there. And so she lived in the shadow of her brother. She herself was head girl at Otago Girls, high achieving family. They've all played sport to a good level. Susie, of course, has gone on. But she remembers having lived in that shadow, and she went to the Olympics. Basketball was at Beijing. And was standing when the New Zealand national anthem was played. Her bowls to Robertson, get it through the offside, and she thought, here I am at the Olympics, wearing the silver fern and playing the national anthem. I think I've gone past my brothers. I think I've risen in the batting order in the Bates family.
Yeah. Neither brother would like that, by the way.
Well, she tells that story herself. Yeah. Oh, are we going to see a wicket here? No, we're not. Oh, Jess Kerr has dropped a dolly and she's got her hands head thinking, I should have tried just a little bit harder. It's been patted back, probably a leading edge, I suspect. And she obviously felt she had that under control, just reaching back with one hand, and it's got away on her. Well, we'll mark that down, just as we saw Kerr herself dropped 3 times in the space of 10 overs and going on to score 60 odd. Robertson drives this time, past the bowler but not past Burns at mid-off, and she's still contemplating what happened there. We may see a replay. Here it is. It's a leading edge, and she just didn't really seem to make much more than a half-hearted effort.
There was nothing different to the ball going straight through to the keeper and the keeper lobbing it back to her, but just a little bit high, really. It was exactly what's happened probably 1,000 times in a life. It was a matter of just putting your hand out and it didn't go in. But you're right, the same thing happened 3 times to the Otago Sparks bowlers.
Robertson drives nicely and through mid-on and takes a run, and it's the end of an over. It was a good one too, just the 1 run coming from it. 124 for 4, At the same time, Wellington was 124 for 5.
But Jess Kerr still has 3 overs to come, and they're 3 very important overs because she has bowled very, very well so far. And she's only bowled her 7 overs, none for 5. Her next 3 overs, should they be of the same ilk, as good as, that will help the bowler at the other end. And therefore, it is quite important that the Otago players work together and realise that there are certain players bowlers you can target.
Yeah, there's still some issues though, and Bradley pointed it out before. Kodai has 3 remaining. Yes. She's going to bowl now. Was it Jetley coming? That's Jetley. Kerr has 3. Jetley has 3. Kasprick has 3. Well, there's 12. And there are 16 overs remaining. So between them, Francis and Beard are going to have to bowl 4 overs.
Yeah, so
they'll be the targets.
So the other thought that comes into the batting side's mind is we have to know that we're not going to lose wickets and have 2 new players at the crease when at some stage those 4 overs have to be bowled. So it's important that they just continue at the same level they're going at. I mean, it doesn't matter if you play out 3 balls at the start of the over and they're good balls and you don't get a run.
Lots of drives and on the bounce back to Jetley, nicely fielded.
Which is quite foreign to the way I normally think, by the way.
Well, you're wondering now whether Otago, they're probably a little way off at 16 overs remaining, but they've a run rate of about 5.2 required. Jetley's bowled and Robertson's hit all around it and had her castle wrecked. And that was a shot of someone who had not been there for the last hour or so.
Well, goodness gracious, it was exactly, we're looking at a replica of what was happening in the Wellington innings because, and all the players would have talked about this, we don't want to lose 2 in a row. And it happens so often. Wellington lost 3 in an over, Otago have just lost 2 in very, very short time. And now there's 2 new players at the crease. So the importance of a little partnership is vital now. The communication between the 2 players has got to be, hey, we have to really get together here and we've got to work together, not as 2 individuals, but we've got to work together as a team in a partnership. And the communication even between balls becomes quite important.
Well, she'd be disappointed with that because she played with a
very well.
Good deal of authority, but that was definitely a loose shot. Jetley struck early each time she's bowled, hasn't she? Early on in the power play with Bates, picked up another wicket in James, and now Robertson swinging almost wildly across the line, but with a degree of hesitation.
She almost played as if she wanted to hit the ball to the leg side, but with a sliced bat action, and the ball went outside the outside edge.
A bit like chipping onto the green and only getting halfway, Warren.
Yeah, or tipping onto the green and gutting it across straight at right angles. Yeah, I've done that.
One of your playing partners.
Yeah, I do that too often.
So Levy again is the new batter, powerful stroke player. A very big test for her. We'll see a change in. Thanks, Warren.
Yeah, my ideas aren't right.
You need to leave.
I've been removed.
Warren Lee's about to be replaced by former New Zealand White Ferns seam bowler, Rachel Puller. He's been out on the boundary seeing her daughter, who hopefully is enjoying the cricket. Rachel, she's happy on the bank.
She's loving the day, actually. She's managed to acquire a Haley Johnstone Otago top.
Saw her on the top. Is that what you...
And a Sparks beanie. So that's one happy 6-year-old on the boundary.
Fantastic. Well, she'll be back next year, and one day, hopefully, we'll see her out there in a match like this, like Mum. That would be great.
Just loving getting involved in her first season of cricket, actually. Section 3, I think it's called, for the Kaikorai team.
So Jane comes forward and strokes her first ball confidently back to the bowler. So 124 for 5, 88 required, 94 balls. So still under a run a ball. But half the order back in the shed, and as Warren was saying, 2 in quick succession just changes that mindset again, where Blakely and Robertson were looking composed and starting to wrest the initiative away. Very much even Stevens again now. In fact, you might say that Wellington might just be slightly in the ascendancy as game is underway, tucking it around the corner.
Wellington would have gained a lot of confidence from grabbing those 2 wickets there.
2 established wickets. Yeah.
Yeah, making it even more important from their perspective. Good couple of strong defensive shots there from Gain though. Good showing good confidence.
Yeah, she looks a confident player, Olivia Gain. She's oh, here we are, straight into the paddle, and she's going to pick up just the 1 run as Burns trots around from backward point. She played a season in England over the winter, scored a century or 2 over there. I'm not sure what league it was, but played cricket, which is the thing. 126 for 5 at the end of 35. Wellington was 128 for 5. Wellington accelerated in the latter stages, which of course you see. They scored 37, 38 off the last 6 overs. So you're going 6.5 sevens, which is quite an acceleration. Otago just need to be aware the deeper there's the perfect example there on the worm. The deeper Otago take it, the more chance they have of getting over the line. This could be one of those games where we playing right to the end, which is befitting a final, the 2 best teams.
Exactly right. I think composure for Otago from the 2 batters here is key. They don't have a lot of time to play themselves in, but equally they don't have to panic in terms of perhaps playing shots outside of the comfort zone.
Well, they're both stroke players, these 2, as Kerr has Ingles looking to play through the leg side and being caught on the pad outside the line of the leg stump. So we will see some inventiveness. We've already seen it from Olivia Gain. But you're right, no need to panic. Correct cricket shots will do, but if the ball is there to be hit, then neither of them will need an invitation. Lovely conditions here now. The wind almost dropped right away. It was a strong southwester for most of the morning and early afternoon. Ingles driving, but no run. The Kerr's figures are just extraordinary, aren't they? 7 overs and 2 balls. So that's 44 balls. And she's given up 5 runs. And that's 5 singles.
It's a masterclass, isn't it?
39 dot balls.
Absolute masterclass from Jessica this afternoon.
And there's Ingles doing her best to ruin her figures by hatting it out for a single. Oh, there's a throws hit the stumps and Beard. But Ingles well home. She's electric between the wickets.
And Jessica will be feeling that 1 run. She'll be going, actually.
That's you've knocked me around.
Yeah, don't ruin my figures. And that's the sign of an absolute class player in terms of getting herself into this position and feeling every single run, which means every time she runs in, she's going to be concentrating 100%.
Well, it's still under a run a ball, but a boundary or 2 will just help Otago's mindset. Let's get it down to, say, 5.3, 5.4 again instead of the 5.8, 5.8.5 that it's around at the moment. So it's the highest it's been, but you've still got half your batting order. And the closer you get to the target, as this is down the leg side, and it'll be wide. Disappointing. Just looking to perhaps have Gain, perhaps topple, lose her balance. Fadgen standing up. We've seen some very good keeping today from both keepers, Ollie Ingles and Jess McFadgen.
It's been excellent actually seeing the standard of wicket keeping between these 2. Not always the case, so it's been across the competition.
This is down the leg side and Gain plays it nicely off her toes out to square leg, fielded by Plimmer. Nice throw back to McFadgen, but another single. So 3 off the over, 2 balls remaining. 83 from 86. Too early to start counting like that? Hey? I would be. And I'd be saying to Warren Lees, you're batting at the other end, you get most of them.
What that highlights though is that there is no need to panic. There's still
yes,
still
absolutely. It hasn't got away on them at any
exactly
stage.
Right.
hasn't blown out to, it's never got past 6. It's never got past more than a runner ball. Generally, it's been hovering at 5.2, 5.3. Slightly higher than that now. It still hasn't blown out. Slower ball from Kerr and driven nicely by Ingles to the cover sweeper.
I've always been a big fan of breaking the game down when it gets to sort of about this stage and within the last sort of 10 or 15 overs, breaking it down to the balls wide, because it helps put things in perspective. If you look at the overarching score, 130 for 5, 14.1 overs to go, you can start to get a little bit concerned, because I don't think that needs to be the case.
Nicely driven again by Gain, and she'll have another single. So that's an expensive over by Jess Kerr. 5 runs coming from it. Previously she'd had 5 runs off 7 overs. So she's just been wrecked. None for 10 off 8. Extraordinary figures from Jess Kerr. 36 gone, and the Sparks are 131 for 5.
One of the great exponents of our game who used to break the game down into those manageable chunks was Debbie Hockley, and that was someone who taught ultimately a generation of cricketers in New Zealand in terms of how not to panic throughout a chase like this. Yeah, things are still reasonably even. Otago certainly don't want to be losing another wicket any time in the next 7 or 8 overs as they run through their chase.
131 for 5, and Wellington at the same time, 131 for 5. It is as close as it could be in terms of where these teams were and are at the same stage. 14 overs remaining. Jetley bowling beautifully this afternoon, faster and flatter through the air. Ingles wants to run from the non-striker's end, but Gain is not interested.
She's a player who's certainly impressed me this afternoon is Jetley, with just the consistency, just darting it into the batter. Fantastic to watch.
Gain this time suggests there might be a run there, but there's not, as Burns fields at point. So they've got 4 inside the circle on the offside, just 1 on the leg side, and that's who's fielding there, that's Kodai. 2 out on the leg side, sweeping on the boundary, 1 at long on, and then the cover sweeper. As this is paddled around the corner by Olivia Gain, she's timed it nicely. She'll pick up 2. Didn't quite get it perhaps as fine as she would like, so there's plenty of time for the backward square to pick it up, but 2 more runs. Nicely played, got into position well, kept her head still.
Really like the confidence there from Olivia Gain, and she plays that shot really well. So when you take a little bit of risks, such as a paddle shot like that, you want to make sure you get good value for your runs. Nothing worse than doing that and going for a dot ball, for example.
Yes, it's a high risk, so you want to connect and you want to pick runs up. So 79 from 80. Well, the Ingles looks very casual at the non-striker's end, as she always does. And Gain will have another run here. Just plays it nicely out through mid-wicket. Infields. It's 3 off the first 5 balls, so they're really another couple of runs would keep Otago at that runner ball or thereabouts.
And that's right, so Otago have some options here. They can take the approach of 5 or 6 each over made up of 1s and 2s, or 1-4 and something else in the over. And perhaps we might see current strategy is obviously 1s and 2s, but we might see as these players get themselves in change a little bit.
Last ball from Jetley, and on the back foot is Ingles and pushes out into the covers, and they'll have a run. So it's not a boundary, but it's another single. 4 runs off the over, 134 for 5. Wellington lost its 6th wicket in the 41st over at 156 when McFadden was out. So she'd guided them for the first 40 overs and a couple of deliveries. Otago doesn't have that luxury. Top order's all back in the shed. So there's a different sort of responsibility. But you've got your leading run scorer out there. You've got someone who's played a lot of cricket in the last 12 to 18 months. Holly Ingles and Olivia Gain in combination. Then Hayley Jensen to follow, good striker of the ball. She'd be happy not to bat, of course. She'd be very pleased if this couple took them home. Gasbrook gives us plenty of air and Ingles waits for her and drives nicely. That idiosyncratic drive of hers where she's leaning back and almost looks as though she wants to scoop. Plays it along the ground. Very flexible arms. I guess that's hockey. You see that with Caitlin Blakely as well.
That's right.
A good start for Otago. Run off the first ball. Doesn't sound much, but another run. Again drives. Can't get it back past the bowler. But looking confident that she's moving her feet.
That's exactly right. I think in terms of these two batters here, real opportunity, I think, for Inglis to take a really senior role here. She's a player who's played over 100 list A games for Otago, very experienced player. A real opportunity for her to really show that she can lead this team home. We've seen her show she's capable of that in the past, but perhaps not follow through. And I think today would potentially be his day.
Well, she's in strike now to Kasperick. Halfway through her 8th over. Forced onto the back foot. Has to get it past Jetley at cover, but not able to do so. In fact, is it Jetley or Chandler? No, it's Jetley there and Chandler's backward point. I was telling Mark Craig before when I was doing some work before the Pakistan series here against the women's, the White Ferns against the, what do they call them? The green jerseys, the green shirts of Pakistan earlier in the summer. Came down on the day before the match, as you do, and see the players and started writing down ponytail. Ponytail? No, hang on. I think 9 out of the playing 11 ponytails. So that
strategy wasn't going to work that day.
That didn't work. Had to try another strategy. Short hair, no ponytail. Ian Galloway was great at that. We used to, he'd have all these different characteristics. It works.
All the tricks of the trade.
Yeah, all helps. No television screens or anything like that in those days. It's a very good over from Kasperick. Very good indeed. 38 overs now completed, and Otago 137 for 5. Want to see a change coming in, Willie? Willie Nichols is going to join Rachel Puller.
Yeah, great job, Steve Davey there in this game. Right in the balance, Rachel Puller. I think the Sparks probably like to be maybe 1 wicket less down, but a runner ball for the last 75 in the final. From where they were at the start when they lost those wickets, they had to fight their way out of it. They've still got a chance here, haven't they? And that's the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this stage, there's a need to get into a bit of a rhythm. It feels like they are picking up between sort of 4 and 5 and over at the moment, but it just doesn't feel like there's a real rhythm to the innings. So that tells me that they're still playing themselves into this game. But that's the requirement at the moment, and that'll keep the scoreboard ticking over. Once they're in, we hopefully will start to see boundary at least every 2 overs. I think for me, resisting the temptation of feeling like they have to go for a boundary, every 2 or 3 balls is the key here. So that's what I hope that Paul Ingles is chatting to Olivia Gain about out there in the middle at the moment. For Wellington, it's about restricting those boundaries and keeping those tight lines going at the moment.
It's going to be Hannah Francis back into the attack here. She's got 3 out on the leg side. A cover sweeper. Kasperick's in it, that tight mid wicket, that position we've seen all day. It's mid off a cover, backward point. And strikes it hard, but can't beat mid off. Where are the scoring options here for them, Rachel Puller? What do you think?
Well, I was just observing the field actually, and it's really good to see the Wellington ring in really tight. So They absolutely don't want to be giving away any runs in that circle.
Forcing them to take a risk. It was just on a length outside off. Again, trying to cut that through backward point. She can beat, there's only one behind point there on the offside. You beat her and that's 4. That is what happens once the run rate gets up above 6 and over. It starts to go tick, 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 doesn't it? The pressure builds, a couple of dot balls.
Bad on ball key here at the moment. Potentially an option out through cover there.
Gets across her stumps nicely and works one. Well, that's the thing. If they can go at one a ball, you pick up the odd boundary. You just got to try and stay in touch with the run rate without it letting it balloon out.
That's exactly right. So, you know, needing 74 off 69 here. That's okay. It's nothing to panic about. Don't want to see that slipping too much. So really assessing your options here. We've got a deep long on. There might be a wee nudge down to long on there. Potentially through cover if there's a little bit of width.
She's down the wicket and launching it. There's a person back there. Oh, it's gone through the fingers and down. And I think it's hit her in the head, unfortunately, down there at long on. Holly Inglis, she launched that down to long on, struck well, looked like it burst the hands.
Just
I
went
think
straight
that's
through the
Caitlin
hands,
King
didn't
down
it?
there. You don't like to see it. That's a hard ball travelling at pace. And the game's rightfully just being stopped for a moment here. So we hope she is okay down there. The captain, Lee Kasperick, umpires across.
Sitting up on her knees there, so that's a good sign. Physio out, just coming to have a chat and just checking, taking a moment, which is the right thing to do, just to gather herself and no doubt giving herself a fright as well.
Yeah, well, it was struck with real force. A smile on her face, that's what you like to hear. It is a hard ball when it's struck at pace like that, and it burst the hands, didn't it?
So just taking her time here now, the physio will be running through sort of a standard set of protocols. Whether Caitlin King wants to or not.
Yeah, look at that. She struck it well. She thought she was out there, Polly, and straight through the hands.
So just a wee pause in the game while
Tough.
Caitlin King gathers herself.
Tough follow for our camera out there at mid-wicket. But Caitlin King is on her feet, I'm pleased to say. She's been checked over by the medical team. Gemma Sims is the 12th should they need someone onto the field, but
hopefully Otago have taken the opportunity just to also regather and just take a moment, plan out the next, probably at this stage, you know, we're 11, 12 overs to go, probably breaking it down to 2 over slots at this stage, just setting wee mini targets for themselves, going, okay, assessing the field, where are the gaps, what are our options, are we going to continue to try and just force the field in terms of those 1s and 2s, what's my 4 option, supporting each other with the cunning plan for the next 2 overs.
yeah, well, this partnership is 15 off 26. Both players can score boundaries. The equation is 73 off 68, so there's a 5-ball discrepancy. That's the gap that Rachel Pull is talking about. They want to stay in touch with the run rate, and this one just has all the feeling of a tight tussle in the final down the stretch, as the competition should be. 2 best teams to this point. It's going to come down to this last hour or so of play. It's Francis in again.
Perfect bowling from Hannah Francis. Line and length, on the money, hitting the top of off. It's exactly what she needs to do to round out this over. One more.
She's asking them to take a tough option, isn't
Yep,
she?
she is.
3 back on the leg side. Again, Just the one back on the offside. Bit of width there, that's cut away. It's well placed. Nicole Beard coming around, but she can't stop the two, so they will pick up a couple there, the Sparks. Good placement by Olivia Gain to end the over. That's 4 from it. That's the end of Francis's fourth as well. She's got none for 17. The scoreboard, 141 for 5 after 39. So watch the replay there, Rachel.
Really good shot option here. Strength, playing to your strengths. It wasn't a lot of width there actually, but just rocked back and created a bit of room for herself to play that shot down to the point there.
There's a bit of a conference going on about who might be bowling the next over. Lee Kasperick, she's talking to Jess Kerr. We have a look at the scorecard and we go through it. Jess Kerr, she really has been the pick of the bowlers. 8 overs, she's gone for just 10 runs. Zara Jetley, well, she's picked up 3 for 25 off her 9. Lee Kasperick still got 2 to go. She's got 1 for 31. Tasha Kodai, 1 for 30 off her 7. I think it is going to be Kodai to come back into the attack. The opening bowler in a crucial time here in this Hallyburton Johnston Shield final. The Sparks, they require 71 off 11 overs. The required run rate just over 6. It's tight and it's tense and it's a final, and it's really doing justice to what a final should be. There's a good crowd in here at the Uni Oval, willing the home team on against the defending champions, the Wellington Blaze. 212 to win it.
Really important decision here for Lee Kasperick in terms of the bowling option that she's choosing. Clearly Jess Kerr, you know, probably wanting to see how the game plays out in terms of those last final overs, holding her back potentially for that, and then choosing Kodai here just to potentially bowl 2. It's got 3 overs left to go, filling in a critical time for the Blaze.
This ball, low full toss, can't get it away. Rebecca Burns with the fielding there at mid-off. Again, the 3 back on the leg side. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket or a cow. There's no one in front of the wicket on the leg side, so there's a single there for Polly Ingles if she wants. Cover sweepers out on the offside, mid-off cover, backward point and short third. She advances and she's cut that up. She's cut it over. They might pick up a couple here. Oh no, they won't. It's good fielding. Is that Jetley maybe sprinting back there at point? She's quick. And there was only one.
Interesting option choice there. I think you know, you've got to go for your high percentage options at this stage. I'm not sure that was one of them.
Testament to the field potentially though, wasn't it? You know, it was short, but you got 3 back on the leg side. That's the big boundary that way. She's trying to target the offside. Wood, that's hit well. 2 well. Oh, it's beaten deep cover. 1 bounce for Olivia Gain. What a sparkling shot.
Fantastic shot. That's well, high percentage. That's exactly what I'm talking about in terms of making yourself to play to your strengths. And that's exactly what Olivia Gain's done there.
I couldn't believe she timed it that well. She's almost hit it straight to deep cover on the fence. It was a wonderful shot. I thought deep cover was in for a chance at one stage there. A lot of power in that through the offside, up and over.
And a bit of width, hey? A little bit of width, took full advantage of it.
Same field. She's looking in the same area. She'll take 1.
Great cricket.
Just like that, the equation, it's back to close to run of ball. 66 from 63. 65 from 62 now. This is tight and tense as we look on the replay. Oh, just straight through it with the hands. That's innovative. And it's going to run away, I think. Yeah, Polly Ingles. What a shot that was. Went across her stumps. This is a big over this.
Critical runs for Otago, isn't it? It's not the shot option we might choose, but definitely no fielder in behind the wicketkeeper, is there? So
No, absolutely not. All of a sudden, the pressure goes on Kadai. On the replay, went across her stumps.
we just missed out there. Bit of width, would have been eyeing up that cover boundary again in terms of 1 or 2 runs out. Just missed out there, unfortunately.
She'll get out of the over. 2 boundaries in it and a good one for the Sparks. Kane and Ingalls showing that they can find the fence, Rachel Puller, if they need to, and they're going to have to down here, down the stretch, as they look to turn the strike over, pick up the ones. Have a look again on the replay. That was gain up and over cover. Struck with real power.
Composure for both sides at the moment, isn't it? That's important. At Wellington, have just Otago have just had a reasonably big over from their standards throughout this game, and it's important for Wellington just to hold their nerve here in terms of their field placements and their bowling, and same for Otago, not feeling like they necessarily need to go for a 4 every single ball. Just 1 every over at least is handy.
Francis continues here, and there's almost a mix-up. They'll scamper through for 1. I think there was 1 there. Polly was coming, and she wanted the 1. She got through in the end, so she gets back on strike. She's 12 off 18, 60 off 59, so it's still at a runner ball. On she goes, the reverse lap now. Wow, that's skillful. Third has gone back really well there. Is that Jara Jetley again? Gee, she's quick over the ground, isn't she?
Really good fielding there. Good shot option as well. Holly plays that and practices it. I've seen it right throughout the Super Smash as well. Good fielding, restricting to 1. So Porter and Otago run their first run really hard to create that pressure on the field for that second.
She stands still and punches that, but can't beat Casbrick at cover. Actually, that might be Jetley there. Well, it's a pressure situation on both sides. The bowlers, the batters, the fielders. This game right in the balance here at the Uni Oval. It's really well bowled. Hannah Francis. Just feel the Blaze. They're trying to get through this 5th bowling option here. We've still got 2 from Jess Kerr, 1 from Jetley, 2 from Kasparik. Kadai's got 2 as well. This is Francis's 5th. And 2 more from her or Beard. So Kasparik will be doing the equation in her head. That one's pitched up, struck firmly. Just out to the sweeper.
Holly Ingalls and Olivia Gainey will be. We look at the short third man, short fine leg as well. Just knowing that they're quite strong on their laps and their dabs. See if they can create that as a potential 4 option with the pace here.
Moves the feet. Oh, the draw shot through the legs. She'll get to the other end. That's the main thing. That's the end of the over. There's 4 off it, so it's a good one from Francis. Edges that required run rate up just ever so slightly. The Sparks, 155 for 5 at the end of 41.
Great over from Hannah Francis there. Held her nerve. Finished with a full 1 there, which restricted the batting options there for Otago. So great way to end the over.
Absolutely. Kerr and Kasparik having another chat here. How they work their overs down the stretch. We've still got Hayley Jensen to come, Eden Carson, Emma Black, Molly Lowe. And it's going to be Kasparik to bowl 1 of her 2 remaining overs. Putting the pressure on the Sparks here.
Kasparik backing herself here to get a wicket. That's what she'll be chasing, knowing that once she gets Hayley Jensen coming in, obviously very strong, wanting to get through that Otago batting order as best she can.
Oh, and they're going to dab it into the onside. But that's Plimmer out there. She's quick. She's got a great arm. They'll only get one. But that's the right idea. You still take one, don't you? There's no one inside the ring on the leg side apart from short, fine legs. So it's not a bad option to go across and just dab it in there. It's a big boundary to the leg side.
All Otago need is 6 every over. So they just need 1 run every over.
Kasparek, that's flatter, and she's got it up and over. I think it's going to run away, is it? Yeah, it is. Olivia Gain finds the boundary, so we're talking about one a ball, but Gain says, I'll take on Kasparek, the captain. She got enough on it, and that ran away for 4. A crucial boundary, Rachel Puller.
Yeah, it is. It's good to get that 1 boundary and over, but they don't have to. So, you know, it's just about that composure that I'd like to see coming through. These guys are playing to their strength in terms of hitting, you know, whether it's a wee dab or hit through mid-off there.
Yeah, and that's clever cricket as well. Well, we've already seen Gain go up and over cover, and that one was up and over mid-off, long off. A great shot option. And to be fair, she came down. It was actually the flatter and quicker one from Kasparek, but she was just good enough to hit it on the up through the line. Crucial boundary. And an over that the Blaze were looking to attack. All of a sudden, it's 5 off the first 3 or 4 deliveries and pressure back on the bowler.
Mid-on, mid-off back, just an easy one down the ground, or we dab into mid-wicket there.
Oh, that's going to be a wide. Whoa. Lee Kasparek doesn't think so. I think it might have flicked the pad or she's moved inside the line, but it's a wide. And this is 7 off the first 3 deliveries. Pressure on Kasparek.
Otago has spread the field nicely, haven't they now? So they've got a number of different options available to them, which is fantastic.
Down the wicket again. She takes the one. It's good cricket. Brave cricket using the feet.
Kasparek will be trying to weigh up from a captaincy perspective about, do I bring the field up to try and restrict those ones? Don't want to let a 4 in though, so I've sort of got to have at least cow and mid-on back. Interesting time.
This one's flighted and they just flicked across again. Clever cricket. Really clever cricket.
Good cricket from Otago and putting the pressure on Kasparek. Now, so where does she bowl? Does she bowl outside off into bringing her offside field into play, but creating a bit of width, or does she bowl close to the middle and leg, which brings that leg side into play, but you know, able to be able to get 1, maybe even 2 on the leg side there.
Oh, outside edge. Oh, and it's gone under Burns. There's a chase on. Oh, and it will beat them. Doesn't matter how they come. It's another boundary. It's 4 boundaries in the last 2 overs. The Sparks are flying here at the Uni Oval. Completely accidental pun, and I think we're going to have a bit of a change in commentary here. Rachel Puller. We're going to have Bradley Scott come in, and it might actually be a double change. I'm going to bring Steve Davey back in. We'll go bang bang as the momentum changes.
Bradley.
Hi, Steve. This is, I guess, this is what you want in a season, isn't it? Both results, both teams still in the game with 8 overs to go.
So Otago need 44 from 46, 13 off that last over. Just changes the complexion, and you get the feeling that this little partnership between Ingles, 20 from 23, Gain 19 from 20. I shouldn't say little, it's already worth 44. And a lot of those runs have come in the last couple of overs. You get the feeling, don't you, that these players, and they wouldn't have been, I can't remember the final 2 years ago, so Polly Ingles may have been in this situation. Olivia Gain certainly wouldn't have. But here they are with the chance of guiding Otago to the trophy that they aspire to at the beginning of every summer. Jetley will have something to say about that. It's nicely driven by Gain, but there's no run.
Both sides have got young players here with the chance to win it for them. Jetley, Hannah Francis, and
Kadaya,
else did I look at
just
Kadaya?
20.
They're all
Young.
under 22, 22 or younger.
Young players. Jetley has Gain coming forward and driving beautifully with his cover. Jess Kerr down at wide, long off.
Which is great for the future of New Zealand women's cricket, isn't it? Like,
Well,
they're getting put under pressure and having to perform their skills in a final.
Yep, and these two will have learnt so much already today. Next time they're in this situation, it'll be perhaps not quite so daunting. There'll still be butterflies from both teams. It's just really a continuation of the theme that we've had all day of the development of the game of women's cricket. We've talked about the fielding. We're seeing the batting now, the placement, the bowling, and the fielding.
And the wicket keeping.
And the wicket keeping, but the field
very
placements. Kasparek has been exceptional today and looked as though she might have strangled Otago out of it, but somehow they've managed to extricate themselves from losing those really 3 wickets, 3 for 38. And here they are within sight of getting home. 42 required from 46. And those little extras, the wides, bonus balls, and looking to flat bat it in her own way. Polly Hengels. She bats her own way, doesn't she?
They've changed the fielding position. They used to have 2 mid-wickets last time Jetley bowled. Now they've got 2 covers. So maybe she's bowling a bit wider of off, trying to get Ingles to play through the offside.
And that's a lovely shot. Not past Jetley, but only down as far as Kerr. So there's still some twists and turns. Kadaya's got 2 left. Kerr's got 2 left. This is Jetley's last. She's bowled beautifully, 3 for 27 at this stage.
She has.
3 for 28. And Kasparek has 1. So still a couple of overs required from Francis and or Beard. Oh, that's poor fielding. That's Kasparek, who's been so good today. Just that short mid-wicket, the ball gets away from it, and almost a bonus run. So 4 off this over, which Otago should be happy with. They'll be pleased to see the back of Jetley. Just 1 ball remaining in her spell. Very fine figures and well deserved. And that's what she will finish with. 3 for 29 off her 10 overs. 4 off that last over. Otago 172 for 5 after 43. At the same time, Wellington was 166 for 6. They'd lost Jess Kerr at this point, they'd lost McFadden. Jess Kerr batted another 4 or 5 overs at good speed too, going at around about 5 or 6 and over. So 172 for 5. Otago need 40 from 42.
I mean, obviously in the commentary box, Steve, we're quite parochial today, but I mean, as a coach, now that I've moved into coaching, this is where the learning takes place. Like, being in these situations, whether you win or lose, this is where the learning takes place, because you either gain some experience of the euphoria of getting your side over the line, or the pain of not quite doing it, and you learn from that. Like, cricket builds character, like any sport. Actually, sport builds character, and it's from these situations.
It does. I think cricket probably builds it more so because there's so much time. I always think that as an employer, a prospective employer of a prospective employee, worker, no matter the profession, if you went along to a first-class game or a test match or even a one-dayer, a Hallyburton Johnston Shield match, it's Kerr back into the attack and his Gain coming forward, taking off her toes nicely. They might look at 2. No, they won't.
Excellent throw.
Is if your prospective employee was a cricketer, you came down and watched him or her and saw how they handled the ebb and flow of cricket, that euphoria you spoke about, or that bitter disappointment, winning, losing, how you handled your own personal misfortune. The young player in the List A game, the Otago Country Districts game next over beside us, out first ball in a 3-day game. So what's going on in his mind at the moment? How's he handling that as Ingles pulls across the line and will have 1? All those things, and then you would work all that, you'd see all that, and you'd know whether you were going to employ that person or not, how they reacted to what cricket throws at you, no matter what the level.
Definitely. Builds character. That's why we love it. At times why we
Sometimes.
It's a great game. It is a great game.
Sometimes. Fielding change here. Kasparek coming across to a short mid-wicket where she's fielded so well all day. Chandler's gone up to mid-off. And Kerr into Gain as she's taking it around the corner. She's going to get 4.
Very well played.
She's paddled it around to 4. She got in position so quickly, probably almost gave Kerr a chance of altering her line. She didn't. She's picked that off middle stump, I suspect. Down to the boundary at long leg for 4. Partnership of 50 in how many balls? Are they?
They can't refer it or anything, can they?
No, there's no referrals. I thought she hit that. Surely that wouldn't have travelled so quickly. It's 4 runs. It's come off the bat, but Warren Lees has picked it up expertly from the back and appeal for leg before wicket, perhaps suggesting that it's touched the pad before the bat.
Credit to Khan and Tina there for getting together just to let them talk through it. Common sense. I'm pretty sure it's come off the bat, hasn't it? It's just played a very, very smart shot there. But
so 6 off the first 3 balls. So that's what they need. 34 from 39. Now they'll pick up a run, and this is good cricket. We've seen it quite often from this pair, a boundary and then a single.
Tip and run. The great Michael Hussey. You hit a 4, you get a single off the next ball.
Mr. Cricket.
Mr. Cricket. Worked for him. Good enough for anyone. Yeah, it's interesting if Wellington's chosen to leave the whole leg side out here with that shot of Ingalls, the lap, of Gain. I mean, the short fine legs had to be put in. So there's a single on the leg side.
Ingalls will take a single here as she pushes out into the offside.
And they've taken 2 very smart singles just in front of point.
They have, and you sense now with Otago 32 from 37, still those 5 wickets in hand in this partnership, building all the time, gone past 50, that the pressure back on the Wellington side, they seem to have it under control. The run rate crept up to 6. Never unmanageable, never out of control, but it got to 6 from 5.2 pretty quickly. Now they've dragged it right back. It's Kerr bowls wide of the stump and thrashed out through the covers by Gain, but only the 1 run, the sweeper out there. Plummer does the fielding. It's king.
So another good over, 9 off. 9 off the over.
So 181 for 5, 6 overs remaining.
A great partnership, 57 off 58 balls under, pressure in a sports context. They were under pressure when they came together. The loss of 2 wickets close together, and they've soaked up a little bit, and now they're starting to expand their game. And it is a final. You have a feeling there could still be a twist, as there often is in cricket. But at the moment, these 2 are playing very smartly.
Well, they're taking over where Jess Kerr batted so well, Bradley, for Wellington between the 41st and 45th overs, 46th over when she was dismissed. The score increased rapidly, 159 for 6 to 193 when Kerr went. This pair, that was Jess Kerr almost by herself, this pair together are matching that run rate. So they're taking the fact that was bonus really for Wellington. Otago's dragged that back. So it's not quite so much of a contribution, meaningful contribution. As this is hit high in the air, down towards the boundary, at long off and over the boundary for 6.
And you can hear the crowd through the window. What a fantastic shot from Olivia Gain. The other thing that's happened here is the Blaze have had to bring their openers back early. Still 6 overs left, but these 2 have to bowl. They've come back early to try and take a wicket, and that is a great start to the over.
Yeah, it's as good as it gets. So 25 remaining of 35 as Gain stands and thrashes and is dropped. She's dropped at point. I think that's Chandler. He's been so good. This went straight to her, round about knee height. She got down into position, didn't really time it, certainly didn't place it. And the catch has gone down right on the edge of the circle. Yeah, Chandler.
In her defence, she did hit it quite hard. But, yeah, catches need to be taken.
Oh, and she's going to pick up bonus 4 here. She's looked to drive through the covers, got a thick edge, and it's down to the unguarded 3rd man boundary for 4. So 10 runs off the first 3 balls. And Otago now need 21 from 33. And this partnership well established.
Fortune favours the brave.
Well, you would have been frustrated any time a ball went down to third man, because generally it's, well, sometimes Kane Williamson's beautiful, he can play down there, but generally it's a false shot. And it's, if you've got no one fielding there, when I say third man, unguarded third man, I always think if it goes down to fine leg, that's the bowler's fault.
Yeah, third man would be one of the first positions I always had, but my angle is a left armer as well. But
Well, true.
yeah, for thick edges and a run chase, you know, people are going to go hard.
Yeah, it's easy runs, isn't it, when there's no one there? Because that normally, if you had someone there, that's one. That's a big difference. So 6 dot, 4 dot, and she's bowled. What, she tried to be fancy and just had an off bail knocked over. There's that twist that Bradley Scott was talking about. Gain has been bowled for 42 and Otago 191 for 6.
Well, what an over it's had it all. A 6, a drop catch, a 4, and now played on.
End of a very good partnership.
And a great wee knock from Olivia Gain. Talking off air, Warren Lee's actually said that she has that ability to come in and get a quick 30, and she's come in and got a quick 40, so yeah, that's a fantastic knock. She'll take plenty of confidence from that. 42 off 37 in a final. It's very, very well played. But also credit to the Blaze bowlers in field for sticking to their guns. Once again, it's a lovely game of cricket.
67 run partnership between Ingles and Gain. They came together at 124. They've taken the score through to 191. So that run rate of 21 of 31, it's still in Otago's favour, but it just seems a little bit further away now. Hayley Jensen is the new batter. Kadaya bowls and Jensen cuts or drives square, really. She's going to have 1. They might come back for 2. I don't think they will. They don't need to. The throw from Beard is a good one on the bounce back to McFadgen. And the over is at an end. A good one for Otago in that there was 11 runs, but some balance there for Wellington with the wicket of Gain. 192 for 6 after 45. Wellington at the same stage was 189 for 6, so there's nothing in it in terms of the runs. So Wellington off the 46th scored 4, then 3 off the 47th. They then scored 6 off the 48th, and what did they get? My figures have gone. 2 off the 49th, and then they finished with 7 off the 50th. So it wasn't an electric end to the innings in terms of the runs scored.
No, Kira had done the damage in that leading
Yes.
up to that point, and then got out to that caught and bowled, that sharp caught and bowled opportunity. The big thing here is this is Kasparik's last.
Given that plenty of air and driven nicely by Jensen, he'll pick up a single.
And Kerr and Kodai have only got 1 each as well, so that the fifth bowler per se, Francis and Beard between them have
2.
bowled,
You've got to bowl
only
2.
bowled 8 overs, so
Yeah, you need 2.
they've taken, they feel they probably have to bowl the Sparks out now, so they've taken that gamble to try and make the Sparks maybe take a risk they don't need to.
Faster and flatter from Kasparik and pulled out through mid-wicket. I think she's got enough on it for the boundary. She has. Polly Ingles, lovely shot, pierced the gap. Mid-wicket coming around to her left, long on to her right, and you couldn't have done better with a, what do you call those protractors? What were those things? Was that right? Protractor?
The angles.
Yeah, I was never
Pierce
very
the
good.
gap.
I was just drew circles
Or a
with them,
compass.
but- Yeah, compass. Kasparik has Ingles off the back foot. She can't get it past cover. Chandler Fields there.
It does take a bit of pressure off the over. Boundary early in the over, now they can just milk Kasparik for ones for the remainder of the over without any risks.
Yep. Well, they could even go for dots, really, couldn't they? They've got a few balls in the hands. This is given plenty of air and just shaved off by Ingles, just waiting for it. Just the acutest of glances down the offside. It's a shot you don't see that often.
I would love to see that front on, and if she took that from what line she took that from, because it looked,
Middle and off.
yeah, maybe it was, and got it well behind
just
square.
middle.
Very impressive, brave shot.
6 runs off the first 4 balls. 14 required now of 26. 4 wickets in hand.
So the field comes in, that on mid-off up, trying to dangle the carrot to Jensen to take a punt.
She's a vastly experienced cricketer, Hayley Jensen. This is down the leg side, helped on her way. Coming through for a quick run as Ingles, and she ran as soon as the shot was played, so she was a third of the way down the pitch. Well run by Ingles. The throw was always going back to the keeper from Francis. No chance of a run out at the non-striker's end. So another run. Jensen 3 from 3, doing her job nicely, rotating the strike. 199 for 6. Otago, last ball of the 46th over. And Kasperick has Ingles just cutting it back towards point. And there's another run. 8 runs off the over. 200 for 6 after 46.
And even now, a nice partnership. Jensen's come in and managed to keep the scoreboard ticking over rather than letting any pressure build up, which the 200 up. Brilliant. Ticking it off one run at a time. And you'd have to say at this stage, Steve, if they keep their composure here and just be smart. We've said there's no demons in the wicket. Yeah, it's just game management.
46 overs completed, 200 for 6. I'll take you through one more over, then Willie Nichols will bring one of these teams home. It's been a very fine game of cricket. We've seen some terrific skills, batting, bowling, fielding. A few catches dropped. Both teams have been guilty of dropping catches at critical times. Otago dropped Jess Kerr 3 times, once before she'd scored very few. She went on to score, what did she pick up? 60, was it 56? It's Kadaya bowling to Ingles, and she looks to thrash it through the offside. They've got 4 inside the circle and doesn't make contact. Smart work again by McFadden. We've seen very good examples of wicket keeping from both Ingles and McFadden today. Both teams might rue those drop catches. Look back and think, what if only? But that aside, we've seen very good display of cricket befitting a final. That's a wide? No, it's not. Might have got away with one there, Kadaya.
2 dot balls.
Yep. 12 from 24 required.
12 from 22 now. Yes, so
22.
Those 2 dot balls. Kadaya's
Yes.
building some pressure again with a couple of dots.
Cheers. Ingles doesn't. Oh, Ingles has moved outside the off stump and leapt it over the top of the keeper and down to the boundary straight for 4. Premeditated. She was in position. Kadaya had. She wasn't even in a delivery stride, I don't think.
And that's how the modern cricketer deals with pressure, Steve. Just get down on one knee and lap it.
What pressure?
Why not?
What pressure? Fearless. Fearless.
Brendan McCullum's got a lot to answer for.
Well, it's all positive too, isn't it? You think of what we're seeing in world cricket now and all formats of the game.
That's just a smart cricket shot.
It's entertaining. It's what brings people into the game. People who are watching this have been royally entertained today. Good crowd in. This is Otago's game to lose now. 8 from 21. Kadaya 2 for 55, and Ingles backs it up, and we've seen a lot of that. 4 and a single. Jensen thinking about 2. There was never 2 there as Plymouth charging around. She's good in the field. Another run to Ingles, 34. 34 from 36 coming in at a clutch time. Wonderful partnership of 67 between Olivia Gain and Polly Ingles. Following on from Blakely and Robertson's 79, they were 38 for 3 Otago. People were preparing to drive away from the ground. Some of them shall remain nameless. They're in the box. A shot from Jensen and the bounce back to the bowler. She just needs to stay there really, and Ingles will do the rest. You expect 7 from 19. So three overs and 1 ball remaining.
7 in the ring, 7 fielders trying to force the Sparks to hit, take a risk over the top.
Last ball of Kadaya's spell, and she has Jensen driving through the extra cover field for 4. Beautiful shot. 209 for the loss of 6. And the over is at an end. Another good one for Otago. 9 off it. G'dai finishes with 2 for 60. Jensen and Ingalls in full control. More comments here from Bradley Scott and then Willie Nichols to bring Otago home, I suspect.
Yeah, look, a very good bowling spell from G'dai. She probably 2 for 60 probably doesn't reflect how well she's bowled today, to be honest, but the field had to change to try and create some pressure, and so therefore she's gone for a couple of boundaries that maybe in another instance she wouldn't have gone from. She'll learn a lot from that experience, though, bowling in a final with the game on the line.
Game on the line. Good afternoon, Bradley Scott. Willie Nichols back in here for what I thought was going to be a tense last 3 overs, but Polly Ingalls off the back of the partnership with Olivia Gain. I think they had a 67-run partnership. They've swung this game for the Sparks into a position where it's just 3 runs needed off the last 3 overs, 18 balls. And the Blaze, they've gone to their #1 strike bowler, Jess Kerr, to try and create a bit of pressure. She's got 3 back on the leg side, but a ring field other than that. And they're going to try and squeeze here, the Blaze, aren't they? If they can pick up a wicket, it could just turn again. It's ebbed and flowed all day, this match.
It has. Great to see the stand half filling on the right-hand side there.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear it through the mic, but it has been loud here this afternoon. They've loved it, the locals. Polly Ingalls, can she finish the job? Is she looking to do it in 1 ball here, do you think, Bradley Scott, or what?
Potentially. I mean, the luxury they have now is they've got 16 balls remaining to find that perfect ball, isn't it? But or they might just choose to see her off. She's been, the pick of the Wellington bowlers, 3 maidens in that, none for 19. So maybe just see her off and take it for the last 2 overs.
Or the reverse lap.
Reverse lap it.
She'll get the bottom of the bat. And she'll get 1. That'll bring Hayley Jensen onto the strike. They are 2 away from a victory here, the Otago Sparks. Just part of the modern day armoury of a batter, really, isn't it?
So entertaining, how good. Isn't it often how you play the way of your personality, and Polly, she's chatty behind the stumps and she's quite bubbly, and it's just the way how she goes out and plays positive cricket.
Absolutely, and just 2 runs to play with the Blaze. They've still got 2 back deep on the leg side. Who wants a wicket? Outside edge. Oh, that wasn't far away. Hayley Jensen. It's White Ferns bowler on White Ferns bowler here. You'd think she might just want to get through this over and leave it to Polly in the penultimate. The Blaze all in on the circle, just 2 out on the leg side. They want to stop the 1. I'd love a wicket even more. It's the Yorker that can't get through.
I mean, none of us were sure at half time if it was going to be enough, did we? We thought 220 was probably par. 210 has proven to be a touch light. And that, the biggest moment of the game was probably the 3 wickets in the over. McFadden and Jess Kerr then had a fantastic partnership, but didn't quite get up enough.
Oh, it snuck through. They're going to sneak 1 as well. Direct it, might have it. Misses.
Chance at both ends.
Scores are tied. And that is the end of the 48th over. The Sparks, they are 1 run away from winning the Hallyburton Johnson Shield here in Dunedin in front of their home fans.
You have to feel for Jess Kerr in what is ultimately going to be a losing effort, Willie. None for 21 off 10 and a fine 50 off about 65, maybe 67 balls. That's a fantastic performance from one of the leading players in the side. But unfortunately for her side is going to come up short. But it has been a really good game of cricket.
Absolutely.
Often some finals can sometimes be a bit dire or one-sided, or someone just doesn't show up, but both teams have really, barring the catches, but that's probably pressure, both teams have fronted up today and made it a great contest.
All right, well, the whole field is in. Hannah Francis has the ball. Hayley Jensen on strike. Oh, it's off the finger. They're going to run it. I think they're going to get through. They will. It's a fist pump. The crowd is up. Her teammates are up. The Sparks have won it here in Dunedin by 4 wickets with 11 balls remaining. Bradley Scott, what a run chase.
Oh, fantastic. They had to soak up so much pressure at the start of the innings. I think, what are we, 40 for 3 at some stage off maybe 15 overs, and things were glum around the ground, below cloud, the commentary box, but they've soaked up a lot of pressure, and yeah, what a fantastic final. And deserving of a final, a match deserving of a final.
And what a knock by Polly Inglis there at the end, 35 off 39. She shared a quality partnership of 67 with Olivia Gain. Came in and she bashed 42 off 38. And that really was the difference after what would be determined a shaky start. Blakely with 50 off 74 as well, but it was Inglis and Jensen there at the end to get home in the penultimate over of what's been a fantastic women's one-day final here in Dunedin. The Sparks, after winning the toss and having a bowl, they have captured their second title in 3 years, beating the Blaze, as they did up in Queenstown 2 or 3 years ago. The Blaze, well, they're a quality team, the Super Smash champions, the reigning champions. But today, it's the Sparks Day, and you can see them out there celebrating and what it means to them, Bradley.
Yeah, the whole team's out on the sideline, jumping together. What a celebration. Yeah.
Well, it might be a good time to bring in former Otago bowler Rachel Pullett. She's going to come in for Bradley Scott. What does that mean? What does that mean to you, Rachel, in terms of being a former player, to see what the girls have done out here today?
Oh, look, for me, just seeing Otago maintain their composure throughout that game. It did ebb and flow, and the pressure came and went, but just those innings from Polly Inglis, Olivia Gain, really showing some maturity we perhaps haven't seen in the past. We've seen the potential for that, but so good to see her kick on today and really turn the tables on the game.
Some great scenes here at the Uni Oval as well. The photographers out there, Adrian Ciccone from the ODT's out there, the fans are on the bank, Margot Butcher from New Zealand Cricket. Just great scenes really for the women's one-day final. They really did it justice, both sides. 420 runs scored, a good wicket. And in the end, they held their nerves, and that's what you want to see these players put under that sort of pressure and how they respond.
What a fantastic final. Two really good quality sides, quality players there who had the opportunity to take the game away from one another throughout. So good. You can just see what it means to the Otago players. It was all coming together and creating a bit of noise. I know that Olivia Gain's dad, Adam, sitting on the boundary there today, he'll be absolutely stoked to see the team and their success today.
As we look at the tail of the tape, what was the Blaze? They were asked to bat. Jess McFadgen, the opener, 64 of 103. She really glued the innings together. We mentioned those 3 wickets in 1 over. Jess Kerr came in, 56 off 65. She played well, played with that power that we've seen her possess, but also the touch. And with the ball, well, it was Emma Black. She will finish well on top of the HBJ leading wicket taker tally. She had 3 for 31. She finishes with 24 for the season. Molly Lowe did her part as well. And in the run chase, as we mentioned, not often you're going to see a big run chase in a final, and Susie Bates, we all were picking her to be the difference. Well, she was caught sharply at mid-wicket by Lee Kasprick off the bowling of Jet Li, and that left it to Blakely, Felicity Robinson, the captain as well, Polly Inglis and Olivia Gain, as we mentioned. And great scenes here at the Uni Oval. Craig Cumming, the coach, in there. We'll be proud of how they stuck to it, especially as that run rate climbed. They held their nerve down the straight really in the last 10 overs, requiring a run of ball with just 5 wickets in hand.
You can see what it means to the players there, just as they meet up with their support staff, Otago cricket staff there getting involved. No doubt friends and family lining up on the boundary there to congratulate the players as well. Just an outstanding effort to hold their nerve today. Could have gone either way, I think, in terms of just stepping through the innings. Saw quality contributions there and courageous contributions, particularly from, I think, Inglis and Gain earlier. Caitlin Blakely played a critical innings as well. And if I look through that scorecard, it's really only Wilson who, perhaps a little bit unlucky, didn't get the opportunity to kick on, but everyone's contributed. And isn't that just a great example of a team winning here today?
Yep, and I think the calmness in that run chase, Warren Lee spoke about it in years gone by. Potentially you lose 3 at the top, A run chase like that does become stressful and hard, but they kept their nerve, they held their composure, and they are the Hallyburton Johnson Shield winners for the 2023-24 season, the Otago Sparks. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage here today. Myself, Willie Nichols, Steve Davey, we've had Rachel Puller, Bradley Scott, we've had Warren Lees, and we've had Mark Craig as well. We've been absolutely blessed to have their company. We appreciate you tuning in wherever you are, all around the world. It's been fantastic. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage of this final. So from us here at the Dunedin University of Otago Oval, thank you very much, and we'll see you next season.